Once again, we arrive at a checkpoint in our journey. 24 teams still fighting to keep their dream alive. And while at the end of the day, we bid adieu to a few of those names, the 12 chosen will move on from the quarters to the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last day of the quarterfinals of BGMI Showdown 2025. My name is Super Johnny, and joining me on the panel to kick things off, it's going to be none other than Necro and Icy Baby alongside with me. It has been an intense few days, at least the first three, and the last day is going to be no different. The fight's still on. Are we expecting even the last position to push through?
No, to be honest, there's no way EVOX is making it. Let's be honest, right? Realistically, mathematically, still there's a big chance if they manage to pull off like 4 games back-to-back chicken dinner. But let's be honest, it's impossible.
Hey, we think the last position team can't fight back, but Autobotz yesterday proved the exact opposite. A race from the bottom 2 till the first position in the overall leaderboard. And I see that actually gives me some hope for EVOX as well.
Well, maybe, providing that they do get themselves 4 chicken dinners and also an average of 5 finishes per game, maybe, just maybe, they will have enough points to reach somewhere around the 82 ballpark. But again, that's provided if everybody else do not perform as well. So that means, on average wise, based on the lower brackets and upper brackets, being on the top 12 means you need to surpass at least 89 points.
Exactly. And as of now, again, a reminder, only the top 12 from the quarterfinals move forward and survive this stage, moving towards the semi-final. The bottom 12 will be eliminated, and that kind of Necro brings a lot of concern for a few big names. God's Reign, we see them on the 14th position, Nebula Esports on the 16th, and they aren't the only ones. As we move to the last page of the leaderboard, surprising downfalls coming for Blitz Esports and EVOX and God's Omen as well. These 3 names were doing exceptionally well in the initial rounds of the tournament.
A lot of big names pretty much on the latter half of the board. The sort of elimination on their necks. And to be honest, God's Reign is one of those names that we never even imagined is going to be there on the latter half of the board. But they still are over here, and now they've only got 4 games to prove their worth. Let's hope that they're going to make it.
But hey, yesterday was a brilliant day for a lot of names, in particular SINEWY Esports making an incredible league following the pathway that was laid out by Autobotz, who are sitting on the first position with 103 points to their name. Then we have Phoenix. A slowdown on day number 3, but that was something that we expected as well. But surprising entry from Godlike Esports as they find a break inside of the top 12.
I think based on this performance graph as well, you can see 4 different teams' very, very unique journey in general here. Autobotz obviously making one of the biggest comebacks coming from day 2 and then day 3. This is where they started to rack up some serious points, which resulted in them being in the table toppers right now. But of course, when we talk about finished leaders, Lobster is gotta be the guy you have to be watching out for. A super underrated player that has been competing in the circuit for the longest time, but this time it is his moment of shining here, because now he is the guy with the most amount of finishes and also the most amount of finishes in a single match earned individually thus far here in BMSD.
Yeah, I mean, Lobster has been very impressive for the side of Autobotz, and that was needed as well. We keep talking about him, we keep talking about Arib as well, who is the usual suspect in terms of backing Lobster up. But this time, Necro things have changed, because as we look at the damage leaders, Lobster is there, of course, 58 finishes, so he's going to be number 1 in damage as well. But there's Ralphie instead of Arib from Autobotz Esports in this list.
One thing is for sure, Ralphie's probably one of those guys on the back line just constantly poking through, and that's why he's got so much damage on the board. But to be honest, for Autobotz Esports, yesterday's day was miraculously good. And as we mentioned, right, Lobster getting 12 finishes in that one game, that has to be the record setter. But hey, we also got to talk about Mysterious 4 and 4TR. These are some of the teams yesterday. They had a bit of a tough day.
Yeah, I mean, Mysterious 4 in particular, because day 1, day 2, Mysterious 4, we felt they were consistent, but yesterday was a little bit of a slowdown. But there's one more reason why this face-off is very important. A team sitting on the 12th position and the other one sitting on the 13th.
Yeah, exactly. But 4TR making one of the biggest comeback yesterday as well is one of the reasons why 4TR right now is in the running to try and qualify into the semi-finals here. This feels like a repeat of their run during the lower brackets run as well for 4TR, which again, no one expected them to be doing well. Day 1, day 2, dead last, almost near towards where EVOX is currently in. But on day 3 is where they start to pick up pace, which yesterday we did see coming from 4TR. So I would say if they maintain their consistency from yesterday's performance, 4TR should have enough points to sneak into the top 12 by the end of the day.
The opportunity is there. They've created an opening for themselves, but it is going to be very important for them to capitalize in the matches today as well. Every single team will get an opportunity to play 4 matches, and in those 4 games, they're going to need enough points to push through and get themselves in the top 12 at the end of the day.
We've also got the schedule popping up on the screen, and the best part about the schedule is that no Sanox will be played. That means we're going to kick things off on the map of Miramar, and then Erangel will be once again over there. And just like the cycle will keep on repeating itself. Back towards the conversation that we're having, right?
Yeah.
Teams with a possible chance to make a comeback. I believe Blitz Esports, they will have it in the back. That's what I personally think.
I mean, see, that did happen in the previous round. It was the last day that Blitz actually just blitzed through inside of the top 12, and we were all caught off guard completely, along with the teams. But let's start talking about the matches, because game number 1, it is going to be Group A versus Group B. We have Victorious Sumus, EVOX from this group, and Medal from Group A are the teams that I will look forward to. When it comes to Group B, I guess, Necro, we know your name. Blitz, anyone else you would like to mention?
To be honest, even God's Omen, there's a big chance even they can install that major comeback. And to be honest, speaking of NoNx as well, this is another one of those teams that can definitely be the dark horses. One massive game for NoNx, and they can instantly be back in the race as well.
See, that's the thing, right? Like, when we talk about teams, right, you have been name-dropping for quite some time right now here, and I feel like based on what we are seeing in contention here, realistically, 4 teams are pretty much qualified into the semi-finals. But realistically, there is about 10 teams that is fighting for the 12th, the top 12. That is very, very close. Either they get kicked out or making their way in. But at the same time, if you put it a different way as well, is that realistically now with 4 matches, technically only 6 slots are available. I
mean, 6 spots available, because anyone over that 85-point marker is pretty much safe today. Should be an easy day, but we have all the predictions on our screens right about now. Maisie with NoNx, Anki with Medal, Sparrow goes for Revenant Xspark, Engineer, YT went with Tamilan Esports, Ravan, Wyld Fangs, Necro you went for Blitz, so you actually believe in them. I am expecting Godlike to stabilize. Salty has gone for Wyld Fangs along with Ravan. I see you went with God's Reign.
Interesting enough, I was able to have a very, very interesting chat with Robin as well. They had a heart-to-heart talk with themselves in the team here, and the only reason why they're not performing, it's a personal issue, and that's between themselves. Basically, they are feeling lack in terms of confidence here. They had a heart-to-heart talk to figure out things on whether or not can they actually pull through, because every single time they're playing the game, they're not playing the game because they're afraid most of the time, and the moment they feel a little bit more confident is where they will be shining the most, and that's the biggest problem that he personally told me about God's Reign, and I feel like, okay, that's a pretty simple thing to overcome. Just feel confident.
I think, but on day number 2, God's Reign actually ended up doing quite well for themselves.
Look, to be honest, I had a conversation with Destro as well, and that man was in a negative mindset. I'm not going to lie. He was like, you know what? Yeah, we do want to go aggressive. We do want to go aggressive, but we're just choking every single fight we've got. And yeah, we deserve to be at the final page. That's what he was saying. That's how negative he was. But I do believe that God's Reign, they're one of those teams that knows how to pull themselves out of these situations. They've been put in these type of situations time and time in the past as well. And Destro, this man has so much experience. Let's be honest, I think God's Reign's going to make it out.
See, while you guys were going ahead and having conversations with the teams that were struggling, I kind of had an opportunity to talk to NoNx Esports, and this is a funny thing. This isn't going to be something serious. We have Lobster stats. We're going to talk about him in a bit, but apparently Ash has banned Shiraj from using explosive bows anymore inside of the game.
Yeah, we also saw
Shiraj was rubbing it on Robin's face as well just now. It's like, oh, when's your turn to qualify?
Hey, but this man looks locked in, and hopefully his teammates alongside with him also perform today, because Lobster, he has been doing a lot of heavy lifting so far for Autobotz Esports, and I think the way they survived the semi-finals, not the quarters, because Autobotz pretty much already on their way towards the semi-finals, I think, is only when the entire team clicks together. Same goes for Scary Jot. He's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for Vasista.
I mean, the man is heavy himself, so of course he got to be doing the heavy lifting, right? And to be honest, in general, speaking of Scary Jot, this man is probably one of the most consistent performers inside the lineup as well. You talk about Vasista Esports, you talk about his past banner as well. Scary Jot has always been there in the forefront. He used to be part of BotArmyEsports, and we know he's put up some insane clutches too in the past.
You know, it's interesting that you actually brought up the Scary Jot as well, because based on his performance from BGIS, he was the solo hard carry from BotArmyEsports. But after the split with Team Aryan, or I would say ex-BotArmyEsports during BMPS, they proceeded to win. He did not qualify as well. And even then, his performance during his journey with Vasista was like he was hard carrying really, really hard. But this time, it feels like he's not solo playing a lot of times. He's not solo carrying, and it feels like the team is very, very team-oriented now rather than, you know, relying on him hard carrying for points.
Yeah, because they don't let him push anymore. I think that is the play style difference that we've noticed.
Vasista Esports is much more conserved, if that makes sense. They like to play it reserved. They're not really someone who likes to just go straight up aggressive inside of the fights. We've seen them just opt out for the tactical ways. And yeah, in general, speaking of Vasista Esports, we've also got another tactical team, and that's going to be NINZA. I had the opportunity to talk with the boys, and the man mentioned that, yeah, today, the moment we qualify, we're going to try to go aggressive and polish our gunplay as well.
They are in a decent position right now, as we see 86 points on the overall leaderboard with 45 finishes to their name. NINZA, I think we were just happy that day number 3 turned out too well, because the first 2 days of the tournament, and of course not just that, their performance in round 1 was absolutely horrible. It gave me nightmares, to be honest.
It's weird considering that even their upper bracket run was horrible as well, if you think about it, and how NINZA, because we were actually doubting what happened to the NINZA, which nobody believed them to be a top contender during BMPS, and then proceeded to be the runner-up of BMPS, which is very, very impressive run. And then after coming on BMSD, we could not see any of that. Only yesterday is where we start to see things like, oh, NINZA was able to win a lot of games.
All right, but game number 1, we are just about to head into the action soon enough. I want to know your picks for this first game. Who would you like to see bounce back in this first match?
I just want to see Blitz Esports. Come on, it's not even a question. I think Blitz Esports has got it in the back.
I see.
God's Reign.
God's Reign? All right, I mean, you just went with your overall predictions as well, but I guess that has to happen. Game number 1, very important for anyone that is struggling on the second or the last page. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like everyone is locked in to kick off the last day of the quarterfinals. Here we go towards Erangel.
As the plane's now going to be in the skies once again on the deserted lands of Miramar, starting all the way from El Pozo towards the opposite side, which is going to be truck stop. This plane flat path heavily tilted towards the northern side. If the teams do want to move down south now, that's going to be a tough stretch.
You know, I like how we kind of pranked everybody as well. The first match is actually Miramar and not Erangel here. But all things considered, the flight path is going to be a pretty northern shift here. So teams heading down towards the south side here, Minas, Prison, Protona, going to have a little bit of struggle. But we do not see a lot of teams favoring those vicinities here. So Chuma Serra is a little bit of a stretch here, so they do need a couple of vehicles along the highways down south of Monte Nuevo to actually survive this. So I would say a lot of teams are going to be contesting that. So we may expect a couple of drop collisions here, so in that regards, if this was a very usual standard game. And why I mean by that is that because today is the last day, today is going to be a do or die situation. Teams who's pretty much in the top may actually prove to be playing spoilers for today itself.
Yeah, and right now you've got NINZA heading towards Montenuevo. As I mentioned a while ago, I had the opportunity to talk to the coach of NINZA, and that's what he mentioned too. The moment we get those 10 points that are necessary for the overall standings, we're going to go aggressive, and we're going to try to polish our gunplay before heading towards the semifinals, which makes a lot of sense. And it feels like NINZA, for them, that's the only thing that's lacking.
Yeah, I agree. And seems like the circle is going to be shifting onto his Pozo as well. Blitz does have prime position to just wait things out. NINZA also has a lot of luxury to actually choose their first phase pit stops before they actually decide on what they want to do. Same can be said for Autobotz, but whereas for the rest of the teams, 4TR official, Madkings, EVOX, they are going to be having a little bit of a tough time here rotating in just because of the fact that Phoenix is going to be gatekeeping the southeastern highway of this circle. So they do need to be a little bit quicker if they want to get some spots in the zone, because this is going to be a very tricky one just because it is divided into 4 quadrants if you dissect it on a minor scale, just because in Monte Nuevo, those 4 quadrants pretty much is a huge gamble on where the circle may or may not be.
Yeah, but hold on to that thought. We've got God's Omen in the close proximity of another team that's right next to him, and that's going to be Blitz Esports. Both the teams dropping towards El Pozo, and I'm pretty sure soon someone has to be the one to engage inside of the fight. Speaking of Blitz, of course, they've still got a massive fighting chance. Blitz pretty much likes to install that comeback in the final few moments of the stage, and once again, the final few moments are over here. And Blitz, they need to do something. They need a blitzkrieg through the overall standings directly towards the quarterfinals.
Well, can they do it is going to be the question here as well. It's been a while since I've seen Blitz actually do really well. Global brackets, they had the same run with 4TR official where no one expected them to do well. On day 3, day 4, they start to slow and steadily actually get some points and then qualifying their way through into the quarterfinals itself. So hopefully, it is going to be a trend coming from these two teams. But now, speaking of trends here, Mysterious4 Esports, they came in swinging really hard from their debut performance here in BMSD. But here in the quarterfinals, after day 1, things hasn't been looking good for Mysterious4.
Consistency dropping down to Mysterious4. Now with a lot of questions in their mind. There's a few teams around the players of Mysterious4 as well, and one of them is also going to be Madkings, so they need to be a little bit more careful of that banner. And we all know Madkings, they're one of those teams that are looking pretty comfortably in the overall standings, so you would not want to mess around with them.
I think the two teams that is in the top 12 right now that is going to be having a little bit of a do-or-die situation is going to be Wyld Fangs and also Madkings, because considering the fact that these are the only two teams that had a -5 at the start of the entire quarterfinals themselves here, it's great. They made it to top 12. But if they do not qualify and they lose by like a 2 or 3 points, that's going to hurt them mentally even more in the near future.
I'm pretty sure that will. And to be honest, knowing the fact that Wyld Fangs, they've got Manya, Madkings, they've got Shadow and Clutch God, I highly doubt the qualification is going to be a problem. Should be able to directly storm through towards semifinals. You've also got Nebula Esports, another team on the latter half of the board. Expectations are through the roof from this banner, but still for some reason the performance is lacking. Nebula Esports, we know the firepower they possess, it's a lot. But still, for some reason, we haven't seen that firepower being replicated inside of the game.
You know what I would really like to see coming from Nebula Esports, considering their track record in 2025 in general? When's the coach going to play?
I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Even though he's not registered, it's been a while since we've seen the coach play. And of course, you know, there were a lot of history behind Nebula Esports on the things that happened in the past.
Oh, you're talking about Amit. He's not a part of Nebula Esports anymore, man.
Okay.
He's now part of K9 Esports.
Ooh. My apologies. But of course, so be it. But they're still in the running for now. They're 61 points, so technically they just need like 20 points, 25 points, 26 points.
Yeah.
They should be able to sneak into top 12.
61 points on the board. As you mentioned, probably around 25 to 30 points. Should push them around the safety block. 4TR, that's another one of those banners that we know does have a lot of potential. And even they can qualify easily. But hold on to that thought. NINZA, one man just stuck in a corner. And now the entirety of Vasista Esports, they collapse. It's RECKONING just completely trapped. And at this point in time, the only possible way RECKONING can make it out alive is by getting freed by the players of Vasista, and that's what happens.
Oh, that's so unfortunate of RECKONING as well. He parked his vehicle outside in the middle of the compounds as well, could not go for an exit strategy. And just like that, Vasista Esports flushes them out and gets a very, very easy freebie. And just like that, NINZA, they are going to lose out just because they took too long to actually loot up from Monte Nuevo. Early rotation from Vasista Esports catches them off guard, which is huge. Meanwhile, all those gunshots has been heard by Venom from Meadow. But the problem is, they're a little bit spread out here. So I don't think he wants to actually try and challenge this. But with this information, he may look to try and rotate around Vasista Esports, or maybe even use them as a distraction for a later fight. But for now, he's all by himself. He's going to keep tabs for a little bit, and I'm pretty sure Lucifer was able to hear those gunshots as well, so he has a rough idea that there is approximately 2 teams in Vasista's direction.
Well, it's got Nebula Esports around that same fray. So I guess even Nebula Esports can be the one to take that part inside of the fight. But so far for God's Omen, they're way too far back in the overall standing, just 36 points on the board. And as we mentioned, if they do manage to get 4 solid games, then maybe there's still a chance that they can qualify. But at the same time, they need to pray to their gods that the teams in the top 12, they start to choke. That's the only possible way you can find the breaching point. EVOX, a team that's got nothing to lose. If they want, they can definitely play the spoiler.
They're definitely going to be playing spoilers for sure. Only way they qualify, chicken dinners on all 4 games. And even then, the percentage of getting into the top 12 is close to like maybe 10% chance, maybe even lesser than that if you think about the odds here. for them to actually qualify. But mathematically, if we were to put it on a maximum value points percentage, which currently is held by Seoul, 32 points in a single match. So, well, mathematically still possible for EVOX.
That's too much. Let's be honest. But hold on to that thought. Madkings, they spot out Sensei. Once again, Sensei and his shenanigans. Somehow the man's still alive, and Sensei is actually going to make it out alive, even harms-free. How is this even possible? How does this even happen? That should have been an off, but there we go. The vehicle explodes, and now that's going to be a personal lock for Clutch God. As he finds that knockout against the players of Revenant Xspark, that's also going to be a bit of that side relief. All the whiff shots now finally paying off. They were on the vehicle. And now for Revenant Xspark, they're off to a bad start. But looking at the next zone shift, it's going to take a curveballing shift all the way down south. And Revenant Xspark, they need to find a way to take an exit from this spot. Look at Madkings. Rotating all the way around now, just want to engulf the players of Revenant Xspark. They want to surround him completely. And you've got Godin inside of the compound. Positions compromised. Godin, the man's getting charged on by the entirety of Madkings. And somewhere down line, Revenant Xspark, they're not going to be feeling too confident inside of the fight, but they still mess up big time. Madkings, how do you mess up a fight like this? A man getting knocked out now. Once again, Revenant Xspark, they spring back to life. They've got some sort of advantage, but here we go. It's Apollo to kick things off, and then Nate's going to find the stability.
Now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Revenant Xspark, they get the confirmation on Golden Pro. Still in position to be picked off, but Revenant Xspark, Sensei is still stranded. He was picked up from the initial knock here, coming from Madkings. And just like that, Revenant Xspark, they cannot commit to this fight just because they are kind of spread out. So Madkings, they will be able to hold on for a little bit, but they need to clean out Sensei first before Shadow OG can regroup with the rest of the pack. And it seems like Revenant Xspark may look to try and disengage from this fight, but Sensei needs some sort of backup. His vehicle's a little bit too far off. He's lost one just because initially it was exploded. And now they are going to double down to try and protect him. And Shadow OG may get pushed from this. It's Madkings. They have attracted a lot of attention as well from the horizon. Victorious Summers has heard all these commotions, and they do also need to drive past these two teams before heading inside the zone.
Utilities tossed out in the hopes of finding some sort of knock, but that's not the case. And Revenant Xspark, they've already lost out in the main man, Godin. Pretty much majority of the firepower cut off as well, and now it's also Victorious Sumus taking those shots. It's the players of Madkings falling prey to it, and Revenant Xspark, for them, this can be an easy bite. But even Victorious Sumus, they start to surround the players of Revenant Xspark as well at the same time. Victorious Sumus, this third party's perfect. Cheyenne, he's just driving around the fray. And now will also get his hands on the free loot that's there just lying around in the corner. Victorious Sumus with the most amount of advantage inside of the fight. And Madkings, they're just going to try to make that escape. A few fadeaway shots are taken from the side of Cheyenne, but no connections found yet.
Oh my goodness, they took too long. Victorious Summers was able to capitalize a little bit on this point, but Madkings, they had the initial knock on towards Revenant Xspark. They could have used it as an opportunity to sneak into the zone. But with that being said, because of this commitment, both Revenant Xspark and Madkings are hurting, not just in terms of formation, the numbers game, they're also getting out-rotated by everybody else in this lobby. And this is not looking good for either teams here. Revenant Xspark now has to play defense now. Play safe, they're outside the zone, and now the circle shift. And I think right before this circle, I did mention this as well, it is divided by 4 quadrants. It is a big, big gamble. And Phoenix Esports does have full control on the south side because they were the first team to get dibs, but for some reason, everybody is hoarding around Phoenix now. Yeah,
now the zone is just constantly forming down south. Phoenix Esports finding themselves in this max center. Then you've also got Vasista Esports around the northern side. Meta NINZA as well playing towards the top left. This one's going to be a tough game for Meta NINZA to be converted. Autobotz Esports, the late breachers inside of the circle. I want to see how they're going to be the one to play this one out. And Reckoning Esports, another team with a concerning spot in the overall standings. Just 41 points on the board. Reckoning Esports as well, they need an average of 15 points per game. And to be honest, if you ask me, that seems impossible.
Well, speaking of which here, in this entire lobby, Autobotz does have a very, very good track record when it comes to hard zone shifts. And so far, they are the only few teams that has good success rate when it comes to pushing in towards the zone based on the meta itself, where getting center control percentage of winning is very, very high. And I'm curious to see how Autobotz actually overcomes this circle. It's because it's not really an easy circle to play, just because number one, there is the valley. Number two, there is no man's land, which is the roads on Ladrilla pretty much a free-for-all shooting range for every single team camping on top of the mountains on the southern side. So
oh no,
I want to see how they go for the push. But meanwhile, as soon as I say this, they get picked off.
Yeah, Autobotz Esports as well falling prey. And at this point in time for Autobotz Esports, the late breaching was not exactly their thing. And that too, the big man's down, Lobster. The man who was able to pop off yesterday is not there in the game anymore. At least he's knocked out. Revival may be possible. But the players of Tamilan Esports, they're desperate to get that elimination point confirmed. Even the Blues taking away a lot of damage constantly. You've got iQOO just tapping away with the Mini 14. He wants to get the confirmation. Tamilan Esports is going to be feeling good, but Dazzle's knocked out from their side. But eventually they do get the revival, so now things are looking good and dandy. Autobotz Esports closing on up towards the fallen comrade. They want to get the revival on towards Lobster. And somehow they might just get it through as well.
Oh, they actually got it as well. I'm very surprised by this, but again, Necro, I'm concerned. 45 seconds left before Stage 4 begins. This is going to bleed out utilities. Tamilan Esports, they don't really have a lot of mets here. 3 first aid kits on iQOO is great, but Stage 4 circle shift, it is going to be a little bit of a tough call here, but here comes the rush. They make the call. Lobster is able to do some serious damage. They didn't get the 2 knocks in, but they will lose their lives in the process. So Tamilan Esports will get 2 points, but the circle looks like they are going to make an attempt on this. This is very, very sketchy here coming from Tamilan Esports.
Out in the open, there's Ralphie approaching the fight now, and Autobotz Esports, they know the fallen players do need some sort of cavalry. Autobotz Esports, they've already taken heavy damage upon themselves. Arib is all the way on the opposite side. It's beautiful crossfire from the side of Autobotz, and Arib, he decides to strike. And it's going to be perfect strike as well, but even Arib falls down. Look at who's there in the elimination feed. It's going to be the players of Revenant Xspark now, third party in this entire fray. Autobotz Esports, for them, it's going to be a tough fight to be converted, but also the same thing can be said for the players of Tamilan Esports too. Tamilan Esports, they get the confirmation on the knock player of Autobotz Esports. Now 3 elimination points already secured from Tamilan Esports.
Oh, no.
But now even the Playzone's doing a lot of damage, and within the blink of an eye, the entirety of Tamilan Esports, they come crashing down.
Oh, they messed up big time. Circle 4 popped up at the moment they got knocked. They just had no time to actually reset this. And just like that, even Autobots will bleed out to the zone. And Revenant Xspark, just because they were able to scout out this rotation, they gave a couple of love taps, pressured 2 teams, and just like that, both teams get eliminated outside the zone. And another team to join them is going to be Madkings, as they will flush down by Meta NINZA. And for some reason, the weakest team at the start of this rotation here was Revenant Xspark and Madkings. And now Revenant Xspark is able to survive and get a couple freebies themselves.
Madkings eliminated from the game, and Meta NINZA securing 3 finishes off of that. That's solid. But look at Mysterious 4. Just waiting for the players of Omen to make some sort of mistake. And Buddy, he finds the connection, and that's going to be an instant knock as well. Buddy, he finds a quick 2-piece on the board, and just like that, he gets the confirmations too. Omen in shambles. They should not have made that pounce like that. No proper team coordination. The remaining 2 players still all the way in the far fray, and I highly doubt they can do anything at this point. Even Max gets picked off by victorious Sumus. And now just one last man standing for Omen, and that's going to be Beast, and even the man's on the run.
What a defense coming from Bunny himself. But at the same time, Victorious Sumus, they have been lurking here. And Victorious Sumus is trying to wait for a mishap before they push through. The terrains are very difficult to push in. And Mysterious 4, they get the full reset through. At this time, they are going to be repositioning to try and stop Victorious Sumus from entering inside the zone here. But while they're actually doing that as well, from afar, Phoenix is also looking in this general direction. As you can see, Hero is a little bit paranoid right now. His position is kind of compromised by multiple angles. May not look to try and fight this against Victorious Sumus.
Omen, that one massive mistake just costed him the entire game. Making that push against the players of Mysterious 4, probably one of the worst mistakes they came up with. And looking at the players of Meta NINZA as well, how they exactly dismantled the entirety of Madkings. They were just out in the open. Easy target practice for the boys, and they just claimed those elimination points. And yeah, this was the mistake I was talking about. For some reason, these 2 players were all by themselves, making that push against Mysterious 4. I'm not sure what they were thinking.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. And even then as well, one of their players were scrambling away and was picked off by Mysterious Sumus. Victorious Sumus. And just like that, they're going to crumble. Beast, last hope left for Omen. If they want to stand a chance to qualify into the top 12, he needs some points to get the ball rolling for the next few matches here. And in this case, that's 3 more matches, including this would be 4, considering that it is pretty much done for, at least for this game for God's Omen.
True. The next zone shift is going to be important, though. It's crucial. So we can find out how the game's going to be shifting. And yeah, it's going to be shifting right on top of the place of NINZA. They found a beautiful spot to play with. But still, it's all the way towards the extremity. Maybe they can make the most out of it. Bob's got NoNx around the centric part. NoNx Esports as well on the off-center. A lot of these teams probably in a decent spot as well, but there's so many teams still outside of the circle, and that's where the real chaos will start to bloom. And the moment I say so, you see Victorious Sumus taking a fight against the players of EVOX. EVOX is one of those teams all the way at the bottom in the overall standings. Victorious Sumus, they're also taking shots even from the backlines. That's going to be Mysterious4, constantly chipping away. EVOX, they are able to find that knock-on towards Snowjawed, but eventually for EVOX, they still need to take a fight and brawl against the players of Victorious Sumus no matter what.
Yeah, you can see the brawl coming in. Always tried to go for the confirmation, but he himself was picked off from behind. Mysterious4, he's able to pin Victorious Sumus in a corner here alongside with EVOX. Those two teams, they don't really need those points, but at the same time, Mysterious4 desperately needs to claim all these points here. They've got 4 finishes in the back. They're doing decently well, but they're still not exactly inside zone yet. And it seems like Mysterious4, they will back off to try and reposition for zone control. While Victorious Sumus will have to continue their journey with only Cheyenne and Mafia, who again are having the circle coming through from behind. EVOX also chooses to disengage and push for circle. So this fight will be postponed to a later time.
EVOX tossing out smoke grenades. Also taking the shots in the far fray. Victorious Sumus, they're also finding a few picks against the players of 4TR, but now as we move on towards the players of Blitz, they've got a bit of that problem brewing up on the screen. It's the players of Reckoning Esports constantly being a menace to the players of Blitz, but even Reckoning, they're getting ripped apart. A third party from somewhere else, these long-range shots, they're really proven out to be devastating, and it's EVOX taking those shots from the far fray. Now for Reckoning Esports, it's just Dion staying alive. Utilities tossed out from Dion in the hopes of finding some sort of connection, but instead he takes away his own teammate's life.
That's really, really unfortunate as well. And he also got scouted out as by Trace God from Revenant Xspark. For some reason, this 2-man army has been doing it, coming in from Revenant Xspark. But the question here is, how much more can they push this? They are currently in 11th position in terms of this game in particular. They've got 1 point, but they need a little bit more if they want to cross that 89-point threshold. Obviously, they do have those safety cushion, but better safe than sorry.
Mysterious4, Hero, the only man surviving. And now he knows he's got a lot of that burden on his shoulders. 76 points on the board so far in the overall tally, and Mysterious4, they probably need around 20 points in the span of 4 games. It's doable. But the way things really kicked off in this game, that raises a lot of questions, but hold on to that thought. NoNx Esports now taking a fight against Victorious Sumus, and just like that, Sumus, they come crashing down. Solid stuff from NoNx Esports, and it's Veron getting 5 finishes all by himself.
Yeah, he's pretty much used up all his ammunition here. Was able to stock up a little bit here from his teammates, but he's down towards the last 60 bullets. He's used out a lot of ammunition. NoNx Esports, they're not holding back. Shiraj, I would say, would be the ammo hoarder here. He's got 300 bullets in his magazines.
Yeah.
In reserves here.
He's
not sharing it with Veron though.
He's probably going to toss some soon. Another zone shift. It's going to be a centralized shift once again. But it's having a bit of that piece of the pie for themselves. But Beer Baba, he gets knocked out. It's not a good thing. Vasista Esports taking those shots against NINZA. The big man Beard not there in the game anymore. NoNx as well, just positioning themselves around another side. And Vasista Esports just driving around the players of NINZA. They've also got Pro P in the nearby proximity. And to be honest, for NINZA, they just want to find a way to disengage from the fight. And that's what Dragon OP's doing. Gets his teammate inside of the vehicle, instantly escapes away from that spot.
What a save coming from NINZA. Reaper providing those cover fire, Pro OP a little bit hesitant to actually go for those committed peek there. And just like that, they disengage. And they aren't going to be able to save Beard Baba from NINZA. As Vasista Esports, they lost out on a point.
True.
And this is a point they need as well. the more the merrier for Vasista Esports if they want to retain their top 12.
To be honest, Vasista Esports is chilling. 81 points on the block already, and they're off to a fantastic start. But look at EVOX. Now they find themselves in the crossfire of Metal Esports. And within a few seconds, EVOX, they just bite the dust. And even Metal Esports, they somehow get eliminated from the game. It's Phoenix from the back, constantly peppering through. Phoenix, they've been an absolute menace, especially Veyron.
He's out of ammunition again, Veyron. He really has not hold the trigger at all. He needs more ammunition. And so far, Phoenix hasn't been able to restock anytime soon. They have done a fantastic job anchoring the center control just now. But now they need to go for a resource run. In this case, where do they get those resources is going to be the question here. Obviously off the bodies of the enemies, but seems like they do need to find a way to get in close and personal in order to do so. And right now, EVOX is going to be the closest target in proximity to Phoenix Esports. But the problem is, oh, he scouted the beast. Veyron, that's your restock right there. He needs to win this fight. He's dropped him down low, 1 HP each side, but nope. He gets the win, and Veyron gets the ammunition restock right here.
Solid stuff. That's also going to be God's Omen's another player down, and that means God's Omen, they've been eliminated from this game. The possibilities of God's Omen making a comeback down the drain. Phoenix Esports still just doing the target practice. Ash all the way in the far fray, just going for those shots. The man's raining down death and destruction. And Veyron's literally a prime example of shoot whatever you see moving. And that's why the man's just burning through ammunition. Vasista Esports, for them now, they just want to find a stable spot inside of the circle, and they're going to find the knock against Beard Baba once again. Meta NINZA in such a bad spot. The players are getting capitalized over and over again. But they do find themselves a bit of that stable compound. Vasista Esports, they're constantly on the prowl, but now look at Ash from the back lines. This man is doing so much damage as Vasista Esports. They're getting absolutely ripped to shreds. But Meta NINZA still in the game with just one man standing, and it's Dragon OP. And this time Dragon, he needs to be the one to step up like an absolute dragon and devour the rest of the competition. And Reaper's able to find that crucial knock as Hector gets knocked out, but still Pro, up close and personal. He shuts down Reaper and even Dragon.
What a shot from Pro OP. Vasista hangs on for their dear lives, make it to the top 6. They've got 6 finishes in the bag. With that being said, including placement points, they should have enough to qualify into the semi-finals here. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be eyeing out on a potential welcome for Vasista Esports back into the semi-finals.
This time, Dragon was not breathing flames. Instead, he was the one who was turned into ash. But now for Revenant Xspark. As Trace, he's only got 1 finish point. There's EVOX in the backlines, but hold on to that thought. What was that spray? Trace does find the connection. Blitz, a man down. A bad start to the final few moments. Revenant Xspark, the only foe behind the players of Blitz Esports. And if Blitz, they do find a cure to this Hamrich, I'm pretty sure there's a big chance Blitz will be storming through with the chicken.
Yeah, Blitz definitely needs this massive game as well. They've got 3 players, only 2 finishes in the bag. They need more points than just 2 points as of yet. They need the chicken dinner if they want to start to go for a miracle run in towards the top 12 here. Whereas the rest of the pack, like Phoenix, they don't really care. They're just spotting the dreams of everybody in this game. And EVOX pretty much done and dusted as well, as they will bow out on 6th place. That's probably it for EVOX now.
Phoenix Esports priming up an aid. Not close enough to find any sort of connection. It's just stripping away damage, that's it. And just look at the amount of elimination points Phoenix has. 13 finishes on the board. That's insane from Phoenix.
Absolute domination here for Phoenix Esports. In particular, Veyron, he might look to try and dethrone Lobster for the most amount of finishes as an individual. He's very close to that target. He's got 7 finishes in the bag, 5 more to go. And fortunately for them, there is 8 more players alive for Phoenix Esports. And if they funnel all those finishes to Veyron, we may look at a potentially new Finnish leader after this game.
True.
If, and only if, they funnel it to him.
An uphill battle for Blitz. Not a lot of chances that they can survive this. And there's also Revenant Xspark in the sideline. So the moment Blitz, they actually do charge inside of a fight, there's going to be an instantaneous third party. What can Blitz do? Probably wait it out the moment they get inside of the circle. But to find a bit of that piece of the pie, Blitz needs to get the risk done. But how do you do it without taking any sort of casualty? That's what Blitz is trying to figure out. NoNx, 2 players still surviving with just 1 finish point on the board. For NoNx, the confidence, it's just missing. You've got Ghana and Zoraver right next to each other. Vasista Esports as well around that same fray. And for Vasista Esports, they've got 2 players standing, Pro and Hector. Revenant Xspark being a constant threat and a pain in the foot for the players of Blitz. And for Blitz, they need to be wary of the fact that there's Phoenix Esports right next to him.
Well, for Revenant Xspark right now, they've done the best of what they can ask for here as a 2-man squad right from the get-go. They made it to top 5, that's some position points. I'm really glad they're playing out of their minds because with that points and this position here, they should have enough points to qualify for semifinals. But of course, based on their position now, it is an uphill battle. Blitz is going to be the immediate threat for them. And while they push up, Vasista Esports may stalk them as well. As Fierce slowly but surely losing out on playing field here. Needs to make a push. Blitz Esports, they know exactly where he is as well. Vico's pretty much done and dusted as well.
Yeah. Blitz now finally realizing they can't play it passive anymore. An uphill battle for Blitz, and they already do find the initial knocks. What just happened to Phoenix Esports? Elimination points being stolen away by the players of NoNx, but Blitz, they found themselves on the advantage side of the spectrum. Phoenix down to a 2-man squad, and the same thing can be said even for the side of Blitz, but Sarvar gets knocked out too. Now the fight's taken down to 1-on-2. For Blitz, they've got too many teams to be careful of. It's all to the players of Revenant Xspark in the back lines. It's all to Phoenix Esports in the front. And now for Phoenix, they need to take the fight against NoNx. And Sharaj gets knocked out. Mistakes after mistakes from Phoenix Esports. And they need to pay the price for every single bad move they're making. And keep this thing in mind, Blitz is still running inside of the game. Phoenix Esports, now they need to focus on NoNx. And NoNx, they need to be careful of Vasista Esports in the back.
Oh no, Ash only has 10 bullets left. He's out of ammunition. There's only so much he can do. He's smoking up Shiraj to try and pick him up, but seems like without vehicles, without support fire, there's only so much he can do. NoNx needs to push out of cover, and Blitz is going to go for the hunt here. Savar spots out a remnant, or in this case, a pixel of NoNx. Takes a couple jab in as they try to make a move inside the zone. But Phoenix, they are done and dusted, and we are down towards the final 3 team, NoNx, Blitz. Oh, hold that thought for now. It's going to be Blitz versus NoNx now. Both teams needs the chicken dinner if they want to stand and shout for top 12. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. Kanha, Jorawar from NoNx against Sorev and Savar from Blitz.
Not a lot of finish points in the hands of NoNx. But for Blitz, this can definitely be the exact game they're looking for. And Devault's got the maximum advantage with them. Blue's on the move, and it's also going to force the players of NoNx out of their comfort zone. And that's when Blitz is going to go for that strike. Utilities tossed out. Every single piece of util is now being thrown against the players of NoNx in the hopes of finding at least that one single knock. But nothing is being found yet. And Blitz, they do find the first strike. Ghana is already down. Zaraver, the second man, on the verge of being knocked out. He does have a little bit of that piece of cover to play with, but the UMP-45, it's going to shred through the flesh as it's Blitz to take the first game instantly in their hands.
What a game coming in from Blitz. A well-deserved victory. They've got themselves the chicken dinner and 6 finishes. But even NoNx, GG, well played to them because these are 2 teams desperately needs points to make it to top 12. With the start of day 4 itself, they are looking to make a bounce back, a comeback to try and sneak in. You can see a little bit of disappointments coming from NoNx, but still, it is a very, very good effort coming from both these 2 teams.
It was a good effort. Necro, you have showcased a lot of belief in Blitz today, and they start off on a good note. It turns out day 4 is the day of comeback for this particular team.
I mean, to be honest, these days my predictions have been on point. Maybe I should also buy a lottery ticket. Of course, never do that. It's not a good thing. But back towards the main stuff, right? As we were speaking of NoNx and Blitz, we were hoping that maybe NoNx and Blitz would actually make a comeback as well. And finally, they've mounted that. But for NoNx, they should have had a few more elimination points.
But even though these 2 teams placed exactly what I was coming to it, because even though these 2 teams placed in the top 2 of this particular game, the finishes were just vacuumed up by Phoenix Esports. That will become a problem if you can't consistently finish in the top 3 of the matches moving forward. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's time to charge forward into those fights for both Blitz and NoNx.
Exactly, and speaking of the fights as well, this is a little bit of aggression here coming from Blitz Esports, but they definitely played this really, really well based on how they position themselves in the zone as well. You can see the excitement coming from Blitz Esports. They needed this chance as well. It feels like they've been given some sort of hope here, as they try to make the pounds back in. This is not a very dominating game for Blitz Esports, but it does give them some sort of hope to gather points for the top 12.
Hey man, 16-point start to the day is still good and a no-point start,
Of course.
which was the case for another team, Necro, you had a lot of belief in. God's Omen, what happened to them?
Yeah, for God's Omen now, the chances of them making a comeback are down the drain. I really wanted to show some fade because God's Omen, once again, it's one of those lineups that we've seen for such a long time in the past.
Yeah.
So I had a bit of that belief in them.
Listen, we are talking about these fresh faces on the block, but amongst all of this chaos, it seems like Revenant Xspark, their struggles are just getting worse. Game number 1 not going well, but hopefully the second match they can turn things around. But talking about game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to happen after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the BMSD 2025 quarterfinals day 4 itself. It is the final day of the quarterfinals here. It is going to be a do or die situation for all the teams competing so far. 24 teams competing and only 12 will advance into the semifinals. My name is ICBaby12. Joining with me is going to be Necro and also Salty as we take you through the journey for game 2 itself here. We saw a little bit mix up here in the map of Miramar and we saw a surprise entry in towards the race for the top 12 here. It is going to be Blitz Esports as well as NoNx with the top 2 finish.
Somewhat down line, I expected Blitz Esports to be there, and today a comeback was definitely expected from a banner like Blitz, right? But NoNx definitely has to be a major surprise. And yeah, still a few known names not really able to establish that comeback as well, and that's going to be a major concern too.
Absolutely, but then you keep everything aside and then you look at NoNx Esports. It seems like their journey at the top of the leaderboard is just dominated with Veyron, 7 eliminations, 930 points of damage. That is insane.
Yeah, Veyron was just going ham on the entire lobby himself here. He's used up all his ammunition.
Yeah.
At one point, it felt like he was trying to challenge Lobster for the title of the most amount of finishes in a single game. But even then, despite them not getting the chicken dinner here, they still get themselves 18 points. Blitz with a nice recovery in terms of points with 16 points. Vasista Esports also making a race for the top 12 here with 13 points. NoNx with 10 points. We've got Victor Summers with 6. Revenant Xspark with 5 points. EVOX with 5. Meta NINZA with 4. However, this huge vacuum of points being absorbed by NoNx Esports is slowly hurting the chances of everybody else trying to make it to top 12 here. In particular, I'm talking about Tamilan Esports, I'm talking about Mysterious 4, I'm talking about Meadow, I'm talking about God's Omen. These 4 teams hurt a lot.
Exactly. For Mysterious 4 especially, right? This is not going to be a good momentum that Mysterious 4 was looking for. Speaking of Tamilan Esports, it's been a while since we've seen Tamilan Esports as well on the forefront. I have a lot of expectations from this banner, and I hope they do make a comeback. But back towards the main conversation that we're having, right? Veyron been able to get so many finish points, and he was literally the prime example of shoot whatever you see moving. Whatever he was seeing moving, he was just constantly taking those shots, and that was one of the main reasons why he ran out of the bullets as well.
I'm genuinely curious how many ammunition he actually used up here, because if I were to give a rough estimation, I think he used up about 550 bullets.
Doesn't
that
really
game.
matter, man, what are you guys talking about? I think now it's time to talk about who qualifies. Blitz Esports, so with that game itself, I think they positioned themselves around the 13th or the 14th position. They're just a few points away to actually dethrone Mysterious 4 from that 12th position. I think it's going to be extremely tight at the end of the day.
Well, fair enough here, because as of now, the competition continues here as we're about to jump in towards Game 2 between this group here to see who is going to be able to rack up some serious points, because we are going back into its El Clasico in the map of Erangel.
As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from George Blue towards the opposite side, which is going to be Sosnoka Military Base. If the teams do want to go towards Yasna, Polyana, Lipovka, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch.
Tough stretch for sure. A lot of gliding will be required. But ladies and gentlemen, this map of Erangel might actually decide a lot, because we are heading closer to that 16 matches mark. And I think majority of the teams, they are going to be starting to build up their cutoff margin, especially a few names over there. Mysterious 4, Blitz Esports, and a couple of names like Wyld Fangs, who are not playing this lobby, but they are going to be closely observing.
True that. You've also got Madkings now heading towards Hospital. And even Vasista Esports, the previous game was not exactly the Vasista Esports' standards, but they did have a decent bit of elimination points. So you can say Vasista Esports is getting the average points flow. But to be honest, knowing the fact that it's Vasista Esports, we expect a lot more from them. But they've already qualified, so I highly doubt Vasista Esports is going to try to pull a rabbit out of their hats at this point in time. You've also got NINZA heading towards Quarry. NINZA is one of those teams still looking for a decent bit of points to at least solidify that slot.
Absolutely. I think majority of these teams, be it NINZA, Vasista Esports, they just need those couple of points, especially that one big game to solidify their position inside of the semi-finals. But as of yet, that is not coming their way. And it seems like, Necro, one of those big games, they come across you when you play 16 matches quite easily. But maintaining that average seems like a more difficult task, as the circle does pop up in front of our screens. And it's way too tilted towards the south. We are heading towards Primorsk, ladies and gentlemen. And Tamilan Esports, you were talking about this team. They're going to be happy about this.
Definitely a big chance. Tamilan Esports can have a lot of points in the pocket. But we've seen a lot of these teams actually mess these type of zones up as well, especially when the zone forms on top of you. A lot of these teams are known for choking. So let's hope that NINZA, let's hope that Tamilan Esports, they're not going to choke this game up.
You know, the problem for Tamilan is that NINZA, Phoenix Esports, and Victoria Summers, all three teams that are surrounding this lineup, I guess majority of them have solidified their position inside of the top 12. So I guess there will be problems for Tamilan. They are going to be looking for those finish points quite aggressively. That might deter their journey inside the semi-finals.
Definitely it can. NoNx on the screens. 0 finishes on the board from NoNx, and to be honest, the previous game was definitely a bit of that uplifter.
Again, at the start of the game, how do you expect NoNx to actually have more than 0 eliminations, Necro?
Hey, I mean, come on, just go for a clash, you know?
That is exactly what NoNx needs, though. We saw the 10 points from the last game. I think it was quintessential. They started their journey from 50 points. Now they're sitting at 60, but they need a lot more of that. We were discussing about this, especially before the broadcast had started, how teams can still mathematically make it in, but it's still not practical. Getting 10 points in every single one of those matches, 40 points in exact, I guess that is going to be a much difficult task.
To be honest, for NoNx, the previous game has to be a major confidence lifter.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, in this game, NoNx should not be the one to avoid the fights. Instead, they should be the one to head on first in the fight. So let's see how it's going to be panning out for NoNx. And luckily enough for NoNx, the zone's not too bad. The moment they get their hands on a basic loot, they should instantly move down south towards Primorsk and try and get their hands on a better compound.
This zone, this circle, will actually force majority of the teams to play it from the shorelines. I guess the teams coming in from the south, teams migrating from the north, majority of them will try to eliminate that regions of Gatka, will try to eliminate all the Greenland that exists, because you don't really find a lot of cover over there. Majority of the compounds that you find are going to be along the lines of Feripia, Primorsk, and that Quarry region. So I guess that is exactly where the fights are going to be like. So if you want to gather some points, rack up some points in your kitty, make sure you're the first movers, make sure you get yourself good positioning inside of those compounds, and just hold on to it till the very end. I think that is going to be the mantra for the game.
If you ask me, Phoenix Esports is probably going to be the most dominant team in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
They've got the fair pair control and also a few compounds around it. And especially with a man like Siraj and Veron in form, it's really going to be tough to breach through him. 4TR, the previous game was an absolute flop. This game has to be on point. 4TR is one of those banners that has given us the hope, especially inside of the quarterfinals. Now we think that there's definitely a chance that even 4TR can make it. But for 4TR, they rely too heavily on Painter's life, which is not a good thing. You should never rely on just one man's performance. As a team, you should be there up front.
I 100% agree with you. I think Painter's life has been that massive player for that team. Impact, I guess you can call him the impact player if we can use terms from other sports. But nonetheless, have a look at that. Squad finish leaders on our right-hand side of our screens. And it seems like majority of the names who are at the top will be there. Autobotz Esports, NoNx Esports, Revenant Xspark, Madkings. Surprisingly, Blitz does make it to the list, but they are still struggling. What can be the issue?
For Blitz, in my opinion, the start was fantastic. They've still got 3 more games to go, by the way. Imagine an average of 7 to 8 points per game in the upcoming 3 games, and Blitz can easily qualify.
Depends, I guess, on how the matches for the rest of the teams go by.
I mean, imagine, Blitz has got 72 points already.
Yeah.
Imagine 8 points per game, 8 into 3. How much is that?
24?
Yeah, they're 24 points. They've already qualified. There we go. That's going to be 104 points. There's no way Blitz is not going to be qualifying, right? Wait, no, that's 94. All right, my math is kind of bad, I'm not going to lie.
Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, Necro does quite brilliant on the mic. I guess not so much on pen and paper when it comes to mathematics. It's still fine. We've got specific people for specific roles. And NoNx Esports, they are on the role of rotation right now. We did spot a couple of names in the backdrop. Have a look at this. God's Omen, they just skipped past them. And looking at God's Omen, I think their journey is almost done and dusted. They don't really have a lot of lifeline, do they?
I just calculated. That's 96 points.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a little bit slow, but at least they got the job done, right?
Yeah.
Hold on to that thought, though. You've got God's Omen. A lot of the shots were taken from Vasista Esports. And let's be honest at this point. God's Omen, EVOX, no chance for them to qualify. Reckoning Esports, pretty much on the same fray as well. I personally think the teams with more than 50 points, they're the one with a major chance to qualify. The remaining, I don't think there's a way.
Inside of this entire lobby, inside of this top 16 that we have, for us, I think NoNx, Nebula Esports, Tamilan, even 4TR, as a matter of fact, I think are the ones who are going to be sweating the most inside of this lobby. Everyone above and beyond that 75-point mark, I guess they are going to be sitting a little more comfortably, especially Revenant Xspark teams like Madkings as well. They know that they've got majority of the work done, but nonetheless, have a look at this. God's Omen, they decide to crash land against NoNx Esports. A little bit of shots taken from Phantom, but those hovercrafts are going to be protecting those players. NoNx Esports, they know they've qualified already, and now they just want to dish out damage to the lobby.
Literally taking advantage of those hovercrafts, but now it's going to be blown up. And Shogun's out in the open. That's what you get for messing up with an entirety of NoNx Esports. But hold on. Now you've got Autobotz Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum as well. It's Toxic. He gets ran over. And Nebula Esports, within the blink of an eye, they swing back to life with a major advantage. Aimbot, the man's barely surviving on a pixel of HP. It's also Reckoning Esports now knocking on the doors. Nebula Esports, they're on the verge of shutting down the entirety of Autobotz Esports. And Salty, back-to-back flop games for Autobotz Esports, pretty much just concluding these games with next to none points, but they've already qualified.
They certainly have. They don't really mind getting eliminated the first one inside of this lobby, but look at Nebula Esports. They know how desperately they need those points, and they are chasing the lads of Lobster. This is Reckoning Esports, by the way. They were quite close to the lads of NoNx and Medal initially before the start of this fight, but now have a look at this. They spotted that one loose strangler, and of course, they chase him to death. Reckoning Esports, they should have actually done this a little while early, I guess.
But it's fine, though.
A
To be
very
honest,
talented lineup at Necro. If you just look at their squad, they've got Javin, they've got Dionysus, they've got Flock. I guess Flock is one of those technical players who just could not find his impact inside of the Showdown 2025.
the question is, if they're really that talented, what happened then?
Well, only God's plan. We are using the God's plan term a while these days. But have a look at the circle. It seems like the circle could deviate it a little too much onto the western side. We are moving to the shorelines, ladies and gentlemen. Madkings in one of the most beautiful positions to find inside of the circle, and even 4TR. They're making that northern rotation work. I guess they will be eyeing that same piece of real estate. But Madkings, we just talked about them. One of their players just falls.
Yeah, expected. Shadow's the man to get confirmed as well, and it's NoNx. It makes a lot of sense. This team is thirsty for those frags. Finding that first confirmation, and now that's going to be the one finish point on the board. It's going to be quite a good look for them. The next target maybe are the players from Tamilan Esports as well.
I almost felt like Kana is going to stop his buggy over there and start shooting because Tamilan, they can be the next targets. NoNx Esports, it seems like, but they want to reposition themselves first. Tamilan, meanwhile, even they are in the dire need of points. Necro should be crash landing on top of NoNx anytime soon because I guess they get that man advantage, but they need to have that read of the rest of the teams around them.
If I'm not wrong, they just traded positions. NoNx went inside of Primorx, and Tamilan Esports came outside of Primorx. Interesting. But let's see how NoNx is going to be figuring out a good pathway.
It's a little comical, but Tamilan Esports, they actually wanted to scout out the shorelines, but NoNx were already there, and as soon as they faced them, NoNx were like, oh, alright, Tamilan Esports have given up Primorsk, let's just find and get those compounds for ourselves.
Yeah, just want to play inside of Primorx, probably just want to have the maximum security.
Yeah.
And now looking at the players of Vasista Esports still around the outskirts, playing through Quarry. This zone has been a little bit weird. Not a lot of playing surface available in the first place, so a lot of these teams are already in the close proximity.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a big chance we might just see the chaos happen soon. Victorious Sumus right next to the players of Blitz, and this time Blitz, they probably do want to execute that passive playstyle as well. But Blitz, they do not have a good spot inside of the circle. Still all the way in the outskirts. Blitz, they need to find a breaching point as well, but good breaching points are already taken away.
Yeah, but I still feel at Blitz Esports they have an opportunity, especially with Victorious Summers right around them. I guess they have enough time to finish off this fight and then rotate, but it seems like they are prioritizing the circle a little bit more. Meanwhile, though, Lucifer from God's Omen is that one last player from their lineup, and he's just holding his position. Now, this can be detrimental for Victorious Summers. As soon as they try to rotate in, if they do not spot this lad, I guess they can come back firing in the back lines, and that will hurt Victorious Summers quite a lot.
The next zone pops up. It's going to be another shift. And at least this time, the zone does have a lot of that playing surface. So maybe teams, it's now going to be a massive sigh of relief. NINZA playing from that southern side. Then you've also got Vasista Esports right next to him. For NINZA, they need to be a little bit more careful of Vasista Esports. Mysterious 4 right in this max center, 4 TR as well around the northern side. And Revenant Xspark, previous couple of games have not been that good. They do not really have that positive momentum anymore.
I've talked about this, about Revenant Xspark and their momentum play for a while now. I think Revenant Xspark, they start things off early, going aggressive, and I think that is the momentum when it actually starts for them. But as soon as this team kind of goes through a dip, it feels like Revenant Xspark are stuck in that limbo for a while, and they just can't seem to find their way out. Even now, have a look at this, where they are, 85 points. They are not secure at all.
Yeah, they get their hands on loot, though. So that's a good thing. Airdrop secured, but hold on to that thought. Tamilan Esports, they find a loose straggler from EVOX. Just giving away a free point like that. I'm not sure what the man was doing all by himself while his teammates are all the way back towards the city.
It's actually funny, EVOX, they do not have that communication. It seems like the communication lines have been broken. This team is still struggling. Tamilan Esports, they get that one very important finish. But now, also, they get a very handful information that EVOX, they are now left in the middle of nowhere. 3 players stranded by themselves. They've got this entire territory locked down. So Tamilan Esports can potentially push up if they do get another knock.
Nade being primed and cooked up. And Tamilan Esports just waiting for someone to step out in the open or maybe give a confirmed information. But there we go, Lucifer. He finds all the players, but all the shots were whiffed as well. And now EVOX, the players are already taken down extremely low. But Lucifer, he will not even stand a single chance against EVOX.
EVOX, well, they get themselves quite important eliminations, but onto another important fight. Reckoning Esports, they crash land onto Metal Esports and their compounds, and Altu is the only one trying to hold this push down, and he does a brilliant job. Have a look at that, the nade, it seems like it connects and finds 2 knocks. Reckoning Esports are in shambles out of a while. Metal Esports, the backup arrives right in time. Just one player, Javin, holding on to that corner powder room. He's doing so well. The pump action connects. Majority of the players from Metal Esports are already down, and he finds a clutch as well. Reckoning Esports is survived massively, and that is a massive elimination coming in from Metal Esports. But hold on to that thought as Victorious Summers, they crash land and destroy everyone.
It was too good to be true, my friend. And they woke up too late. They should have performed the same way. Maybe at the start of the quarterfinals, then maybe Reckoning Esports would have had a chance. But it's too late already. Not even having a lot of elimination points out of this game. Yeah, Reckoning Esports, they're done, down the drain. Look at the next zone shift, though. It's going to be shifting right on top of the players of Blitz, which is a good thing. Victor Sumus, they actually did do that third party. Find themselves that one elimination point. It's not a lot, but at least something that's going to give them that stability and a good mindset.
Absolutely. They get up the mark with that finish, but they're still outside the circle. Now, what is more important right now is to find that rotation inside. Have a look at that. Another fight breaks out. NINZA, they find EVOX and completely confirm them as well. 2 eliminations for EVOX. That is all she wrote. 2 eliminations for NINZA as well as they get off the mark. They've got complete control of the southern fringe of the circle. But there are multiple threats coming their way with the NoNx Esports, Phoenix Esports, as well as Troy Tamilan. One of these teams will definitely collide. As we do look at that replay, it was brilliant from Yavin actually to connect that pump action shotgun, keep himself repositioning every single time. But Reckoning Esports, they had that dreams of survival over there, but Victorious Summers just came in and splashed water on top of them.
And NINZA, they've been pinned in that same spot for such a long time. Being around the same spot. The zone's been taking those shifts as well, and NINZA, they found themselves in the constant advantage. But right now, they're playing from the southern edge. I'm not sure how well this one's going to pan out, but let's hope that NINZA, they do find themselves in the advantage at the end. A lot of teams taking that rotation next to him. And one of them is also going to be the team of NoNx. 2 finishes on the block, NoNx feeling pretty decent. The previous game was fantastic, but NoNx just needs to make sure that they're not really messing up with teams like Phoenix Esports. Phoenix, they've got nothing to lose. They've already qualified. Yeah. With a lot of points on the board. Phoenix Esports, the moment they get the glimmer of NoNx, they're probably going to try to make that pound. So NoNx needs to be hidden.
But I like what Phoenix Esports is doing right now. They are guarding the southern lines of the circle as if they bet their life on it. NoNx Esports, how do they find that entry point is my question right now. Shiraj spots a couple of lads, ladens those bullets on top of his vehicle, connects a few as well. Phoenix Esports are waiting for NoNx try and come at them. And this is a lovely position that Phoenix are holding. They've got a little bit of a high ground as well. They've got NoNx under control. Any rotation, any movement that NoNx tries to make, I guess they are going to be open, firing at them.
4TR official. Another one of those teams that did spring back to life on the day 2. But after that, we haven't really seen that same life anymore. Phoenix Esports as well getting picked off slowly and steadily. It's the players of NINZA as well contributing towards this fight. As even NoNx, they're going to lose that player survivor. Not looking too good for all the teams around the southern side, but it's the players of NINZA just reaping the benefits and wreaking havoc.
Now, this is a very, very courageous move coming in from NoNx, to be honest. I did not expect this leapfrog coming in from them. Just utilize that opportunity, and the third party coming in from Vasista Esports on top of Phoenix and tried to escape from it. They lost 2 players in the process, but at least NoNx is alive. But I guess Vasista Esports might just have caught that rotation, and especially since the vehicle is parked right next to it.
Yeah.
They are marked now, Necro. Where can they go?
They indeed are. I mean, just look at the zone as well. The next zone shift is going to be right on top of the players of Madkings and Mysterious 4. Which is a good thing for both the teams, by the way. Mysterious 4, they have been struggling too. The momentum is not with them, but this zone's definitely helping them.
It seems like there's a little bit of chase going on where Revenant Xspark, as Sensei, is trying to move away from the shots coming in from Pain is live. I almost felt like he's going to go down. Not a lot of faith on this man, but he knows how to find those circles.
I've seen a lot of risky things in my life, but Sensei in a vehicle in BGMI is probably some of the most riskiest things I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
This man passes through the opponents like they do not even mean anything, and somehow he ends up staying alive.
It's because of his lads, Trace God as well as Fierce as well. Look at those Revenant Xspark knocks popping up on the finish feed as well. They're doing brilliant. Coming in from the backlines, I think this rotation does make a lot of sense, but in front of our screens right now, Mysterious 4. Seems like they've spotted the lads from NoNx. 1 player going down, just 1 player left alive. This is not good news for this lad.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's an action going on the screen, but the moment we talked about Sensei, the man gets knocked out.
And why are you even surprised, Negro? This stuff does happen. A lot. But it's completely fine. 4TR officials, I want to actually head on to that fight because they are converging upon the lads. That not coming through against Sensei. I think the rest of the lads will be activated. Have a look at that. 4TR officials, they are looking to pounce on top of Revenant Xspark. But the three assaulters, who are standing pretty tall right now, they are ready for the onslaught.
They've already found the confirmation. And that's what you get for playing with too much risk, Sensei. Should have been a little bit more careful with the approach. He always goes as a scouting guy, but at the end of the day, he ends up messing things up a majority of the times. And once again, that's what he's done.
You know, but he openly acknowledges the fact that him getting taken down doesn't really affect team's performance because the three assaulters, they're just so good. See, it doesn't really matter if he dies. He can still give them the zone. He can still mark the map. That is all you want.
If you ask me, it's not really a good look for the guy, right?
Absolutely, but that is Sensei for you. He's a funny guy.
Well, Revenant Xspark capable of pretty much 3v4ing the lobby. But at this point in time for NoNx Esports, Siraj, the man's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Backs away as well. The man's patching himself up. NINZA, utilities tossed against him, and at this point in time for NINZA, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to look like, but they mess up big time. And Tamilan Esports to find themselves in the advantage. And what did I just see, Poco? That was some disgusting movement. Dodging, bobbing, and weaving all those shots upon himself, but now there's still Oxen in the front, and a well-tossed nade's gonna seal the deal against NINZA, but that movement from Poco, it was disgusting.
It certainly was. And look at this, Tamilan Esports, they did win this fight, but at a big cost. Look at those casualty numbers. 3 players down already, Tamilan Esports. This could have actually been a big game for them, but they falter yet again. Switching focus to the eastern part of the circle, western part of the circle, pardon me for that. It seems like 4TR officials and Revenant Xspark, they're still going head-to-head. A little bit of a closure between the lads as Fierce is the one who is tasked with stopping that onslaught on towards other things. Vasista Esports, they crash land on the Blitz Esports. A little bit of nades being cooked up, all 3 in tandem. But from the left, it was a good nade, but it did not connect. Vasista Esports, they survive.
Silence taken down to barely any sort of HP. The next nade's gonna find the connection though. And it's Sohm to knock on the doors. But even Blitz, they lose out in Sarov. Trades happening back and forth, and Blitz, they're quite desperate for the points. Look at Sohm. He positions himself right next to the blue, but Hector knows exactly where the guy is, and he's gonna make that straight up pounce. Blitz in a world of trouble, and also in massive shambles now. Vasista Esports, they find themselves in the advantage, as now Blitz, all they can do is just back away from this spot, and that's what they're doing.
But for Vasista Esports, I think their rotation has been cut off quite late. It seems like they want Blitz Esports to take this fight and get finished off as well. Otherwise, for Vasista Esports, rotating inside the circle will be cause a lot of problems. There are multiple interruptions along the way. Shots being fired from Mysterious for another team who knows how to defend their circles quite well, to be honest. They are in an amazing position. Bunny right now, cooking up that nade, knows the player has actually closed on up. A little bit of chip damage provided by Mysterious 4. Where are the rest of the lads? And why aren't they supporting Bunny is my question.
Oh, Vasista Esports, the utilities just ripping through them. Another nade's gonna find the confirmation. Vasista down to a 3-man squad. And look at Sarvar! He strikes when Vasista Esports expected the least. He does get traded off by the players of Victor Sumus in the far fray, but the damage is done. And Vasista Esports now needs to spend a lot of time to get the revival back upon the fallen players. But Mysterious 4, they're already gonna make the pounds. UMP 45 in the hands of Bunny, and he's just spamming through the smoke. He's gonna find one of the confirmations. The second one as well follows up. Mysterious 4, it's done. They've already got a lot of elimination points on the block.
Absolutely, and this is such a good game coming in from Mysterious 4. They just need to hold on to this position for a while. Could have actually gotten in for that fight against Scary Jod, but look at their presence of mind. They know that they are inside the circle. They know Vasista Esports are the ones who've got the ball in their court, and now Scary Jod needs to make a move. Come to Mysterious 4 and give his life and his point away. Otherwise, there's no way this man enters the circle. Mysterious 4, this has been an amazing game, especially when the time was right. Look at that. 85 points on the board already, and more shots coming through. Bunny, of course, will get taken down. Madkings from right across the circle. Now, that is some disgusting shots.
Yeah, but Madkings, they've been playing it passive throughout the entire time. And now, finally, they decide to strike. Return shots taken from Snowjod, but look at the amount of ammunition the man has. Just 1 bullet in the magazine. Need some ammunition. Teammates, they need to help him out. Going for the revival on towards the fallen comrade for Madkings. They've been pinning that same compound for the longest of the time.
Yeah.
It's because the zone's constantly shifting on top of them as well. They've got the advantage. 4TR too busy taking a fight against Revenant Xspark. And Revenant Xspark, they've managed to find that crucial knock. They threat the needle. And then they tossed out in that same territory, but it's not going to find the knock or any sort of confirmation yet. And the next zone, once again, it shifts right on top of Madkings. It's got to be their game.
It has to be their game. Unlike Revenant Xspark, it seems like they're the ones who are being favored by the circle a lot. As his nades do get exchanged, 40R officials in the world of trouble right now because they're looking for that big game. They do have the 3 players alive, but Revenant Xspark, this rotation coming in from them, has stopped all dreams for 40R officials. They can't even move right now. And being under lockdown, I think they are going to be hurting quite a lot. Meanwhile, Revenant Xspark, I think they don't really care about the circle. They are looking to gather all the finishes that are around the vicinity. And once that does happen, I think they're going to slam into Madkings. That is all that they've got to do.
Oxen's position's compromised. And at this point in time, all Oxen can do is just give his life away. And that's what he does. Revenant Xspark, that's going to be free B. 2 finishes on the block. It's not something you expect from a banner like Revenant Xspark, right? This late inside of the game with just 2 finishes on the board, you expect them to just pop off. But that's not the case in this game so far. But 4TR, they run into the open arms of Madkings, and this time, they welcome him. 4TR, they've already lost out on a man inside of the fight, has paid his life. The man's down to barely any sort of HP. The second nade's gonna find a knock towards Z-God. The third man paid his life. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and it's Clutch God who shuts them all down.
But this is where Revenant Xspark will be looking to strike. They are closing on up into the compound already, and Fierce is in position. A lovely one, in fact. Goten in the backlines as well, looking to protect any sort of third parties coming in through as Mysterious 4. Even this team is trying to make a move right now. Look at that Snowjot in the distance. I guess that the third party will be there as soon as this fight breaks open. But Revenant Xspark, they've got to be efficient. Madkings holding on a good position. They've got a compound, but the split, I'm not too sure about it, Necro.
True. 6 finishes still on the board for Madkings, and everyone knows Madkings is the one in the power spot. But if you look at the stance of Mysterious 4, there's still a big chance that even they can take it away. But having a look at the replay once again, Clutch God was an absolute demon in this scenario. Knew that the final man's taken down extremely low, and he played that perfectly well. Knew exactly when the strike was needed to be there, and he struck. But as of now, we also need to deal with the players of Revenant Xspark. It's Godin on the opposite side. Fierce is already knocked out, and Godin can definitely be the one to possess a lot of threat. There's also Trace in the far fray, but look at this nade. It was a team nade from Madkings. They mess up, but still, things are under control.
But Revenant Xspark, it seems like a massive choke came through. There was a 1v2 situation for the lads. Goten did try to actually make it his, but that did not come through. And now Mysterious 4 have an opportunity to strike because they need this chicken dinner as badly as anybody else. If they do secure this chicken dinner, I guess they are going to be through to the semi-finals. There's nothing stopping them. But who is stopping them from the chicken has to be Madkings because that knock is quintessential.
It indeed is. Bunny up close and personal. Clutch God still trying to threat the needle. Uses the Molotov to force the man out of his comfort zone, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And looking at the position of Madkings too, the players have got a solid stance. A few of them on top of the roof, that's giving them the advantage that they need. Information, the intel is with the players of Madkings, but not the man number, and that's where the real concern starts to rise.
I'm not sure if Hero's position is good. Not sure if Mysterious 4, when they do decide to converge on top of NoNx Esports, if Hero is going to be able to provide that cover fire. As Hero, he finds that knock on top of Clutch God, and now just one man Apollo. Takes a lot of damage, and now Omega trying to charge on up. He finds the finish, and Mysterious 4, they back that chicken dinner. That is exactly what the doctor had ordered. And it seems like the smiles of the players, it gives you the conclusion that they might have just made it because a lot of finishes on board. 13 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Now this is a performance.
23 points in the overall standings already just in the span of this one game. Mysterious 4, they were like an absolute demon, just completely hungry for points, and they got those two. And you clearly saw the sigh of relief as well on the players' faces. Even they themselves did not know if they're going to be qualifying or not, but with this game, Mysterious 4, they've already secured that ticket towards the semifinals.
Well. Expect the unexpected. A day of comebacks here in day number 4. And Mysterious 4 has done a very, very good job, because with that performance coming from Mysterious 4, they pretty sure they are going to be heading themselves in towards the semi-finals. However, a very, very good attempt here coming from Madkings as well. I would say a little bit of mistakes here coming from Apollo. Could have done better, but their journey in trying to get themselves into the semi-finals is not secured yet.
Yeah.
They still need a couple more points.
I guess for Madkings Esports, this was a great game unless and until you actually talk about that final fight. The position hold was brilliant, but they just needed to actually hold on to that final fight for a little too long, especially that commotion between Revenant Xspark and the rest of the lads. I think that just completely got them through.
Let's be honest on one thing and agree on one thing. It was Madkings' game to lose. They had the circle with them. They had the only compound in the final few moments as well, but Mysterious 4, they played that so well. Waiting for the players of Madkings to take that fight against the players of Revenant Xspark, and the moment that fight was concluded, Mysterious 4 knew it's their game to win.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, that was a very, very insane round here coming from Clutch God here. Single-handedly dismantling everyone from 4TR was a very, very big round. But at the same time here, Apollo, his nade actually bounced off and then knocked Pro, which resulted in Pro getting taken out, giving a free point to Revenant Xspark, which resulted in them losing out on the numbers game. But still, you know, sometimes mistakes were made. Hopefully it does not affect their overall standings from this performance here, but props towards Mysterious 4, because that was a very, very well-needed chicken dinner from themselves in order to push themselves in the semi-finals.
Do you know who's going to be most worried about this performance right now? It has to be Wyld Fangs, because they're not even playing inside of the lobby. They are watching in the backlines and they're thinking, oh my god, Mysterious 4 just shot up the cutoff by a lot.
Yeah, it's not just Mysterious 4, right? Even for NINZA, that previous game was pretty decent. Yeah, they've already qualified, 96 points on the board. NINZA's already done that, because if you really try and compare the cutoff, in the past, the cutoff has never went high as 96. So I think NINZA's already done it as well.
Well, it is going to be a very, very impressive one here, but I'm curious to see what they have to say as well, because before that, Mysterious 4, they have done a fantastic job. I want to see what they are feeling right now as we jump into an interview with them.
कल के performance के बाद I think हर किसी को जाना है how did they make it happen. But Areeb, thank you so much for joining us right now. मेरे पास थोड़े बहुत questions हैं. शुरुआत करते हैं आज के दिन से. Erangel, Miramar. You guys are usually very strong on those maps. पहले दो गेम यार 1 पॉइंट आया, क्या चल रहा है?
मैंने ऐसा है ना कि अपने पॉइंट बहुत है, कॉन्फिडेंस है लोग, तो हम लोग अभी गन फाइट ले, मतलब फाइट ले, इम्प्रूव करना चाहे अपना 4v4 फाइट जितना हो सके वही है.
आपकी 4v4s पे आ जाते हैं, आपने मेंशन कर ही दिया है तो, बिकॉज अभी हाल फिलहाल में एक और टूर्नामेंट में भी सॉ यू एंड लॉबस्टर जो थे वो फ्रंट लाइन कर रहे थे और आपके फिनिशेस काफ़ी ज़्यादा आते थे. इस बार एक स्विच अप, रैल्फी है लॉबस्टर के साथ, आप पीछे क्यों चले गए?
मेन अपना BGCS अच्छा गया नहीं था, तो एल्फी को एग्रेसिव खेलना था, मतलब आगे खेलना था, तो एल्फी और लॉबस्टर आगे खेलते हैं, हम और टॉक्सी का बैक खेलते, थोड़ा चेंज हुआ है, पर गेम अच्छा जा रहा है.
गेम अच्छा जा रहा है, आपको दिक्कत नहीं हो रही रोल स्विच पे?
नहीं, गेम तो अच्छी जा रही है, पूरी सही जा रहा है, अच्छा बैठ गया है ये.
एक और सवाल पे आते हैं. कल के दिन एक अमेजिंग कमबैक, बॉटम 2 से टॉप 2 तक का सफ़र आपने तय किया था. आज कई टीम्स हैं जिनको ऑलमोस्ट सेम चीज़ पुल ऑफ करनी है. क्या एडवाइस दोगे उन टीम्स को जो अभी भी बॉर्डर लाइन पर बैठी हैं?
मेन वही अपना गेम खेले जो खेलते हैं, अगर जोन टू जोन जाएं, एग्रेसिव ना हो, प्रेशर ना ले, मोस्टली हैंडल कर ले, प्रेशर मोस्टली कर ही लेंगे. हमको लगता है M4 हो सकती है क्वालिफाई, 4TR में भी हो सकती है, वाइल्ड फैंग तो चांसेस ज़्यादा है.
अपने कंटेंडर्स के लिए एक एडवाइस भी दी और उम्मीदें भी दिखाएं कुछ उन टीम से जो अभी भी क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए लड़ रही हैं, लेकिन ये लड़ाई अभी भी जारी रहेगी. आज के दिन के 4 मैचेस और हैं एंड द एक्शन विल कंटिन्यू ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ दिस ब्रेक. डोंट गो एनीवेयर, विल बी बैक सून.
Big moves on the overall standings by Blitz, big moves by Mysterious 4, as well as they jump to the third position on the overall standings. 99 points right now as we welcome IC and Johnny on the panel. Of course, there are so many discussions to be had right now. So many teams struggling, especially in the mid-pack. IC, what are your thoughts about Mysterious 4 and that clutch performance?
Well, personally, if I were to have friends when I enjoy movies and enjoy shows, the definition of a spoiler is right on the death segment here. And this is a guy I do not want to hang out with if there's a new movie coming up very, very soon. But all things considered here, I want to see who the MVP of that match right now. And it has to be Buddy, because he's been pulling a lot of finishes in that game in particular. And even before that, we saw moments of brilliance coming from him.
Yeah, I mean, Mysterious 4 in that endgame against Madkings were absolutely incredible. But I think with this game, after the match came to an end, I was in the arena listening to the Hindi casters, and I think I agree with what they said. That performance actually literally just pushes them through in the top 12 with the safety cushion to work with as well.
Absolutely, but it's also going to push the cutoff. We'll talk all about that. Have a look at the overall standings right now. The point standings, Mysterious 4, 23 points. Amazing performances. Madkings, who were also struggling with 15 points, are going to be secured. Revenant Xspark needed a lot, but just 8 points on board. 4TR official, Troy Tamilan. Now, these were the big movers. These were the ones who were supposed to be the dominators today, but they absolutely bombed IC.
Now, with all things being said as well here, I think Madkings is kind of in the safe market here. My expected cutoff is somewhere around 89 points, but if you want to be safe, cross-century is where you want to be here. Two teams pretty much cross that. We do have Phoenix Esports and Autobotz already there. Mysterious 4, like you said, thanks so much for the spoilers, by the way. So the top 3, 99 points alongside with Victorious Summers as well. Meta NINZA with 96, 96, 95, 93. This is pretty close here.
Yeah.
We've got 8 teams crossing the 90 ballpark. That means the cutoff might be even higher than expected
I think
here.
Today, the cutoff might actually go around 92, 93. Because you look at Wyld Fangs right now, they haven't played games. So Godlike, Nebula, SINEWY, Wyld Fangs yet to play their matches. All the teams starting from 81 to 75 points. And this next 2 set of games are going to be very important. If one of these teams starts to perform, or imagine what has been happening so far in the first 2 games, all the teams that were hoping for a comeback, including Blitz, including 4TR, including Mysterious 4, are doing well.
Yeah.
And that is what is pushing the cutoff higher.
I guess the next 2 games are going to be so crucial. We saw the difference, right? 2 matches to be played for the teams up in the top 4, and 2 matches already played. There's barely any points difference. So all the teams, including Wyld Fangs, as well as ones who actually think they are comfortable inside of the top 12, they've got to be sweating right now.
Yeah, I agree. But based on the cutoff I'm seeing as well here, for teams like Godstrain, etc. here, they've got to be shaking, you know. I know I predicted a Godstrain, but after seeing all the performance and how the shift is here, reaching 90 points from 60 points. So that means in 4 games, I need to get 30 points. So technically, in order for them to kind of comfortably make their way through, they have to replicate what Mysterious 4 did. So basically, a massive game in the chicken dinner and consistent 5 to 6 points. So Revenant Xspark, they started the day very, very okay. You know, their points are pretty high up. They need just like 5 points per game and they're good.
Yeah.
And they have been doing so. Revenant Xspark just got 8 points. Great, you know. The Revenant Xspark, safe.
Yeah.
But the rest in the bottom, I don't think the cutoff is going to be 89 points anymore.
You know, especially for teams like Troy Tamilan and Nebula Esports, I think the last game was extremely crucial. They were taking their fights. They got themselves, what, 4 or 5 points on board, but they need more than that right now. Currently, they are sitting at about 70 points. They've got more than 2 games, or just 2 games
They just have 2
remaining.
games left,
I don't think that is going to be enough.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's not going to be enough. They need big wins. And when I say big, I mean like 10, 15 finishes in a game with a chicken dinner minimum in order to survive. But moving forward, the group change is going to happen. We're going to have Group C going up against Group B on Miramar and then Erangel. And then at the end of the day, Group A and Group C get to settle their differences again on Miramar and Erangel. So right now, Group A goes on a break, and Group B, they will be playing their last 2 games of the quarterfinals. There's God's Omen, who at least Necro was expecting them to make a comeback. It hasn't been the case. Blitz Esports, they did well in game 1. And then they just completely bombed game number 2.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense. But from Group C, the teams who are actually potentially going to be watching out at this entire set of matches will be Hero Xtreme, Godlike. I think they need that one big game that will pull them through. Even White Walkers, Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming is not in that contention, but one team, of course, Wyld Fangs at the borderline, Johnny, yes.
Godlike, Nebula, SINEWY, Wyld Fangs. That's 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
playing the next 4 games.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, for Hero Extreme Godlike, all they need is the same thing as what Revenant Xspark is, right? 5 points per game, they're set, they're going to go through. They're currently at 81 points for Hero Extreme Godlike, but for Wyld Fangs, for SINEWY, they have to pull the lead even higher. So a massive game coming from these two teams, that means the cutoff goes even higher. So I would say the closest to them right now is going to be 4TR Official and also Medal. They're currently somewhere in 71 points, and the only way these two teams actually make it, which is in this next final 2 games, they need a chicken dinner and, of course, about 25 points.
They need a massive chicken in to actually compensate for the 2 extra games that Godlike and the rest of the teams that Johnny just mentioned have. Nebula Esports, SINEWY are in proper form. We saw SINEWY did so well yesterday. I think they're going to just carry forward that run of form. Now that remains to be seen, can Godlike actually do that? Because there's been big question marks on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike, there have been a lot of question marks, but let's not forget that I think after day 1, they recovered. Day number 2, they ended on the 11th or the 12th position, and day 3, they ended inside of the top 12 in a comfortable way. SINEWY, same thing. Yesterday's performance is why we keep talking about SINEWY and their bounce back. This was a team just like Autobotz Esports that was struggling at the bottom of the overall leaderboard. And now I think sitting on that 10th, 11th position, they're still comfortable, but I think about 7 to 6 points per game for all 4 of these teams. If they manage to secure 6 to 7 points every single game from now till the end of the day, all 4 of them actually move through.
You know, I'm not actually going to be a negative person over here, but we've seen similar situations happen. GenX FM, they started their last final day on the lower brackets with 72 points, and everybody expected them to qualify. As soon as the games begin, though, they choke, and there are massive chances that some of these teams inside of the top 12, they might actually choke, I see.
Okay, I'm going to put it out there as well here. The trend for 2025 has always been very, very close when it comes to the cutoff here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential tiebreaker at the end of the day. A difference between chicken dinners, position points, and then finish points, which will result in them winning here. And I'm just putting out there here. I'm not saying specifically, but
you just traumatized Victoria Sumus over there.
I know, but at the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike does have the amount of points that they've gotten were not based off chicken dinners or placement points. It was solely based off finish points. So if there is an event where a tiebreaker between Hero Extreme Godlike happens in the top 12 position, Hero Extreme Godlike will lose just because they do not have enough placement points. They do not have chicken dinner because most of their points are from finishes.
That is a very valid
point.
as well.
I don't think we're going to be in that situation, though.
All right, why?
Yeah, I don't think Godlike is going to let that happen. Yesterday as well, the prime focus was finishes. No concern for the placement points. First 2 games of the day, they just instantly start storming teams. 8 points in the first game, 7 points in the next game. All just finishes. That team is not even concerned about their own survival. They just want to hunt people down.
Given just one factor, they do not tinker with their playing 4 right now, especially on the last day. I really want Sim to play because every time this man has actually stepped inside of the playing 4, I think he's delivered.
Okay, here's a little bit insider information as well here. Robin was able to share some details. He had a chat with Punk. It seems like the reason why things has been going well for Hero Extreme Godlike is because Punk has decided to take charge, and all 4 of them are starting to talk now compared to when they started their journey in upper brackets, because it felt like during upper brackets, none of them were playing together at all.
I think Robin was looking for advice for his own team.
Fair enough, fair enough. All things considered, he does need a little bit of help here because before we get into his God's Reigns information, here is going to be some spotlights for you guys. That is going to be Spray God with a total of 18 finishes and 3,982 damage. Because Wyld Fangs, they definitely need to step up big time right now.
I mean, it's not about stepping up. I think it's about the entire team uplifting their performance at this point. Because Wyld Fangs, they were at the bottom line at the end of last day. They were at the borderline at the end of day 2 as well. It seems like they just get themselves enough performance to push them through, keep them inside the top 12. But I don't think that is going to make any difference right now because teams are storming. We saw Blitz Esports storm today as well. A couple of outliers, maybe Nebula Esports can actually come back up, and we've seen those big games coming in from Venom as well. So for Wyld Fangs, if they want to be safe, that man who was on the spotlight has to deliver today or else they are going out.
I agree, but here's another curveball for you guys. Just now I mentioned about Hero Extreme Godlike as a tiebreaker, but now I'm going to give you some facts that has pretty much happened so far, which is coming in from upper brackets. God's Reign, guess what? 3 chicken dinners, decent amount of placement points, but not enough finish points to qualify for the semi-finals, and that's why they're playing here. So that is what exactly happened as well. You can see the difference in dynamic in playstyles between aggression of finishing points and also prioritizing on placement points. So I would say getting a mixture of both pretty much gets you there. Wyld Fangs in that comfort spot, a balance between enough finish points and placement points. In an event of a tiebreaker, they should be in upper hand, but they still need at least 10 to 20 points for that to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, a balance between the two is always going to be important, but the problem is if you're falling in a situation of a tiebreaker, then you've pretty much already lost.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, we are talking about God's Reign for now. I think the only thing which is going to aid them right now is going to be Destro and his experience with pressure situation, ladies and gentlemen. But the map of Miramar gets locked and loaded. The players, you can see the intensity in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like it's go time. Miramar up in front of streets.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be having a little bit of a group change this time here in game number 3 for the quarterfinals in the final day itself here. It is a do or die situation, but starting off the race here, joining the pack to try and push into the top 12 here is going to be the teams coming from Group C. So this is Group B going up against Group C, while Group A takes a little bit of breather, and they will be returning from Game 5 onwards. But in the map of Miramar, starting things off here in the flight path is going to be from the southwest corner, a little bit skewed to the center, but it is going to be a balanced one traversing all the way towards the east side. So I would say every single team should have a very easy opening, unless teams heading towards the Low area is going to have a little bit of a struggle, because it is more than 2 kilometers here in terms of stretch.
Yeah, that's a long distance they have to travel. But hey, I see, where did Matthew McConaughey go?
Home.
With how you started, I thought I was going to get basically a celebrity guest appearance over here. But anyways, who gave Shiraj a bow on stage? I thought he was banned from using those.
Hey man, for all things considered, they're pretty much qualified into the semi-finals. You know what's a good thing to do?
What?
Practice.
Practice IRL.
Like Meta, NINZA, and Phoenix has pretty much set their goals where they are going to be training for their gunpowder and preparing themselves for the semi-finals. Because at the start of the lower brackets or even the upper brackets, things were very, very shaky for all these teams here. But I would say Phoenix has been very consistent here, but they have always been playing on survival mode since day one. And that means every single turn that they have played, they have never been given the safety cushion. If you're in the bottom 12, you are going to get eliminated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Phoenix on the other side, I think only one thing, day 1 was not that great. Day 1 actually was pretty decent, and then day 2, the fall of yesterday's first few matches. Man, oh man. Amazing plays through and through, but expecting an amazing run from Marcos Gaming, but no! Beast! Oh, that has to hurt. Just stabs him to his demise. Steals the pistol as well. Marcos Gaming, how do they react? Beast takes a lot of damage on himself. No armor, no helmet, so he has to be cautious. His teammates are there right behind him. But Marcos Gaming, already an unfortunate start. A 3 versus 4. They turn it into a 3v3. But while Beast was the distraction, his teammates in the back lines have looted up.
Oh my goodness, getting Superman punched is just not a great feeling here, especially in a pistol versus melee fight here.
Yeah.
And right from the get-go, Marcos Gaming, one of the teams that is looking for a potential comeback towards the top 12 here, now going to be battling against God's Omen. The teams at the bottom here, both scrambling, but not exactly in great positions to start the game right from the get-go with only 3 players remaining. And now with the nades coming through from Mags, God's Omen might be able to shut down Marcos Gaming right here and right now.
But they have to settle their differences as soon as possible, because look at the radar. Madkings, they show up knocking on the doors. And this third party, it's going to be crucial that Madkings execute it to perfection. Still just scouting the windows as God's Omen and Marcos Gaming go at it toe-to-toe. Naughty, he did delay contact for a bit, but in the next few seconds, both the players from Marcos Gaming wrapped in a nice little packet, and God's Omen is going to take those points with them to the lobby. But Madkings, they hear the commotion. calming down and realize it is their cue to charge.
Yeah, they should actually fight this as well. They haven't gotten any resets. They're pretty low in ammunition. Weaponry is not exactly great as well. But Madkings, they're actually bringing in SMGs. I was expecting rifles, shorties, and a couple of good guns. But nades comes through from Clutch God, finds the opener. God's Omen down towards a 2 versus 4 situation. Whereas the rest of teams comes through. And another nade from Clutch God now puts Lucifer as the last man standing for God's Omen. Now Madkings will get the potential royal flush here. If they fight him off, Lucifer made a couple of steps in. He is pretty much running his way back. No shotties, no nothing, only AKs, and only a headshot will save him because now Madkings gets all of them and they take everything from Hacienda.
Oh, well, I mean, they are going to be happy with whatever they can get. But the question is, do they get time to celebrate? Because look at the radar. Towards the top left of the radar, you see that gray little marker? Well, that's Arthur from White Walkers. Now, escaping from Hacienda del Patron, it's a big challenge. You're going to have to traverse a lot of open space. And this time, especially considering it's a southwestern circle, Madkings might run into a trap, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens to them in the end.
Well, all things considered, Madkings, they're pretty much done and dusted, right? Like, look at this. They've got 98 points with 3 finishes. They should cross the century mark. But for White Walkers, do they want to take a risk challenging this? In the event where things will be prolonged, they will lose out on rotation timings. And in this case, the circle is pretty far south as well. So I would say I don't think they would try and make a risk for this. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA, that's awkward. I've never seen Meta NINZA in Partona ever. Like, that's a very early rotation here coming from Meta NINZA. I'm curious what is going through their minds here. I know for a fact that they're pretty much qualified. They've got 96 points.
They did this yesterday as well, actually, where we saw them drop towards the western edge of the map. They dropped around Valle del Mar, La Driela, and then moved from Minas del Sur to Prison because the circle was a southeastern one, ending between Impala and La Benedita. And Meta NINZA, at that game, in that particular match of Miramar as well, just played from Partona, from Prison, and then they were forced to move along the southern highways, but for now, at least there's the luxury that they don't have to move around a lot. They can just stay there on the southern islands. In the meanwhile, NON, we saw them move along the southern highways. And at the same time, they were getting shot at by BotArmyEsports. But the distance is a lot. A hollow sight isn't going to get the job done.
Yeah, the red dot is going to be extremely difficult. It's very rare that you find knocks here. But so far, in the entire BMSD, I've only seen a clip like that. And that's actually done by Punk. But even that, he could not. And I think he knocked Scary Jawed as well from that game. I think it was yesterday as well. So it's been a while since we've seen insane shots like that. But before that, let's take a look at the replay on how things went down between God's Omen here. We saw the Superman knife jump coming from Beast that actually stabbed Stone BGMI, resulting in him getting taken out. But at the same time, going into a 3 versus 3. Great start for God's Omen, but it took too long, attracted Madkings. And by the time God's Omen was able to clean out this fight, they could not reset, they could not stock up, and eventually Madkings was able to engulf them here. So you can see Marcos Gaming, they're getting a little bit frustrated, but at this point, losing out this early, there's nothing much Marcos Gaming can do right now in terms of the race for the top 12.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, I think at this point, even they might have realized, as you mentioned, that not a lot can be done. Could be the reason we see them going out early, or could be the reason that they just charge forwards, ruining the game for, or actually hope for a lot of these teams. God's Omen in the same situation. I think the only ones that benefited from that early fight is Madkings, because they get like 3 extra points now. Just 2 more, and then they just cross over that century, cross over that 100-point marker. In the blue zone right now, both Madkings, Mysterious for Phoenix Esports, and Wyld Fangs, 4 teams with late rotations. Wyld Fangs, it makes sense. They start from La Cobriera, Phoenix as well, all the way towards El Azhar. But Madkings from Hacienda, considering White Walkers moved out pretty early, this should have been a quick rotation as well. And we already did see the cluster of teams forming towards Chumacera.
Yeah, but speaking of which as well, Phoenix here, looking to try and play spoilers for the teams who's trying to scrape by into the top 12 here. Gonna make their mark from outside the zone. Seems like they are gonna be testing their diff playstyle, as Phoenix Esports do have the tendency to rotate early, but this time they are gonna try and play for a late zone rotation instead. So hopefully things are gonna be for the better. But back towards your point towards Madkings as well, I would say Madkings is the definition of a real man. Why? Because Real
Yeah.
Man makes no excuse. And so far, despite starting their journey here in the quarterfinals with -5, well, so what? I may be behind the starting line, but what matters is I finished last. And in this case, not finishing last,
What?
finishing on a W, I would say. And so far, they've done it.
Yeah.
They've crossed the century. I would say that's props to them.
I would just hope they don't slip up like you, because finishing last would just be a nightmare.
Surviving to
Yeah.
the last, I guess.
Yeah.
But of course, another team that may look to be a real man themselves here is going to be Wyld Fangs if they are in this game. They've just started their journey for the race, but so far, can they replicate the same here? Because I do not want to be going out on bottom 12 just because of a points deduction, which resulting in them not qualifying as well.
Oh, Mysterious 4. Barely scraping through, but with the first two games, they have gotten a little bit of breathing room available to actually take this fight against the players of NoNx Esports, but Snowjot still not slacking off. Just pulls the players of NoNx towards him, and the other players from the side of Mysterious 4 actually have taken the high ground. So Shiraj and the boys, they need to be careful. Decent amount of utility on the players of NoNx, and Veron moves in for the flank, spotted out by Snowjot, but pressure building up for either ends. And while Snowjot has just taken the mantle of keeping the players of NoNx Esports distracted, look at how Mysterious 4 is moving. Slowly and steadily, every single time NoNx stops to take the fight, Mysterious 4 moves up further ahead and further ahead. They're slowly and steadily just taking position and moving towards the circle.
Well, speaking of circle here, wasn't expecting a little bit of run in here coming between both these teams. I'm very surprised that Mysterious 4 did not decide to try and contest this, considering the fact that they don't really need those points anymore. But of course, they are trying something new. But for another team that is looking to try and survive this, is going to be Reckoning Esports. And based on their performances so far, it seems nigh impossible to actually qualify unless, and I mean unless, they get the final 2 chicken dinners with at least 20 finishes. And so far, the record is currently held by Seoul. 22 finishes and a chicken dinner in a single game. So mathematically still possible for Reckoning Esports, but the chances of them replicating it here slowly dwindles down, especially when God's Omen and also Marcos Gaming has been taken out. So the numbers to get those finish points already puts them in a disadvantage in this game.
With what you said, it would give Reckoning a lot more false hope than my last relationship, I see. I would say Reckoning Esports, with how those 4v4s are turning out, take advice of what Arib said on the stage. Just play zone to zone, man. Avoid fights. Do not take the pressure. You are already pretty much far behind. Just play zone to zone. Focus on securing a top 3 in the matches that you have left. The problem is Reckoning Esports.
They need more than that.
Yeah, they need more matches. This team is just run out of time. It's this game, and the next one after this is going to be the last match.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for Reckoning Esports. From all the way from the upper brackets, barely crossing any stage, kicked down to the quarterfinals, and now might not even qualify to the semifinals as well. It's a very, very unfortunate run for them. But for all things considered here, it looks like the major fight between Phoenix and Mysterious 4 will happen. Shiraj finds the opener, gets the first knock. Unfortunately, misses his timing on towards Bunny. Could not see him on the blind spot there and was momentarily stunned. And as he gets shut down, now Bunny continues on to hunt his teammates as Veron gonna be stuck in the corner. The Molotovs come through, Repix comes in, and he is gonna go down once again. Phoenix now losing members. Phantom, last man standing, and Mysterious 4 getting re-knocked here. Now comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Now it's gonna be close, and Phantom takes him out, and that's gonna be Phoenix that wins the fight instead.
Yeah, NoNx Esports coming out on top, and I think this one is just to secure that first position at the end of the day. Mysterious 4 and NoNx Esports, I love the fact that neither of them wanted to back off. Both of them just committed to the fight either way. Both of them losing numbers. The back and forth trades kind of showcase the true form of both Mysterious 4 and NoNx Esports. Loved that 4v4. But now it's a 4v4 that Wyld Fangs might not actually come to love. It is them taking on Madkings. Both the teams that were actually... Is he actually taking him over the ridge?
Oh!
What was that? The bait for another vehicle, and Madkings, they fall for a trap. ClutchGod gets knocked out. Apollo did try to look for that trade, look to see if we could take the driver of that buggy out, but it doesn't work out. Wyld Fangs, they are too wild for Madkings to deal with.
Mr. Reliable Seth. This is why you gotta have this guy in the team, because when you need him to provide cover fire, he delivers. What a save coming in from Wyld Fangs. They were able to get out. Spray got out of safety, but Madkings now, they're the ones in a little bit of backseat here. They're not too happy. They've lost up some points, but for all things considered, the stakes are much, much higher for Wyld Fangs, so they definitely need to pull risky plays like that. And it's kind of paid off because it seems like based on their game today, or in this case, their first debut for day 4 in the quarterfinals, it looks really, really good on Wyld Fangs here. Seems like trust is on point, comms is on point, but will trust and good comms bring you the chicken is a completely separate matter.
There's one more thing that's on point for Wyld Fangs, and that is Spray God, man. I mean, the first 2 days when the team bombed, we did mention this, that Spray God needs to perform. Day number 3, it seems like he heard our cries, did get those finishes every single game, and today as well. As long as that one man is standing, I think Manya, with the brilliant mind that he has, can make Wyld Fangs qualify in the top 8, not even the top 12. They're going to push for the top 8. But Godlike, they find the 2 loose stragglers from the side of Phoenix, although they got to be a little bit extra cautious considering there's SINEWY that occupies the silos up north, a little bit on the lower ground, but BotArmyEsports from the south can actually cause a lot of trouble for them. But hey, look at that finish feed. I see we were talking about Wyld Fangs so much. They drew too much attention. Now White Tiger, he falls prey to ClutchGod, and Manya fell prey to Blitz Esports.
Yeah, looks like White Tiger is going to bleed out as well. Bro OP going to be gatekeeping their way through. This is going to be a massive fight as well, as they need to push inside the zone. Spray God gets scouted out, Pro. Gets a couple shots in, but Seth, once again, with those cover fire, making sure that they do get out. But Madkings, they're sick of Seth. They are going to go for the push, and they are going to go in for the slam. Seth now under fire, under pressure, as he needs to fight off the rest of the wall here. Spray God has been taken out, but Wyld Fangs, Seth, he's the last player left. Talking about good comms, talking about good vibes here. Now, Mr. Reliable has to carry the entire team. Madkings treasuring the fight. He's getting rushed, and he's going to go down. That's it for Wyld Fangs in this game. What an unfortunate run here for Wyld Fangs.
An awkward duel in the end. Seth felt no other options were available except just charging forward, runs into the arms of 2 players. And Wyld Fangs, quite unfortunate, they got caught off guard by 3 different teams. Madkings already halting their momentum, then Manya shut down by Blitz, and one more player just falling at the hands of White Walkers. Couldn't really do much, but White Walkers, they have to do a lot if they want to push through inside of the top 12. The opportunity is still there right now, picking a fight against the players of Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning, they're struggling left and right. Look at Dion, he has the high ground, but a third party from SINEWY might just be the opening that Reckoning Esports need. Flash, he is fighting from a very awkward angle, and I think the call has been made. Arjun knocked out at the hands of SINEWY, and White Walkers now actually back off completely.
Oh boy, White Walkers, they definitely need to try and do more here. Arjun pretty much knocked off. Great shots coming from Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning Esports will not be able to push this. So White Walkers being put on the back seat for a bit, but they need to get those resets. Shots being fired, Vegito taking some serious heavy fire. They need some sort of cover or some sort of return fires, but it's going to be very difficult considering that Reckoning Esports does have the advantage here. Dion now going for the spray, drops down Arjun, pretty down low, but Arjun is going to be able to survive this. But right now, White Walkers, they're taking some serious beating, and they need somebody to save him. Or in this case, Vegito, he's stuck. Arthur is also stuck as well. Reckoning Esports, they need to push inside zone, but White Walkers, they need to find a way to push back. Vegito, no way out. Pre-fires hoping to get the knock, but he needs to get out. And it seems like Reckoning Esports, they are going to concede this because White Walkers are going to gatekeep them. Reckoning Esports, they back off, and that's how they get the save through.
ClutchGod mollies himself.
Uh-oh.
He's like, I would rather die than give my point to anyone, especially one of these strugglers that are there outside of the top 12. Madkings, they do also, by the way, achieve that 100-point marker that they wanted in this particular match. I think they might have just crossed it over as well, but We're going to come back to that once we have a look at the overall leaderboard. But right now on our screen, SINEWY, a team that has the flow of momentum, that has the wind in their sails, although still some work needs to be done for them to qualify. Phoenix on the other end, they just charge into the arms of Godlike like long-lost lovers, and Godlike, they welcome them with a bang as well. Phoenix eliminated with just 3 points from this match. Godlike Esports, they secure their first 2 of this game.
Hey, they needed some points here. They hurt Phoenix earlier, like 2 to 3 minutes ago. Finally it breaks down, but eventually give them the points here. So a little bit of good start here for Hero Xtreme Godlike. But for God's Reign, they haven't made a single move thus far. They have been rotating through the entirety of the zone, but still not in zone yet. They've got 0 finishes. They made it to top 10. But right now, the biggest obstacle here is going to be BotArmyEsports here. That is going to be gatekeeping them before they make the next entry point. Because as of yet, they need to make a push. BotArmyEsports wanted, repositions away. That's going to be the sign here. That's going to be the space that God's Reign needs to push through. They are going to be on the hunt. Fragger more scouted out, and now Delta is going to check this with the nade. If they get the knock, that's going to be a point for them. Seems like it is. Ooh, it is good. Drops him down low, but no knocks so far. God's Reign, do they push to check this? Is going to be the question. It seems like they don't. Fragger gets the first 8 off. But looks like God's Reign says it looks kind of sketchy. They are going to back off and re-rotate away because they've heard commotions from Hero Xtreme Godlike. So they are going to take advantage and back off. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA getting rushed through by Nebula.
And they have the upper hand in this fight as well, but Dragon turns things around. Phoenix knocked, and the finish is going to be secured. Still a 1 versus 3. Dragon gets the second. Fighting for survival. The Dragon still breathing fire. And Nebula Esports, they're trying their level best to stop him right here, right now. That nade could have actually been brutal, but Meta NINZA, Dragon just running to the back lines, avoids the contact with Blitz Esports. Nebula hoping for a reset as Dragon cooks up his nade. So much effort from this one man to just keep his team inside of the top 12. The util fails over there, and Dragon still at a standstill against the players of Nebula Esports, but finally he falls, and that is the end. In the meanwhile, God's Reign, they wrap things up against BotArmyEsports. They lose Delta in the process, just knocked out. While we were having a look at the POV from the players of BotArmyEsports, I wanted to say this, like, one wrong assumption from God's Reign and they could have just been wiped out in an instant. As you mentioned, that nade lobbed out towards Fragger. It didn't get a knock. Could have led God's Reign to assume that the position was empty, and as they peek over the ridge, they just could have been taken out, but brilliant decision-making from Destro and the boys making the play work. They rotate around the hill, find a safer angle to check the back of the ridges from, and, well, eliminate BotArmyEsports. But on the map, we did see NON pushing for God's Reign. They got to be cautious over there.
Exactly. They have to push for zone as well. There's still no man's land they have to cross. There is a road they need to cross as well. And the teams that they have to go through here is going to be NoNx and also Hero Xtreme Godlike. But it seems like NoNx, they are going to make the first move first. God's Reign was able to stabilize, but aside from that, let's take a look at the replays on how things happen as well. Because God's Reign, they got the wraparound, but the needs on Delta to go in for the push, and he was finished off as well. So BotArmyEsports, instead of focusing on the bigger fight, they actually focus on securing the point on Delta, and that's the reason why they got picked off. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA, Beard Baba, he's a snake, he's a bush, he gets the knock, but he goes down. But he is spoiling the game here for Nebula. As from a 3-man down towards a 2, Nomi and Kratos remains here from Nebula Esports.
This is revenge for what they did to his IGL, but talk about revenge, and it's nothing better than the two gods of BGMI colliding. And Godlike, in a matter of seconds, just wiped the floor with God's Reign. 6 finishes on the board for Godlike as they find a break inside of the top 6 as well. God's Reign, on the other hand, though, 72 points after this match. Man, oh man, there's going to be so much pressure on Destro right now.
Exactly, but at the same time, how did God's Reign let Godlike just drive up like that? No takedowns, nothing whatsoever. Even Jonathan was able to run Destro down. Mistakes were made. A little bit unfortunate here for God's Reign, but it is a good sign for Hero Xtreme Godlike because once again, they are on a finish hunting spree once more. They've got 6 finishes in the bag. And arguably right now, the only team that has pretty much put themselves into the top 12 solely based on finish points rather than placement points.
I think they just... this was a conversation when we saw them in the upper bracket, and I think me and Necro were of the same mind where we felt like Godlike should not at any point be worried about placement points. This team has a lot of firepower, especially with Simp there in the playing for. Punk at one point, when he back in the days when he used to play with Sensei, was considered one of the most aggressive players in the entire country. He became an IGL, that aggression faded away, and I think he still has it in him. He has that mindset. This is the man that is supposed to be leading three assaulters together, and I think now Godlike, they have that mindset with them that we are going to go for those fights. We're just going to keep on charging and putting pressure on teams until they just crumble under it.
Well, speaking of crumbling here, seems like Sim was scouted out. He is going to get taken out here by White Walkers. And here Xtreme Godlike, you can see they are going to try and make this fight. Punk scouts out a little bit randomly for Arthur. Pre-fires come through, but the circle comes in. But do they find those connections? Arthur drops down pretty low, but eventually, and Mino takes him out. But he overpeaks a little bit here and gets traded off as well. But they need to go for the resets. And fortunately for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are inside the zone. And White Walkers could not continue their pressure. Arthur is pretty much left stranded. Vegito going for a one-way smoke peek, but does not see anything at all.
By the way, that man from Godlike, Admino, he did get knocked out by Kratos from Nebula, who's the last survivor for his team. So Godlike are aware of the third party, but Flash, that nade looks good. It can cause some serious damage, and it does. Punk gets knocked out. White Walkers, they try to back off, but another third party comes through. It's Chandan from Blitz Esports who knocks and instantly finishes Flash off. Now, Godlike, they're going to feel pressure. They are stuck outside the play zone. The only way for them to gain safe access is to actually push down the hill from the direction they came from, up north. And that is because there's just one man over there. On the other side, if they continue to push up to the other side of the hill up front, then they're going to have to deal with Blitz Esports, who still hold the man advantage.
Yeah, they can't really do that as well because NoNx is also stalking this fight for the longest of time. Blitz is walking up and stealing all those finishes as well. And looks like Elmino finds the last player of White Walker. They get Vegito. They got 1 point stolen away by Chandan, but aside from that, they hold on, they defend. And they are going to be part of the top 4. But right now, actions on Hero Xtreme Godlike. The final 4 team needs to push inside the zone. And now NoNx is going to be having a little bit of trouble here. Kratos! Kratos! Oh my goodness, NoNx, they're crumbling. He eventually goes down with the help of Blitz. But the damage has been done because with that play from Kratos, opens up the path for Hero Xtreme Godlike to make it in towards the top 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 3 versus 4. Blitz looking for a bounce back in towards the top 12, and Hero Xtreme Godlike looking to secure the top 12 as well.
Yeah, an extremely awkward move from NoNx. They thought Kratos was going to be the only man taking shots, but no, from the backlines, Godlike kicked things off, and again, even in the last 4 versus 3, it's going to be Admino with the opening knock against the players of Blitz. Blitz still with the terrain advantage, so Godlike, they have to be cautious. They have the high ground to work with, but it's that ridge where we see Saurav and where we see the players of Blitz Esports that gives them the upper hand. Now Admino stays back, and everyone else, Jonathan and Punk, they just try to push up. Admino secures the frag, and now the fight is a complete 3v3, but that distance closed in by the players of Godlike is what they wanted to do. Punk with the opener, Chandan finding the trade, spots out Jonathan as well, but brilliant cover from Admino, the backline player from Godlike, doing a lot of heavy lifting in this fight. And as Chandan drops low, one nade from the players of Godlike and just held them secure this chicken dinner.
That's insane cover fire here coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. The nades from Jonathan to scare off Chandan, to put pressure and buy a little bit of time here for the reset was ginormous, because as of yet, even Blitz themselves are going to be able to pick themselves up as well as they go for the reset. But now Chandan re-knocks Punk. Now favors on Blitz once more. But Jonathan, he has the line of sight on that player, but he needs to get that knock. Unfortunately to say, that knock wasn't good enough, because now Blitz, they are going to be looking to try and get Sorev back up to safety and go in for the push, as Punk is going to be picked up once more. And it seems like Blitz, they're not giving away control.
Yeah, they want to fight for this. They know they can win this game. They know they can secure the chicken dinner. And they need this win as well after that previous Erangel did not really go the way they were hoping for. But 3 versus 3, it's a king of the hill fight. Punk, he's back on his feet. Soham, the nade was quite close, but one nade from Saurav and Jonathan hits the floor. Blitz Esports, they have the upper hand in this fight. And finally, it looks like Godlike might just have to succumb to the pressure coming in from the players of Blitz. Soham, he wants to charge forward, scouting for information, realizes there is going to be a man knocked out on the other side and just wants to make that push. And Punk is not going to be able to stop him. Now Admino, a 1v3. He takes down Chandan. He drops sort of low, but still, the man advantage for Blitz makes it easy for them to secure the winner chicken dinner of this game number 4.
A well-deserved victory coming from Blitz as well. A well-needed 4 points here for Blitz to try to make it to the top 12 here. A good fight here between both Blitz and Xtreme Godlike, but a massive opportunity to shake things up in the top 12.
Absolutely. Either of these teams are going to be happy with that performance, but that last fight made a difference of 7 points for one of the teams, and that has to be the most important. Had Godlike won that fight and that chicken, they would have actually added 7 to their tally, potentially qualifying, but Blitz just took it all away from them.
I think Godlike has, after this game, they qualify already. I mean, they had, what, like 10 eliminations?
Yeah,
11 before.
Yeah, they had so many points as well. So I would say the remaining 3 matches for Xtreme Godlike, again, their starting point is very, very simple. 5 points per match, they're good.
But that Mexican standoff actually made so much sense. Blitz and Godlike both fighting for qualification. Now it seems like some teams who have actually played their 14 matches, who are sitting in the back lines, who thought that they were comfortable with 90+ points, are going to be struggling, Johnny.
So this final moment where we saw 3v3, the final 3v3 for that hill, at that time, someone from Godlike had to go on a flank.
Yeah.
Because you have used up too much utility. You can't always be sure how many nades the other team still holds in their hands. And if you are regrouped, you risk the threat of multiple of your players getting knocked out. We see a little bit of a discussion between Punk and Jonathan over there. And I don't know what was said, but Jonathan, with his action, I think just did not agree with his IGL.
Absolutely, and even then, I feel like Admino was the latest entrances in that fight, especially with the vehicle. He could have actually gone in for that big flank that we're talking about, but nonetheless, Blitz Esports Sarvar once again being the top performer with 5 finishes. I think this team and this player specifically, Sarwar, has just figured out a way to perform when his team needs it direly. We saw that one comeback in the lower bracket, 75 points in one day, and now Blitz Esports, they're doing it once again, I see.
I just want to add one thing to this, right? It's not just Sarwar. Chandan as well in that last fight was very critical.
Yeah, he has been very, very critical here. And it's nice to see that back in action here, but, well, more matches to go. It's not over until it's truly over. So I'm curious to see how things are going. But before that, let us take a break here before we proceed with the next match. Hello everyone and welcome back to BMSD 2025 quarterfinals in the final day. And right now, you guys are currently watching the English podcast and we have officially crossed the halfway point of today. So that means only 3 matches remaining before we decide to see who is going to be part of the top 12 to see in the semifinals and who is going to be the bottom 12 where we will not see them anymore here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro and Salty as we continue on with our little bit of discussions here, because earlier just now we saw a very intense fight between Hero, Xtreme, Godlike and also Blitz, but eventually Blitz was able to secure the chicken dinner. Now, with that being said, because it's those 2 teams, how much of a shakeup on the top 12 will it affect here? Because as of now, Saba, the MVP, was one of the major factors part of that discussion.
Of course. I mean, speaking of Blitz, they managed to secure 36 points in the span of 3 games, probably a bit more, to be honest, because even inside of the second game, they did have a few of those elimination points contributed towards the overall standings. If we move on towards the point standings as well, now that's going to be 20 points on the block for Blitz. You've also got Godlike with 17 points and Nebula Esports as well with 11.
Nebula Esports White Walkers have actually are there to be talked about, because Nebula Esports, we saw they were also in some trouble, to be honest. NoNx with its 7 points, I don't think they're going to be troubling the scorers that much. GDR with 5 points, Madkings with 5 points, SINEWY Esports with 4 points. Now that is where trouble lies. I think SINEWY, they are going to be dropping down on that overall leaderboard.
Well, it's a little bit interesting as well, because when we talk about the 4 teams that earlier just now we mentioned as the gatekeepers here, Nebula, Godlike, and also SINEWY are part of those conversations here. And 2 out of these 3 names that I've just mentioned did good in this match. So basically, the cutoff might actually push up even higher here. And SINEWY may be the only scapegoat that may be kicked out of the top 12 if they do not start performing. But unfortunately for them, they still have 3 more matches to go. However, for teams like God's Reign, not looking good for them.
Have a look at Wyld Fangs as well. 0 points from the first match out of the 4 today. I think that is going to factor the overall standings a lot, because they were right at the borderline at the 12th position. Now I think that team will have to drop down. There is no other way. One big match like this one is needed. Just like you mentioned, 2 out of the 4 teams who were supposed to be, fighting for their lives had a blinder of a performance.
Okay, that is not looking good here. Seems like we do have a very, very intense discussion here between Punk and also Jonathan. Seems like they are trying to plan for what's that. Well, I would say that was a chicken dinner that they should have won as well. So I would say they need to settle the differences here. But I would say based on their performance from Hero Shingola, I would say they pretty much are already qualified to semifinals. But I like that they are still very serious despite being in a comfortable position.
Oh my god, that was some heated agreement right there. Jonathan and Punk, it seemed like there was something going on. And I'm pretty sure Punk is unhappy with the fact that something happened to Jonathan. I'm pretty sure he was the first man to get picked off with that utility, and that's when pretty much the domino effect started for Godlike. But I guess now the main question is also going to be, in the upcoming game, if the remaining teams are not able to make that comeback, we're going to see a lot of known names take an exit.
Well, all things considered here, hopefully things are for the better, at least for Hero Xtreme Godlike. But we are going to be continuing on the game here in the map of Erangel to see who is going to be qualifying right now.
As the second half of the day kicks in, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are going to be flying over the lands of Erangel. And this time, match number 22 inside of the quarterfinals. It is quintessential for so many teams to either do or die. Of course, on the cockpit, it is going to be Salty as well as Necro, and we are going to be riding from the left-hand side of military base straight towards shooting range, Necro.
The plane flight path starting pretty much all the way from the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards right, it's going to be a tough stretch, especially if you want to glide all the way towards Lupovka or even Yasna Poliano. Now, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch. Yeah, of course, a few teams taking an exit all the way towards the Sosnoka military base. You've also got God's Reign and White Walkers heading towards Norepnoi. And speaking of God's Reign, the previous game was a major flop. Once again, God's Reign needs a lot of points in the overall standings. And the way the overall standings are shaping out, it definitely does seem like the cutoff's going to go extremely high.
Yeah, 93, 94 minimum in my opinion over there. And I think God's Reign, they're still shy by 20 rather points. So for God's Reign, this game becomes so much more crucial because in the next 2 matches, they would not want to have so much pressure on their shoulders. And speaking of pressure, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like a little bit of switch coming in from Godlike, this time dropping in at Primorsk. After the last game, they might actually consider themselves safe. But looking at so many teams around the 93-point mark, I still feel Godlike, they're still 5 points shy of qualifying.
Wow, the next zone, though, this one's going to be quite a standard one, I'm not going to lie. Pretty much one of the most classic circles out there. And we already do see a heated start to the game. That's going to be NoNx Esports to kick things off once again against the players of Omen. And yeah, Omen, to be honest, they have been a massive letdown throughout the entirety of the Showdown. Even inside over here, we are not seeing any sort of signs of life from that banner. And for NoNx Esports, they've been a massive up.
I think for NoNx Esports, their never give up attitude has been very prominent. Some or the other player always seems to step up, be it Ash, be it Veyron, be it Shiraj. Even Phantom, as a matter of fact, I think he's been the most consistent player from this lineup. So NoNx Esports looking really good with 120 points right at the top.
Salty, if NoNx wants a chance to qualify, they need 30 points in this one game.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can't say bare minimum 25 points. Yeah, it's not looking too good for NoNx. A chicken dinner or nothing. That too with 15 elimination points, and that's the only possible way NoNx can save the sinking ship. Which means NoNx needs to be fragging out. An aggressive start is needed from NoNx. They had a decent day, especially in the game one itself, but then later on we saw a major dip in the performance.
And I'm not really sure if NoNx will be able to do that because right of the get-go, they do need those 4 elimination points and a squad fight in their favor. That is the only thing that can boost their morale to the point where they can actually go in chasing those finishes. Otherwise, a 30-pointer game is a dream that teams just watch out for. And you mentioned about NoNx, multiple other teams in the same bracket as well. Look at God's Reign, 72 points, but they still have 2 more games to go. But I am not even considering the last 2 matches because, again, there is going to be a shift in the lobby. For God's Reign, if they do want to qualify, they have to show intent in this one. True. And I guess potentially 15 to 20 points, they're going to be through.
Wyld Fangs, God's Reign, White Walkers on the same pace. To be honest, for White Walkers, even they've got a lot on the board. In this game, White Walkers as well, they need a massive chicken dinner. That's the only way White Walkers can save the day for themselves. BotArmyEsports, it's one of those teams, to be honest, I do not really have a lot of hopes from, but if they do end up getting a chicken dinner over here, then maybe you can't say BotArmyEsports too can move up. For Reckoning Esports, the day's already done. Omen and Marcos Gaming pretty much around the same block as well. Not a lot of expectations from these teams.
Yeah, but I was expecting a lot from White Walkers as well. Wyld Fangs at that 75-point mark, I don't really think they've done enough, especially that 0-pointer in the last game is going to hurt them quite a lot. Need to actually look out for those points in this one. And I think Mania is kind of shifting his gameplay, even with Spray God. I think this team is known for its aggression, especially the individual players in their previous lineups. They were the epitome of aggression. Now, all of a sudden, it seems like Wyld Fangs, they're playing on a passive front, and that is not working out for them.
So let's just say one thing. That the teams over here in the top 5 that you see on the DOA status on the right side of your screens, they've qualified. Whoever manages to get more than 97 points, I believe they've qualified.
Yeah.
It's all about teams like Blitz Esports, Nebula Esports, who just need a few more points to pretty much move up and solidify that slot as well. And Blitz, they have been miraculous so far. It's the last game for Blitz, and we know in the last game, Blitz only needs like 7 points.
Yeah. I love this coming in from Blitz, to be honest, because it's not easy playing with pressure on your shoulders, Necro. It's always so much more difficult because 1,000 things keep on going in your head, whether or not you are going to be qualifying, whether you're going to get eliminated, and it means so much to these players. And Blitz, in spite of all these adversities, the way they actually come out inside of the Battlegrounds, it's insane. But someone like SINEWY Esports, who are still struggling around that 85-point mark, they did phenomenally well yesterday, but imagine if they drop the ball tonight. I think it's going to be one of the biggest heartbreaks that we've seen in BGMI.
Marcos Gaming, all the 4 players to make that pounce against Wanted. The man's just all by himself, trapped in the corner, and Wanted, he needs to pop off no matter what. And yeah, this time, he gets picked off instantly by the players of Marcos Gaming. It's not a good start for BotArmyEsports. A lot of people say Wanted's probably one of the most unlucky guys, but yeah, I don't think so, man. At that point, if you're failing back-to-back tournaments in back-to-back years, you're not unlucky. There's probably an issue.
There goes your 30-point chicken dinner away, huh? BotArmyEsports, they were not ready for that fight in any means, to be honest.
It's still not done yet. If BotArmyEsports manages to get 20 points in this one, or maybe even 15, and then in the upcoming games, they can have that consistency.
I don't know, man. It doesn't really seem like that is going to be happening because look at this. Fragger, the only man who's standing, BotArmyEsports, they are kind of disintegrated. The rest of the 2 players, I guess, they are in the middle of Rozok. So there's no way BotArmyEsports is fighting back Marcos in this one.
Yeah, what is this disconnection between the players of BotArmyEsports? Does not make a lot of sense at all.
it kind of feels like they've given up even before the final game even began.
I'm pretty sure that's not the case, but I'm not exactly sure what the shot calling was. What is One doing? These type of calls really do cause a lot of mistake, and you clearly saw what just happened to you. You got instantly capitalized by Marcos Gaming.
But somebody has to clap for this team. Mysterious 4, I think the way they showed intent in tonight's game was absolutely brilliant.
I would say more than Mysterious 4, it's all about Blitz. That's what I personally think. For Mysterious 4, somewhere down line, we knew that they can easily qualify with one decent game on the board. And Mysterious 4, they got that. But for Blitz, they were around the 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
It's been a major comeback from Blitz.
Absolutely. 100% agree with that. Mysterious 4, well, their performance throughout the journey has been extremely disciplined, to be honest. The way they hold the central parts of the circle, I think I have not seen any other team do that, especially in times of pressure. But this time, I think the majority of the talking points will be how God's Reign make their presence felt inside the circle. Look at this, Marcos Gaming, they've sniffed out that one player, Fragger, all by himself in a 1v3 situation. The shotgun kind of misclicks, misses out on that first opportunity to strike, but now, because Marcos Gaming, they know exactly where this play is going to be. Wow!
He canceled that nade. That was beautifully played. Goes down towards the stairs, cancel that nade, and then instantly goes back up once again. But to be honest, where's the cavalry? That's my question. Do see the players around the block now. Finally, BotArmyEsports, but they're still pretty far away. In my opinion, Lion and Pratik, they should just push up. Fragger needs their help, but they're way too far away still from Fragger. Someone needs to save the day for this guy. Fragger's on the verge, being completely eliminated from the game, but his ban, it's doing a lot of damage. Marcos Gaming, they lose out another man inside of the fight, which is not a good look. Now the fight's taken down to a 3v3, and Fragger, if the man managed to get another knock, things are going to be so good. The flashbang was perfect, and that's going to be the confirmation.
Marcos Gaming, well. That was a sweaty fight, to be honest, especially just against one player. Should have cleaned it out quite efficiently, but then there's still 4 men alive. Not a lot of problems for them. But for BotArmyEsports, once again, the players did look to rejoin into this party, but now they were absolutely helpless. There is nothing that you can do, and now you're left with just 2 men alive, looking for so many points. I don't think it's going to be possible. But look at Wyld Fangs now. Spray God will get revived for sure, but I'm not sure how did this man all by himself in the middle of nowhere get knocked down. Victor Sumus, they're not here, but it is a NoNx Esports. A little bit of a plunge, a little bit of a slip up coming in from Kana. And even from the backlines, I think God's have been spotted. The shots will come through. Wyld Fangs, can they take advantage of this, Necro?
Yeah, for God's Reign, to be honest, the position they've got, it's filled with a lot of risk. We've got Neo in the backlines, 3 players in the front. Oh, this is all around the church side. It's a power spot to be in. And God's Reign, to be honest, warehouse side, I'm not sure how they're going to be playing this one.
They're still pretty slow in their movements, and that is what concerns me. God's Reign, by now, I think they're still looking for the central regions of the circle, and this is not their strength. Playing in from the center, really holding the block. I have never really seen God's Reign succeed in that one, but have a look at this fight. BotArmyEsports, they're still looking to do something with Marcos Gaming. Nades come through from multiple angles as Pratik on that first floor all by himself. And Line, it's so surprising that that man was actually lying low. He did get picked off, and now Marcos Gaming. It was an extremely close affair with 2 players getting knocked down, but Pratik should have actually landed that nade a little while earlier.
Things under control, and Marcos Gaming now looking extremely deadly. They should have played the same way since day one. Marcos Gaming would have been in a much better spot. But as of now for White Walkers, now they're going to cross their pathways against Reckoning Esports, and it's not a good fight at all. A lot of shots taken against Arthur. The man's barely surviving. And Reckoning Esports, they know they've got nothing to lose. They're anyways done from the tournament. At least try and get away with a lot of fights and maybe spawn a few games for banners like White Walkers. But look at these shots from Arjun. Disgusting stuff. Finds the knock, gets the confirmation as well. White Walkers, that's going to be 1 elimination point on the board.
It's a matter of pride for Reckoning Esports right now. They can't really play in for qualification, but please go out with a bang. Go out with an impact. White Walkers, a little bit of slip up was there, but for sure they kind of turned things around. And have a look at this, Arthur, it seems like he's not done yet. Looking to chase down the players of Reckoning Esports, not letting them go unscathed from this fight. They've lost one player already. White Walkers, they are heading, they are chasing. Shots connected, beautiful teamwork coming in from Arthur and the ref's comrade. Flash also quite crucial in that one. And have a look at those nades coming through. Headshots after headshots, Reckoning Esports, they are doing phenomenally well. But White Walkers, Vichito, that was some disgusting shots. He cleans up Reckoning Esports and all 4 players, they're still standing. Beautiful stuff coming in from White Walkers. Intent to qualify.
Easy cleanup and a wipe. And now it's getting the revival back upon the fallen comrades. White Walkers, they're pretty much like the Whitewashers, washing out one of those teams. And now for NoNx, they found themselves in probably one of the most awkward spots. One man gets knocked out in the open. The remaining 2 players, they straight up make a slam. And even Anonymous joins him in the fray. Adi gets knocked out of the backlines. And now for Nebula, they need to play complete defense. Wait for NoNx to walk into their crosshairs. And that's what they're doing perfectly. As Kratos, he fights another knock. NoNx down to just one last man, Viper, and this was their final game. If NoNx messes up, they're done for. They will be eliminated from the tournament, but Viper is still trying his best to fight back as he fights those 2 essential knocks. Nebula Esports, they can't be messed up as well, and now the fight's taken down to a 1v1. Viper, he's fighting till his last breath as he tosses another nade, but Nomi, the man's still alive, but now NINZA, here comes the third party. They want to be aggressive, and NINZA, they will put the nail in the coffin as NoNx, they've been eliminated from this tournament.
But have a look at this now, Mysterious 4 Esports, they join the party as NINZA, they get stormed with their compounds with nades. And this is brilliant timing coming in from Omega, because I don't think they were expecting NINZA to come into this fight, but especially when they came through, the nades went absolutely berserk. And have a look at this, the way they clean things up. 2 finishes in the back already. NINZA looking to go in for that rebuy. I guess will get spotted from the back lines. Wyld Fangs might actually join the party as well. This is absolute deadlock happening.
It indeed is. And Mysterious 4 at this point in time, they know they've already qualified, so they can go for the risk like this. And even for NINZA, it's not really going to make a lot of difference. An instant third party, NINZA gets eliminated from the game. That's going to be 4 finishes on the board. NINZA, they've already done it. Mysterious 4, they've already done it. All these teams on the first half, now just finding a reason to be aggressive inside of the game, as Nebula is still in the back lines trapped. And you've got Nomi, the only man surviving for the banner.
How did this man survive? I mean, initially it was NINZA coming in for a third party, then Mysterious 4 joined in as a 4th party, and Nebula Esports just held their ground. But nonetheless, on towards the other side, it seems like SINEWY Esports, they're also trying to look pretty good against Marcos Gaming. A little bit of a knockout over there on top of Vishu, which means SINEWY Esports will be left immobilized. And from the back lines, it's White Walkers charging against them as well. Now, this is bad news for SINEWY. They are in a sandwich situation. Marcos Gaming looking to reset, but the nades, the constant pressure coming in from White Walkers might cause a lot of problems for SINEWY Esports.
White Walkers, Arjun and Arthur right next to each other as Buddy. He wants to shut down the last remaining player of Nebula. But Mysterious 4, they have been quite mysterious. And especially Nomi. He's not really giving that easy fight to the opponent. Now decides to patch himself up first. And this entire scuffle that happened towards the compound, 3 teams got wiped in an instance. Nebula is still surviving with 1 player, but soon I'm pretty sure even they will be wiped out. Wyld Fangs against the players of NoNx Esports. You've also got SINEWY taking a fight against Marcos Gaming. A lot of fights happening within this instance. And NoNx Esports, they've been eliminated by the hands of Wyld Fangs.
Yeah.
And keep this thing in mind, Wyld Fangs, they're desperate for these points.
They've decimated the competition. White Walkers, who are still alive though, needs to be the next in line, but right up front has to be a very big target, and that will be Godlike.
This
Look at that.
hovercraft.
I'm not really sure if Wyld Fangs are in a good position right now, because this Valley will draw all the nades coming towards him, funnel them in this position. Now this is something where Wyld Fangs need to exit from. This position, it's not favorable for a fight. Look at that. The nade from Sim was not really going to affect Zap, but One by one, these bricks do fall as Mania and White Tiger, the only players alive. Stray God has been revived, but a Renock comes through as the floor is lava. Godlike looking to charge in, Sim being the frontliner. It seems like they've done the job. One more nade, it should be done, and Wyld Fangs, they bid goodbye to the lobbyists. Godlike, they survive yet another fight.
The wrath of Godlike, and Wyld Fangs is not able to outstand that. Solid stuff from Godlike, focusing on their firefights and focusing on the 4v4s. And Godlike's doing a phenomenal job, especially with Simp. This man has been so instrumental. Simp finding that first knock is the reason why Godlike came out on top in that fight. Or else Wyld Fangs would have been a constant pain for Godlike to deal with. And just look at this hovercraft. Who parked it there?
We don't know, and honestly, that's a beautiful cover per se, but Godlike Esports, they were still able to get the better of Wyld Fangs in spite of that cover. Now this is what we call skill.
Yeah, and Godlike actually has got a solid split to play with too, right?
Yeah.
2 players inside of the trenches all the way in the back and 2 players in the front. Godlike's got a lot of territorial control.
But speaking of Wyld Fangs, I don't know, it seems like they are always finding themselves in positions that they should not be in. Multiple collisions happen one after the other as their players, they fail to clean up fights efficiently. One or the other player will always find himself knocked, and the third party comes through this. It's too much for Sap and White Tiger to actually control, but have a look at this. God's Reign. They have a lovely little compound for themselves from the back lines. A couple of those outliers from Marcos Gaming were visible, but no shots connected as of yet. Just one finish on the block, and this is problem for God's Reign, Necro.
Marcos Gaming, the players out in the open in the car. A lot of the shots taken against him in the spray stable. All the players still alive, and God's Reign for them. This game is going to be the day saver. If God's Reign do end up securing a chicken dinner in this game, just imagine the happiness on Destra's face. That's going to mean quite a bit.
But they're still quite far away. I mean, if you look at the average point that they get from a chicken dinner, it's around 14 to 15. That is it. And if they do replicate their performance, all that they can find themselves is with 86 points. That is not going to be enough.
Yeah, but here's the thing. God's Reign still have got 3 more games to go, counting this one in.
Yeah.
So after this game, they're still going to have 2 more. And if you ask me, that's enough games to actually mount a comeback. So God's Reign can definitely be the one to do so. It's not even a question. They've got a lot of experience. They've been put in these type of scenarios time and time in the past. They know what needs to be done.
I'm praying. I am praying for a good performance coming in from God's Reign. And they've got Marcos Gaming locked in already. Renock after knee. Renock as Stone BGMI falls as well. And have a look at that. That is the go call. 4 finishes in the bag already for God's Reign as they send Marcos Gaming packing. Now this is good stuff. They've cleaned their backlines already. Now they can focus on what's up front. But Godlike, though, coming in from the blue, I think they've spotted them already. Now this is going to be a big opportunity for either side.
Yeah.
Both for Godlike as well as for God's Reign.
Godlike's definitely going to be a pain. And looking at the Blitz of SINEWY too, just look at the way Blitz was able to shut him down to the replay. Unfortunately for SINEWY, they did not stand a chance in the game, but
Oh, wow.
we all know SINEWY is one of those teams that are in quite the comfortable spot, not qualified yet.
Are
They just need a few points.
Are they, Necro? 82 points, I'm not sure.
I mean, they've still got 2 more games in the future, so you can't say anything.
I'm not banking on the last 2 games. I feel like it's still a very big hit and miss. But have a look at this right now. Madkings Esports, they barely survived this fight, but Godlike comes in chasing it. Admino is going to find those eliminations. Blitz and Godlike, they set up Madkings for failure as a beautiful fight breaks out. Admino with the final nail, of course, the final laugh. Godlike, they are picking up finishes one after the other. But this is a place where a lot of bodies have gone by, a lot of bodies, a lot of graves have been dug. Can Godlike survive another fight will be a question as God's Reign, they are bloodthirsty, Necro.
God's Reign, for them, the compound they've got, it's still in quite the power spot. Then you've also got Godlike, probably one of the most strongest teams in the lobby currently. Winning every single firefight they're taking. 5 finishes on the board.
But that one player, Bunny, I think this man actually can spoil the game for Godlike Esports or for God's Reign for that matter. I think he's keeping his position in check, not really moving a muscle. He knows that every single sound cue is going to matter right now. Have a look at this. Blitz Esports look quite confident. 7 finishes already for these lads as they spot the lads from White Walker at the distance. And Flash, I think, under constant pressure.
Blitz qualified.
They definitely did. I think they've crossed the 100-point mark as well.
Yeah, they've done it. That's 100 points on the board as of now.
And this is
And
second
even a few
consecutive.
placement points. Yeah.
They've done this twice in a row. This is insane stuff coming from Blitz, to be honest.
right?
Once in the lower brackets, once in the quarterfinals. You can call one time a fluke, but you can't actually call it a fluke when they've done it twice in a row now.
Yeah, they just know how to spring back to life every single time. When you think Blitz is done, they always pull off a major comeback. And right now as well, they've still got 2 more players standing on the board, and that 2 in the top 4. Insane stuff from Blitz. God's Reign, they probably did have one of the most controlling spots in the game, but now they need to leave that spot and make it inside of the circle.
Problems for White Walkers as well, as they have to cover a lot of distance out in the open. Absolutely no cover to work with. White Walkers, they charge through, cruise around these rice fields, but can they push up against GDR will be a question as Vegito finds that first knock. This is beautiful. White Walkers can actually find the opening, and if Godlike does not decide to interfere in this fight, God's Reign, Necro, they're going to be in a deep world of trouble.
This is insane for White Walkers. Now White Walkers, they know one thing. They do not really have a lot of solid cover to play with, so just spread yourself out and play for control. If they do have a lot of the territory control, which means God's Reign and Godlike will soon start to suffocate. For Blitz Esports, they're just trying to play passive.
Yeah.
Let the flow of the game take over, see what God's Reign and Godlike are going to do, and then Blitz is going to be the one to blitz through.
Absolutely. So basically the win condition for God's Reign has been set. They have to stay outside the circle for a while, but it seems like they are chasing it through. White Walkers, they are ready for this fight as Flash will be the first one to fall. And now this is what you got payback from the backlines. It is going to be Vegito who finds that connection on top of Justin. This is good news. Another one of those players, Delta, will get spotted out and being knocked out as well. White Walkers on the verge of eliminating God's Reign, Necro.
White Walkers. And just like that, they actually do find the confirmation as
They've
well.
done it.
What just happened to God's Reign? How did they get dismantled in such a way? It's such an awkward finish for God's Reign. Not a lot of finish points on the board. They also get eliminated on the 4th spot. That's not a lot of placement points either. God's Reign is messing games after games, and that's going to also mess up their mindset. Godlike, 4 players next to each other, and Admino, he's the one to scout things out. Moves up close and personal against the players of Blitz, does get the information as well, but now for Blitz, what is the game plan? With 2 players standing, Chandan and Sarvar, with also Godlike on the tail. Blitz, they've got a lot to deal with, and this name from Arthur, it's going to be the opening. White Walker, solid stuff from the boys. And now for Blitz, with just 1 man surviving, I highly doubt they can do anything.
I don't know where did White Walkers bring this confidence from, but they for sure are doing it absolutely brilliantly. Admino, of course, is going to pick up that final finish from Blitz Esports, but they don't really mind as White Walkers. They survive from this fight unscathed. This is going to be a Mexican standoff in the middle of nowhere. A 3v4 with White Walkers playing it for the chicken. Godlike lost it to Blitz Esports in the last map of Miramar. Now against White Walkers. Can they stop them?
Definitely a big chance they can. White Walkers is one of those teams still looking for that qualification marker. And they're desperate for the points as well. But now Godlike, they're going to make their life living hell. Already finding the first knock. Arthur and Vegito still surviving. These 2 players, they've got a lot on their shoulders. While they face off against the entire pack of Godlike. Of the fight taken down to a 4-on-2. Arthur still behind the hay bale, as now he's going to be challenged by the players of Godlike. He does find the first knock. Jonathan gets knocked out. Admino still in the back lines, and even Admino gets knocked. But even Arjun gets knocked from the side of White Walkers. Trades happening back and forth, and White Walkers now down to just this one last man. Fight's taken down to a 1-on-2. It can be anyone's cup of tea.
Can be anybody's. Godlike Esports, they will look to bounce back, of course, as Singh and Punk, they're still alive. The idea is simple, to try and charge at him from 2 different angles, and the vehicles can actually do so much mobility for them. A little bit of spotting coming through for Sim. He did find that little bit of connection, but finally, it is from Punk who lands the final blow as Godlike, they get the chicken that they deserve. Fighting for so long against Blitz, against White Walkers, but with 12 eliminations, they actually make their presence felt inside of the lobby.
And finally, Punk now seems satisfied.
Yep.
He wanted a chicken dinner, and he delivers it to the fans. And this was the Godlike that everyone wanted to see, and we're finally seeing them in a top-notch form. And what a way to end the quarterfinals as well, right? Now directly taking a lead towards the semifinals with a top-notch form. Godlike is looking formidable.
Exactly, you can see finally smiles on Jonathan's face as well. Here Xtreme Godlike, from an intense discussion to a chicken dinner. Seems like the old Godlike that we saw from BGIS days seems to be back in action. However, with that performance coming from here Xtreme Godlike, that pretty much secures their journey into the semi-finals. And also a little bit of recovery coming from White Walkers. Now, with only 2 matches remaining here, who is actually going to be in contention for the top 12 is going to be my question right now.
I mean, look, Blitz qualified, and to be honest, for God's Reign now, things are a little bit too close. They don't really have a lot of points, but now God's Reign in the upcoming 2 games, I personally think they need around 15 to 20 points, which might just be too much to ask for. But knowing the fact that it's God's Reign, knowing the fact that they've been put and tested in these type of scenarios time and time in the past, I do believe there's a chance they can do it.
Yeah, exactly. And even this final moments as well here, you can see the confidence coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. And the result of them getting into this phase here prior to this was that major fight against Wyld Fangs, which in this case, Sim had no business being out and open, but for some reason was able to get an off angle and a jump on Wyld Fangs and then taking them out. So I would say Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're very, very confident in this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? They seem like in fluid form, and they should continue the same thing. We've also got the winner chicken dinner stats on the screen. Admino getting 5 finishes. Even Jonathan had a decent bit of contribution.
I think he had a lot of contribution, but Godlike, they are true. That was a good performance. We did discuss about the teams who were actually left behind, Wyld Fangs. Now, that was a fight which they absolutely bombed. I think the first 2 games, the first game that they played today, 0 points. The next game that they played today, once again, absolutely 0 or possibly 1 point.
But after this game, we've also got a lot of confirmed eliminations.
Yeah, I agree. So I would say they do need have a little bit more chance here to actually make a bounce back. But before that, I'm curious to see what Hero Xtreme Godlike has to say about their performance, because we're going to be jumping into the interview with them right now on the stage.
फाइनली एक चिकन डिनर जो जाता हुआ गॉडलाइक के खाते में, और वो भी क्रूशियल वन, क्योंकि ये चिकन डिनर अब उनको सेमीफाइनल्स तक लेकर के गया। लेकिन पूरी कहानी क्या रही, उसके लिए जो पूरी टीम है वो मेरे साथ मौजूद है। शुरुआत करेंगे आईजीएल पंक से। पंक, कितना अहम था ये चिकन डिनर, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी क्वालिफिकेशन मार्क ऑलमोस्ट क्रॉस था, बट ये चिकन डिनर कुछ ज्यादा वैल्यू रखता है आपके लिए?
वैल्यू तो बहुत रखता है यार, लाइक काफ़ी टाइम हो गया है, एकदम क्लोज आ जाके लाइक थ्रो हो रहे थे, अब फाइनली चिकन मिला है तो एक बूस्ट मिला है।
बिल्कुल पंक, लेकिन अगर आप बात करें एज अ टीम, आपको लगता है कि द वे हम क्वालिफाई करके जा रहे हैं अभी सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर, डू यू थिंक कि दिस इज द राइट वे? ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस अलग होती है गॉडलाइक के साथ, और सवाल ये भी है कि 29 मैचेस क्यों लग गए इस चिकन डिनर में?
30 मैचेस यार टाइम लगता है यार चीज़ों में, बट वो है कि फाइनली अच्छा हुआ, लाइक सेमीज से पहले ये सब चीज़ें सॉर्ट हो रही है धीरे धीरे करके।
बिल्कुल, अभी के लिए हम चलते हैं जॉनथन की तरफ, जो सबर बोल रहे हैं शायद यहाँ पे, और मुस्कुराहट भी हमें देखने को मिल रही है। बट जॉनथन, द हीट वॉज वेरी विजिबल, जो हमने देखा आपके और पंक के बीच में भी काफ़ी सारी बातचीत बीच में चल रही थी। वॉट वॉज दैट ऑल अबाउट?
सो इन गेम तो हीट तो चलते ही रहती है, बट आउटसाइड द गेम वी आर ऑल लाइक ब्रदर्स, सो गेम में थोड़ा बसर बसर चलते रहता है, तो उससे ही वी लर्न, एंड ताकि वो मिस्टेक्स वापस से ना हो।
फॉर श्योर। बट अभी जॉनथन, अगर हम बात करें ना इस पूरे ही BMSD 2025 में, टीम गेम कंपेरेटिवली शायद पिछले 2-3 दिनों के अंदर देखने को मिला है। अगर आप इनिशियल स्टेज से बात करें तो इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा था, बट टीम गेम कहीं ना कहीं लैकिंग था। क्या अलग हुआ कि फाइनली जो गॉडलाइक का टीम गेम है वो देखने को मिल रहा है?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट कि हम काफ़ी वाइज से स्क्रिम नहीं खेल रहे थे, स्क्रिमिंग नहीं कर रहे थे हम, सो उसके कारण ही टीम में थोड़े लाइक यू नो कम्युनिकेशन इश्यूज वो सब हो रहे थे, बट वी वेंट बैक होटल पर, वी वेंट बैक एंड प्लेड स्क्रिम्स एंड वी सीन द रिजल्ट।
बिल्कुल, रिजल्ट बढ़िया मिला है। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस। अभी के लिए गॉडबिनो की तरफ चलते हैं, उनसे चर्चाएं करते हैं। एडमिनो, बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, वो गॉडबिनो फॉर्म बहुत कंसिस्टेंटली देखने को नहीं मिला है। आप फिनिश लीडर बोर्ड की बात कर लीजिए, अगर आप डैमेज लीडर बोर्ड की बात कर लीजिए, दैट लीडर बोर्ड इज मिसिंग यू। क्या हमें जल्दी आप वहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे?
अगर अपन यही मोमेंटम के साथ खेलते रहे तो ज़रूर मिल जाएंगे।
चलिए, ये भी सही है, बट अभी के लिए हम चलते हैं आगे सिम्प द सेवियर की तरफ। द संतरा गैंग विल बी वेरी हैप्पी, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर। सिम्प, आप बताइए, आपको सेवियर का खिताब दिया जाता है हर बार, आप कैसा महसूस करते हैं जब गॉडलाइक का सेवियर सिम्प है ये कहा जाता है तब?
अच्छा लगता है, पर हर बार सेव करना अच्छी बात नहीं है, चारों टीममेट्स को जिंदा रहना चाहिए, तो मतलब अच्छा तो लगता है काफ़ी।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। बट सिम्प, मूविंग अहेड, अभी जो सेमीफाइनल्स है वो उसका जो सफ़र है वो भी आसान नहीं होगा। उस कंपटीशन के लिए कुछ अलग प्रिपरेशंस?
नहीं, बस जो आज के दिन हम मोटिव से आए थे कि एक चिकन डिनर तो निकाल के जाना है, वो हो गया है। अभी बाकी के 2 मैचेस भी हैं, उसमें भी कोशिश करेंगे अच्छे मोमेंटम के साथ सेमीफाइनल्स में जाए।
चलिए बिल्कुल, और इन चेहरों पे ना मुस्कुराहट देखे हुए काफी अरसा हो गया था, बीट ऑन कैमरा या ऑफ कैमरा, बट फाइनली ऐसा लग रहा है कि इस चिकन डिनर के साथ वो मुस्कुराहट वापस आई है, वो कॉन्फिडेंस वापस आया है, एंड मे बी जो मोमेंटम है वो भी वापस आए। पर अभी भी बहुत सारी टीम्स हैं जिनका क्वालिफिकेशन दांव पे लगाए और बचे हैं सिर्फ 2 मुकाबले। चलेंगे उसकी तरफ, लेकिन उससे पहले एक छोटा सा ब्रेक।
After that previous game, we've still got a lot of confirmed qualifications and eliminations too. And guys, once again, back towards the main deal, right? Now we've got a few more names like Revenant Xspark once again back in the race. We're also going to have God's Reign around the playing block. And for these teams, the qualification's still on the line.
Absolutely, and I think there is nothing more pressure than the last 2 matches, because of course for majority of the teams like Blitz Esports, Mysterious 4, they were on point in trying to deliver the performance before the first 2 games arrive. Now the pressure is going to be on the teams like Wyld Fangs on SINEWY Esports, who just came in from back-to-back losses. I don't really think they have enough in store.
I think when it comes to this situation as well here, you brought up 2 teams. There's also another team that is also having the backs against the wall, and that's going to be God's Reign as well, looking to try and push in towards the top 12. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of the previous match here. Is going to be Admino as the MVP here. Well, unfortunately for Xavier, well, Mr. Simp is not part of the top 5 here.
It's completely fine. The man does not need to be the one to make the main plays every single time, right? You've also got Vegito right there from the side of White Walkers getting 4 finishes. Sarvar right there too with 3 finishes. Neo as well coming in from God's Reign with 3. Yeah, to be honest, God's Reign messed up big time in that previous game. Taking that fight against the players of White Walkers was not something that was too good for God's Reign, and that was one of the main reasons why we saw God's Reign take an exit in the final few moments. Match standings popping up on the screen. Godlike getting 22 points out of that, and White Walkers getting away with 16.
I would say White Walkers and Blitz did really, really well in their journey to try and potentially make a comeback here. Blitz pretty much qualifies, but for God's Reign, only 9 points. That is a very, very concerning factor as well. And even for Wyld Fangs just now, we saw barely enough points. So, I don't know, man.
Look at the confirmed eliminating names. We've got NoNx, BotArmyEsports, Reckoning Esports, and God's Omen.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to see them in the upcoming stages. We're not going to be able to see them in the Showdown 2025 anymore. Guys, any last word for these teams?
Sayonara.
That is funny. But ladies and gentlemen, we move over to the overall standings, and now this is where business actually comes through. All the teams in the first 8, I think they are going to be through victorious. Sumus, 99 points at the bottom. There is no threat coming to them. But Godlike with that performance, I think this is epic. 120 points. They are making their presence felt finally inside of the quarterfinals. I think storming into the semis with that chicken, and they still have 2 more games to go.
If you think about it, it's absolutely crazy. 7 out of 8 teams, they've got more than 100 points, which means the cutoff is just going to go even more higher, which is not a good thing for the teams on the last page now.
Oh boy.
And yeah, the teams in the red, there's a big chance they will be eliminated from the entire tournament. And just imagine, SINEWY was also one of those names that we counted in. But now even for SINEWY, they're their heads on the swivel.
Oh no, there's a massive difference in between 12th and 13th right now. White Walkers with that performance close in on the 12th position with 90 points already. Now 6 more points, I think they are going to be through. But the point is, all the teams in the second page, they are yet to play the 2 games. But apart from SINEWY Esports and God's Reign, I don't see anybody close.
Wow, which means the cutoff is just going to go even more higher. You've got a few more names like BotArmyEsports, Nebula Esports, and even Tamilan Esports on the verge of playing these games. But to be honest, all the teams on the last page, I don't think they stand a chance.
Exactly, with 2 matches remaining as well here. But based on this screen, officially we have to say goodbye to God's Omen, Reckoning Esports, and also NoNx Esports because they are pretty much done and dusted. We will not be seeing them in the semi-finals. But for the rest of the pack, they still have a shot, but they need a massive performance here. But my expected predicted cutoff was 89 points. And right now, in 2 more games left, the cutoff has extended into his 90 points. So that means the competition is going to be very, very difficult. I would say out of all the 3 stages that we've played so far, lower brackets, upper brackets, this is the most difficult one to qualify for top 12 right now.
Salty, you want to hear something funny?
What is
EVOX, they've still got 2 more games to play.
Well, I mean, qualification is still a very distant dream for them, but at least they can actually go out with a bang.
It's not even a dream, let's be honest. They cannot even imagine them qualifying. They're so far back in the overall standings. Now, if they manage to get 30 points in 2 games, then maybe there's still a chance. But let's be honest, for EVOX, they're just done for. They should not even be a part of the conversation. But back towards the second page once again. Everyone is on the 14th game mark, which means the upcoming 2 games are going to be played by the second game, which means the cutoff is just going to go even more higher.
Absolutely.
Let me give you some good maths now here. Right?
Go ahead.
Cool.
In order for EVOX to qualify, there is 2 games. Each game gives you 10 points for chicken dinner, so that's 20 points. And if they get 60 finishes in a single game twice, that's 120 points, they will qualify.
Wow,
Basically, drop in the lobby, finish everybody, and you win.
Wow. That is the most amount of sense that we have made in the Showdown entirety, ladies and gentlemen.
Probably the best analyst desk over here on the English broadcast.
Sharing his love to the fans. But nonetheless, going back, of course, to what is in store, Necro. Last 2 games, I want to know your expectations, especially from teams like Wyld Fangs and White Walkers who are still battling for the 13th and the 12th position.
To be honest, for a team like Wyld Fangs, I'm pretty sure those minus points that they got at the start of the entire quarterfinals, it's going to start to sting them now. And just imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be there on the second page. I would not even want to put myself in their shoes because they want to qualify. The slot for the Global Championships on the line. They are here to fight for the pride.
But there's a lot of things they have to fight for as well because there's 12 other teams waiting in the semi-finals that they have to face off before we get towards the stage where the slots are in play. But of course, if you guys are just tuning in as well here, joining back into this final 2 game is going to be Group A. And on screen, we have Victoria Sumus, EVOX, Medal Esports, 4TR Official, Autobotz, Vasista Esports, Revenant Xspark, and Tamilan Esports joining the fray alongside with Group C to close out the quarterfinals here for BMSD.
The question is, though, by the way, can Medal Esports and 4TR make a comeback right now? Because they were around the 69 and 71 point mark. They are in need for dire big games, and I don't see it coming true, Necro.
More than that, I guess the funniest part has to be the fact that even SINEWY is now in the red marker.
Exactly.
Yesterday when we saw SINEWY pop off in such a great fashion, we all thought that SINEWY is already qualified. But no, look at SINEWY. Their heads on the swivel, and if they do not perform and hope that the upcoming teams do not perform as well, then SINEWY gets eliminated too.
Now this is where the comrades actually made a lot more sense. Blitz and Mysterious 4, right when the pressure was on top of them. You know, taking those fights against SINEWY Esports, I think that is what you want to do. You want to take out your competitors first in a 4v4 initially at the start of the game so that you know that you have no threat from them coming on the overall standings.
I would say right now the best option here is to take out White Walkers right from the get-go
Exactly.
to actually stop the cutoff from extending in higher here. In 2 games, White Walkers needs to go down first in order for the cutoff to stop exactly, and I mean exactly, at 90 points.
To be honest, at this point, it's not just about White Walkers too, right? The team right underneath White Walkers, there's what, like 7 points separating them? And if those points are instantly capitalized as well by the team underneath them, then once again, the threat will be on top of the teams right underneath overall standings. To be honest, it's just going to keep on getting passed away.
Okay, let's give you guys a little bit of a softer, perfect world scenario here. Instead of going for 60 points in a single game, why not go for 30 points instead? You know, 30 points in a chicken dinner, that means 20 finishes and also a chicken dinner. So that means Current record, 22 finishes, chicken dinner. So there's 32 points. So there's 2 games, 64 points, done.
Somebody give this man something to eat. He needs something to eat so that he can actually come back to his senses.
I mean, he's been having a lot of tea these days, and maybe it's the tea getting to him. But I see, to be honest, I feel like inside of the spotlight, we're of course going to have a bit more of that clarity since we've got Simp, the main playmaker for Godlike, recently in the quarterfinals. He's been putting up some insane numbers. 20 finishes on the board. Damage stats going to be 4,113. Simp has been top-notch.
I think especially inside of the quarterfinals, every single player from Godlike has performed. Not one will be standing out. Of course, Simp does come onto the spotlight, 20 eliminations. I think that is one of the highest right after Jonathan. But then you can't really deny the performances coming in from Punk and Admino as well. The entire team just came together when it mattered the most, when elimination was on the line.
That's what I'm saying, right? If a team is struggling with confidence, if a team is struggling with firefights, start taking the fights. And that's what Godlike realized as well. Yesterday, we saw a complete different Godlike. They were just going all in, aggressive, guns blazing. They were getting the consistent point flow. And since yesterday, we've seen that confidence once again restored in that banner.
Yeah,
How do we explain that to Destro, though, by the way? If you're not being able to take those fights, just take those fights. How do we express it to Destro?
I was literally having a word with Destro before the day even started, and Destro was giving up. He's like, no, we're just choking the fights. There's no point in us for going the fights anymore. We're going to try to play that survival gameplay.
You know, it's interesting because this is the month of September, right? How I know this is because Robin actually told me once upon a time on a different year in September as well, Destro could not qualify for a different tournament.
Wow.
And that's the reason why he's like telling me, oh, he's very superstitious. He's giving like bad vibes and everything. And I was like, is that the kind of vibes you kind of want to be bringing in on the final day of BMSD quarterfinals?
That's my whole point, right? Whenever you go and talk to Robin, he always mentions one thing. We are unlucky. We're unlucky. What is luck, man? Come on, just be better. Maybe just take those firefights, get the elimination points. Even if you're getting away with 5 to 6 points per game, that's still going to put you in a decent spot. You at least would have been in a fighting spot right now. You still are, don't get me wrong, but now you need a major game.
You just saw the fight against White Walkers. That was God's Reign's fight to be won over there. But absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are moving on to an interview. Let's find out what the players have to say. देवी और सज्जनों हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ चुके हैं जसलीन फ्रॉम वसिस्टा Esports एंड वसिस्टा Esports ऑफ कोर्स परफॉर्मेंस तो बहुत बढ़िया जा रहा है बट जसलीन मैं जानना चाहूँगा हाउ डज इट फील टू बी द ओनली फीमेल एथलीट टू गो अप ऑन स्टेज एंड प्ले अगेंस्ट दीज बॉयज कैसा लगा आपको
प्राउड मोमेंट है प्राउड फील हुआ एंड एक्साइटेड थी काफ़ी और मेरे को लगा था मैं नर्वस रहूँगी नर्वसनेस आएगी बट वैसा कुछ नहीं था अच्छा गया
सो वसिस्टा Esports जो अभी बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है आगे के राउंड्स में शायद क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे सो हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि जसलीन एक बार फिर से प्लेइंग 4 के अंदर आएगी
मे बी कल
दैट इज बिग न्यूज अच्छा वसिस्टा Esports की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में थोड़ा जानते हैं हाउ डू यू थिंक हेक्टर इज लीडिंग टीम के अंदर माहौल कैसा चल रहा है स्कैरी कैसा खेल रहा है आपका ओपिनियन क्या है इसके बारे में
एज ए इंडिविजुअल सब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं सब पूरी टीम अच्छा कर रही है बट कभी कभी होता है बैड डे टीम के लिए तो आज वही था हमारा बट फिर भी हमने कवर अप कर लिया सेकंड थर्ड मैच में फर्स्ट मैच गंदा था बट कवर अप हो गया
अच्छा नाउ टेल मी हाउ इज बीन योर ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ द शोडाउन कैसा लग रहा है आपको यहाँ पे आके लैंड में खेल के इतने जनता के सामने खेल के एंड ऑफ कोर्स फाइनली आप अपना प्रदर्शन पूरी दुनिया के सामने रख रहे हो तो हाउ डज दैट फील
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है तो क्या अच्छा ही फील हो रहा है सुबह
Thank you so much, Jocelyn. And that was Jocelyn from Vasista Esports. This is Shorty signing out.
Once again, welcome back to the panel. And yeah, back towards the conversation of making those comebacks, right? As I mentioned even a while ago, we forgot to talk about one team, and that's going to be 4TR. We did see some signs of life from 4TR on the day 2 of the quarterfinals, but after that, once again, 4TR back to the basics, making those mistakes.
You know, if you're banking on one player to actually get majority of the
Pain
points,
is life.
Pain is life, there is no chance that that team is actually going to make it through. Yes, there are going to be those 1 or 2 good days because we saw even Skips, he had a blinder for day 1 day, but you can only carry your team so far individually.
You know, it's interesting to see how Pain is Live is progressing here in PMSD. Just because of the fact during PMPS, Pain is Life is one of the most annoying force to reckon with in the map of Sandhawk. And in this entire journey of BMSD, we have not seen a single good game coming from him in particular in Sandhawk. And now putting back into this final game, no more Sandhawk. I'm very worried for 4TR.
I guess probably one of the most scary thing is that now you do not even know if you want to go aggressive inside of the lobby or do you just want to stay back and hold things down. I feel like that is one of the most problematic things, and and the players are probably in two minds as well. And speaking of the players as well, we've got a player face off on the screen. Scary Jot from Vasista Esports and even Autobotz Esports is Arib. Scary Jot has been probably one of the most consistent players out there, but for Autobotz Esports, Arib has been good.
Now, this is how contrasting the stats are. Have a look at this. Arib is the IGL from the team. Scary Jot is their primary assaulter. Both have similar eliminations. This just goes to show how much more aggressive Autobotz is and how much more on the passive front do you find Vasista Esports.
I think it comes down to what is required of them to do in the team, right? So Arib has been playing on a safer spectrum as well.
Yeah.
And Autobotz has been playing positions where they like to play from afar. Like they don't like committing into fights that much compared to Vasista Esports. And the biggest contrast between those two players was that the amount of knocks from each individual. Scary Jot had like 29 knocks.
Yeah.
Just could not find those conversions compared to Arib, who's like, once I get a knock, I'm going to get those confirmations here. So I would say that's the biggest difference here, because I would say from Scary Jot, his objective is just to get knocks to find space. Whereas Arib is here, when I get a knock, I'm looking to get points.
I still remember in the previous stage, Autobotz Esports was one of those teams that was bringing in quite the balanced approach, right? And now look at Autobotz Esports just completely focusing on the firepower aspect of the game.
Absolutely, and why not when you've got one lad in the form of Lobster in your team? I think I was checking the stats today before coming to the panel, and Lobster is just far and beyond everyone else on the overall leaderboard. There is nobody who's actually even come close to him, so that is the amount of firepower that man packs.
I know, right? But at this point in time for Autobotz Esports, they pretty much know that things are ironed out. They know how to play the survival gameplay. They know how to go aggressive inside of the game. Autobotz Esports, they seem like a well-packed team and ready for semifinals. The question still lies for the teams that are there on the latter half of the board. Now imagine, even if you barely manage to squeeze yourself in the top 12, the main question you ask yourself is, are you ready for the semifinals?
True.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say preparations for Autobotz for today in general has not been looking good here, because two things that they have tried in two different games at the start of the day did not work out. They were punished outside the zone multiple times. But now I want to talk about Victorious Summers here, because this is a team that almost, and I mean almost, actually making it to the semis here, just could not really do too much here. We saw Shayan being one of the star players back in the days, but now this is a guy that I want to talk about when it comes to Victorious Summers. How has he been performing so far? What do you guys think?
Shayan, in my opinion, he's probably been one of the most consistent players out there, right? If you look at Victorious Sumus' playstyle, they're not too aggressive, not too passive either. They have been finding that perfect balance in the playstyle. And once again, this conversation goes back towards Vasista Esports and Autobotz Esports. Even we saw that comparison, right? For Autobotz Esports, they've been completely focusing on the firepower itself. That's why Autobotz Esports have more finish points.
Yeah.
While Vasista Esports, they like to bring in that tactical aspect. And pretty much the same happens over here.
But I think if you're talking about Vasista Esports, yes, for sure, the tactical aspect is there. But when it comes to Victorious Summers, I think Victorious Summers play it according to situations, where exactly they are on the overall leaderboard. If they do want finishes, then we see Shayan and Sahil pop off. But if they are well positioned, you will see always taking lovely little rotations, just focusing on keeping his four-man alive. And this is the dynamicity that I actually see from always. Not a lot of IGL can actually be that flexible.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for Victorious Sumus, now pretty much the goal is done.
Yeah.
And I do believe the fact that the playstyle that Victorious Sumus currently possesses, it's perfect for the semifinals. But what do you guys think?
I think it's a lesson that, should I say it?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Destro should learn from. I'm sorry, man. Like, I know my prediction is on God's Train here. I do still see signs of life coming from them. Their first two games of the debut was just a complete flop. In the previous Erangel, it was some performance, some points here. But the chase in these final two games, oh, it's going to be so tough for God's Reign.
I would still recommend that let's just go easy on God's Reign for a while, because I think we are bashing him right now. Still 2 more games remain, Necro.
To be honest, we just expect a lot more from them. Before now, let's head on towards this quick interview.
देवी और सज्जनों, हमारे साथ इस बार जुड़ते हुए रेक्स बॉय फ्रॉम सिनेवी esports आज के दिन में बहुत बढ़िया खेला आपने 58 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम 6 मैचेस। इसके बारे में क्या कहना है आपका?
हम तो आज सोच कर ही आए थे कि क्वालिफाई आज ही करना है। हमारा 6 गेम बहुत खराब गया था, कल के 3 मैचेस में 3 ही पॉइंट आए थे। बट आज हम लोग माइंडसेट ऐसा ही था कि आज हम लोग क्वालिफाई करना है। बट 12 पॉइंट्स 15 पॉइंट से रह गए बट वो कल कवर अप कर लेंगे, कल तो हो ही जाएंगे।
तो आप बेसिकली कहना चाहते हो कि आप 12-15 पॉइंट अवे हो फ्रॉम योर कट ऑफ टारगेट, इज दैट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग?
हाँ लाइक कट ऑफ तो उतना ही है 95-90, बट हम लोग उतना कट ऑफ के टाइम पे नहीं रहेंगे, लाइक 100-110 पार करना है।
वेल दैट इज अ लवली टारगेट टू हैव। बट रेक्स बॉय, अभी जो आप इतने शांत नजर आ रहे हो रेक्स बॉय, गेम के अंदर आपकी तबाही दिखी आज। वो 1v3 मोमेंट के बारे में थोड़ा बताओ। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अभी भी दर्शक बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है उस मोमेंट को देख के, आपका क्या कहना है?
वो तो गेम थ्रो ही होने वाला था, बट लास्ट में मैंने 1v3 करके वो कवर अप कर दिया था। वो लाइक पंप था, मैं 1v3 तो इजीली कर सकता था वहाँ पे, वही ट्राई कर रहा था मैं।
This is confidence, this is confidence and I love it. Thank you so much, Rex Boy. And this is of course SINEWY Esports signing out.
The man was definitely confident in the interview, but I'm pretty sure now, given the stance they've got in the overall standings, that confidence is probably oozing out and oozing away from them.
Yeah, I think that is a sudden setback that SINEWY Esports just suffered, especially in the first 2 games. But they still got 2 more games to go, and they can make amends for it. One big chicken dinner is all that they need.
Yep, and in this case, SINEWY pressure is the back on their backs right now. Here is a do or die situation for them. Can they qualify? It all starts right here, right now, because we are about to jump into the map of Miramar.
Second last game of the day, and this is where the majority of the stake will be decided. Who is going to make it in the top 12 and who's not? Well, let's find out the moment we jump in the game.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second last time inside of the quarterfinals, we are flying high once again. This is match number 23 inside of the quarterfinals, and currently groups A and C are locked and loaded. This is, of course, going to be Salty inside of the cockpit, along with Icy Baby joining alongside for the English stream, and we're flying over the map of Miramar from La Drillera towards Los Leones. Now, this is a flight path which does provide majority of the support to all the teams who love to take their drops onto the south side. But what about the teams who want to go to the north?
Good luck to them. But I would say we are going to be expecting a lot of collision. Maybe a drop clash onto Monte Nuevo, maybe onto the west side of the highway as well. Maybe down towards Impala, we are going to be expecting a little bit of collision here. But based on this field here, especially in the map of Miramar, let's bring back a little bit of a recap here from yesterday's performance as well. We had our first ever urban warfare in Los Leonas, and Godstrain was able to kind of capitalize it as well. We had almost a near identical flight path, and if the circle shifts down to Los Leonas again here, maybe, and just maybe, Godstrain may be able to capitalize on this. They do have a little bit of advantage when it comes to positioning themselves, but taking gunfights has always been a problem for Godstrain for this year in general.
You know, if we summarize this entire game of Miramar, I think this is do or die for Godstrain right now because they loved their conversions on the map of Miramar. We were banking on the fact that the circle is going to be on Los Leones or potentially on top of Impala as well. But now this is where problems are going to escalate for them because the circle has dropped down centering around Hush and the Del Patron. That means one more circle that Destro needs to deal with away from his home turf. And this is where problems lie. I'm not sure how the handling is going to be, how the rest of the team will rotate, of course, inside the circle. But looking for those initial collisions, it seems like majority of the teams, they're still quite equidistant from each other.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tough spot here because considering how far north it is here, that means based on this flight path and trajectory on how teams started things off here, in terms of timings and rotation here, everybody needs to be a little bit quicker compared to before just because, number one, flight path to circle very far away. Number two, by the time you go towards your usual drop spots and loot up, that's additional 1 to 2 minutes of rotational times given away for the rest of the pack. So everybody will be kind of scarce in terms of resources, except for the team that has a drop clash down towards, I would say the drop spots down towards the south side. So I would say Tamilan Esports, Xtreme, Godlike, BotArmyEsports, they will be able to rotate quicker compared to the rest. But as of yet, I think there is a drop clash down towards Los Leones here. Revenant Xspark and 4TR official might go head-to-head right from the get-go.
I mean, it's been a very long time we've seen both Revenant Xspark and 4TR kind of share that drop location of Los Leones. They aren't really going to be very sweaty in that situation, I guess. There might be a couple of knocks coming through, but then both the teams will fall back. It's a huge city, I see. Los Leones, it can house 2 or 3 teams quite comfortably, but my eyes are going to be set on toward the circle because so many teams need to capture those central positions, especially the hills of Creative Fields, because you want to play it with topography, you want to play this entire game with good positioning, you've got to capitalize on Creative Fields initially because this circle, it favors that position so much.
Okay, let's talk about the race right now here. We know for a fact that White Walkers is currently in the benchmark on the 12th position here with 90 points. So the next few teams that is close to that is going to be SINEWY, God's Reign, Wyld Fangs, 4TR Official. That is the closest to that. I would say 4TR Official's chances is going to be very, very slim, but they need a chicken dinner in order to stand a chance to actually try and challenge White Walkers. But even then, White Walkers is still in the game, so they will be playing in the next game as well. So the chase is going to be tight, but I feel like the odds still favor White Walkers, SINEWY, God's Reign, and Wyld Fangs better compared to 4TR Official.
You know, somebody needs to step up and being the saviors of the lobby. Somebody who actually has the confidence to actually drop in on White Walkers and take the fight to them, potentially eliminating them from the match right from the get-go. That is the only way you can actually stop the cutoff from climbing higher, because White Walkers, they've actually been very consistent so far. You look at the way they converted their last map of Erangel, I think that was brilliant. They had about 7 to 8 eliminations on board, but the way they positioned themselves, we also saw that game of Miramar coming through from them. I think White Walkers are in splendid form, to be honest, especially going into this last few games, but can't really say the same for Semi-finalist Esports, who are closely following them by with 82 points. I think their last 2 games did not really go their way.
You know, when we talk about potential comebacks when it comes to teams, right, in the historical data of this year in general, White Walkers is one of those teams. And previously, they were known as Volcano Esports, and when you think you were about to count them out of the tournament, out of nowhere, day 3, day 4, they start to bounce back. And that's kind of the same here for White Walkers, because during their lower brackets run, that's exactly what they did. They stunk enough points, qualified the quarterfinals, and during day 1, day 2, we were thinking that maybe White Walkers are kind of out of it as well. But now here, at this stage, they are the gatekeepers. But the question here is, can they maintain that performance is going to be the question. But, of course, if White Walkers do well in this game, that means Revenant Xspark is going to be in trouble as well. They are in 93 points. They technically should be safe based on my expected cutoff, which was 89 points.
Yeah.
But right now, it could shift.
It's a whole different situation. It's a whole different ball game altogether.
Yeah. Like for Revenant Xspark, very simple. Just need 1 or 2 points, they're good. Just to pull it a little bit ahead.
I'm not sure, honestly, IC, because any of these teams, even for God's Reign, SINEWY Esports, I think they can make a bounce back, include Wyld Fangs in the mix of things as well. I think 1 20-pointer game is all that they need to outshine all the teams who think they are going to be safe. I'm talking about Revenant Xspark and a couple of teams, including Madkings, who have played all their matches already, and they're waiting from the back lines.
I would say for Madkings, Revenant Xspark, and also Nebula, the worst possible outcome that can happen to them is that God's Reign, Wyld Fangs, 4TR, and also SINEWY, these 4 teams, are part of the top 4 in this game and the next game. So this basically means that these 4 teams needs to be in the chicken dinner situation with high finishes and the top 4. And that's the only way that Revenant Xspark and Nebula pretty much gets kicked out.
That would mean the cutoff just goes sky high.
Exactly.
And we've no clue on how this quarterfinals is going to pan out, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have initial collisions happening. It seems like Vasista Esports, they are going to be on the finish feed, and Adi has been caught off guard. Did find a knock over there. There will be Vasista Esports to kind of get themselves off the mark with that first finish point. And this is good stuff coming in from Hector as well. I think that aggression that we were talking about from Scary Jord as well as Hector, it finally can be seen. Now, Vasista Esports, they have 97 points on board. They're already quite well positioned for the semi-finals. But the question still remains, are they ready for the semi-finals?
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a question mark for them. But all things considered, they look really, really solid as well. Sahil OP was taking a little bit of a break prior to the first few days of the quarterfinals, but it seems like he is back in action. So things, fortunately for them, they do have a 4 days break before the semi-finals actually begin here. For ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have been tuning in for the entire journey of BMSD, we have had 12 matches or say 12 days worth of games every single day for the past 12 days. And tomorrow will be our first official break. So that means we will be taking a break for 4 days before we resume and officially kick things off with the semi-finals of BMSD. And that is where things get really spicy, because the next following days we will have the semi-finals 1, semi-finals 2, and then the grand finals.
It's going to sting IC to actually get eliminated from this stage of the tournament. Because inside of the semi-finals as well, there will be no elimination.
Oh, yeah,
to move on to the survival stage once again. Teams qualify directly to the grand finals. The rest of the 16 teams move to the survival stage. So I guess all the teams who are going to be barely getting eliminated, I think it's going to hurt a lot. But speaking of that, I think EVOX, they know already that there is no chance for qualification. Once again, their first man gets picked off, and now 2 players from EVOX, they're already back to the lobby.
Hey, man. For all things considered, highest amount of points in a single game held by Seoul, 22 finish points and a chicken dinner. EVOX, if they replicate this here and the next game, they should be in. But chances are, with 2 men only, that is very, very unlikely, I would say.
Well, I mean, they still have their final match, so they can actually pull off a 30 finish chicken dinner over there.
Yeah, how about we just put it at like
a
45 finishes and the chicken dinner? Yeah.
And that is something which can actually help them now. But can they do that will be the question, of
course.
course.
You can help any team here that's playing right now. Maybe except for Godlike, Autobotz though, they are pretty much guaranteed into the next phase.
But talking about the next phase, have a look at this. 2 teams who both are in the dire need of points, White Walkers as well as Nebula Esports, are, you know, kind of booked in for a long distance engagement. One of the players from White Walkers has been knocked out already, and Nebula Esports, such a lovely position to capitalize. And now look at this, there is no way White Walkers go out of this situation.
Yeah, when we talk about possible outcomes of stopping the cutoff here, White Walkers needs to go. Right now, they are in a predicament here. Fortunately for Arthur, he is going to be able to pick out Flash here from White Walkers, but right now they need to get out of this sticky situation, because Nebula is pretty much got them pinned out in the open. They're not, well, they're exactly inside the zone on the west side, so that does give them a little bit of cover, but Nebula does have the highest point of this spot in the western side here, so that is going to be a little bit of a predicament they have to go through. Meanwhile, a team that is eyeing to try and qualify here is going to be Godstrain. They aren't going to be coming in from the outside of the zone, and unfortunately for them, from what we know based on the minimap, they are one of the furthest away from the zone right now compared to everybody else that is rotating in.
Typical Destro, right? Once again, they're just not inside the circle when the time actually matters. You look at the fact that everybody knows how crucial it is to occupy those Trader Fields Hill. Nebula Esports already finding that position. GDR, if they really wanted to show intent inside of the game to try and look for those finishes, I think they would have actually capitalized on that position. But once again, just so late into this rotation, man, I do not see any chance where they are actually moving through.
Yeah, but the whole thing's considered now from the perspectives of the Revenant Xspark, they've just got into the zone itself, and guess what? They've got another obstacle to cross, and because the circle is going to push into the outskirts of Crater Fields, and right now, everybody from the south side here, they have to go through Vasista, they have to go through Hero Ship Godlike, and they have to go through Metal Esports. There is a lot of team, and Revenant Xspark was picked off by SINEWY, so that's a point in the hands of SINEWY of a potential comeback. They have now gotten themselves into 83 points, so that means that is 7 points away from White Walkers.
That is going to be a major setback for Revenant Xspark, to be honest. Trace has been one of their top fraggers, has been a very impactful player as well. He's still surviving, but Fierce in that occasion just could not really survive. Revenant Xspark battling the blue right now, potentially going in for a longer rotation. Many teams, in fact, will have to do the same thing, including God's Reign right now, because right up front, inside of the circle, you're going to find SINEWY Esports, and if you do decide to plunge into a fight right now, I don't think if God's Reign are prepared for yet another debacle.
Yeah, but as of now as well, we've heard commotions coming from SINEWY. It seems like they are going to dodge the fight, knowing for a fact that if they get caught up in this fight, they're pretty much going to be stuck outside of Stage 4 as well. And as you can see, they've got about 1:40 before Stage 4 begins, and that is where things are going to get extremely difficult in terms of the Mets as well. It is going to hurt a lot more as they need to try and make a push inside the zone here. So good call coming from God's Reign, but time is not in the essence of them right now. Meanwhile, inside the zone, White Walkers have been controlling from the west side, and Tamilan Esports are going to be gate kept as White Walkers is going to try and push everybody out right now before pushing into his creative fields.
It's not going to be easy. It certainly won't be easy with so many outliers in the same vicinity as them. And have a look at this fight. Wyld Fangs looking to charge on up against Tamilan Esports, and from the distance, White Tiger was so precise. Spray God needs to go into the front lines and cause some damage, otherwise Tamilan might just escape. Now, this is points and opportunities gone. Inside of this initial few fights, if Wyld Fangs decide to actually hold passive angles, I don't think they're going to be able to do the deed when the time is right.
Yeah,
they're still very shy away, 79 points right now.
This is so much time wasted as well. The zone is about to close in. Tamilan Esports couldn't find an entry point because of White Walkers, and now even Wyld Fangs, they're committing to the fight. Tamilan Esports, they have no choice but to commit to this fight, and they might play spoilers for Wyld Fangs. Spray God getting sprayed down here by Pekka, but no damage whatsoever. But Wyld Fangs, they need to get out. Spray God forced to disembark, and he was picked off by Pekka, and that is going to be Wyld Fangs continuing on a journey with 3 players left, but the zone is about to hurt. They need to swing even harder inside the zone, and even Tamilan Esports, they need to get out of the zone right here, right now, because stage 4 is about to begin, and it is gonna hurt a lot more.
I don't really get it from Wyld Fangs, the lack of decision making. This is something which is very alien to Mania. We've never really seen this in his entire career, but all of a sudden it seems like he's second guessing every single choice. On towards other things, it seems like SINEWY Esports, they are going to be struggling as mental come chasing. 2 players scout out, 2 players surviving, but they're also engaged in a whole different battle altogether. That's going to be the lads from 4TR who are going to be waiting to pounce on top of them. Vishu as well as Moksh are going to be the only ones to survive this onslaught now. Will they be surviving for long? Because Wyld Fangs certainly aren't.
Well, SINEWY and Wyld Fangs, a top contender to qualify into the top 12 right now, in a lot of trouble right here, right now. And another team that is still alive for contention is going to be 4TR Official. They are one of the last in the race in terms of trying to give chase for the top 12. But 4TR Official, they're still not out yet. But if they are able to hold on, which again, this zone does favor their compound a little bit, and if they are able to get themselves 10 finishes in this game and a top 5 finish, 4TR will be able to give chase against White Walkers. But for now, the gatekeepers, White Walkers, they get themselves 91 points. So the cutoff increases even higher.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you there, because 4TR Officials, I think they're in a very beautiful position. They've got SINEWY Esports right exactly where they want underneath their grasp. Also, Medal Esports coming in from the backlines outside the circle can also get impacted. 4TR Officials, they somehow are sitting on a treasure. They just have to unearth it, find those finish points. Having said that, though, on towards other things, it seems like Godlike Esports, they just observed White Walkers rotate right underneath their noses, but no steps taken. But White Walkers, they know what they have to do. 1 knock, 1 well-placed nade. I think this team is going to launch themselves.
Yeah, but they've got bigger concern here, because right now they're not exactly center control. The center is currently being conquered by Nebula on top of those mountains on Crater Field. And White Walkers a little bit more concerned for the guys on top, because if they commit to the fight through Hero Extreme Godlike, they're essentially kamikazing themselves alongside with Hero Extreme Godlike for their commitment. But looks like they are going to be forced to fight right here, right now, because Tamilan Esports, Pekka, is going to be joining the fray as well. It seems like on the horizon, Nomi, they are going to double down on top of those mountains, as he is going to reposition, trying to make sure all these 3 teams are committed to this fight.
Oh no, this is bad stuff for Tamilan Esports. The last entrances inside of this circle itself. Now they're getting peppered by not just Godlike and White Walkers, but even Nebula Esports from up top. This is such a lovely vantage point coming in from Phoenix, because those shots, they can actually deal a lot of damage. Finishes can be stolen away, and I think that is exactly what White Walkers want. Denying them the line of sight, Tamilan Esports in a world of trouble. Oxen has been knocked out in the backlines. Have a look at this, just 1 player standing. That will be Pekka.
This is such an awkward spot to be in here for all these 3 teams, because Nebula has literally put them all there. And they can't really hard commit to this fight because Nebula is going to pick them apart. And as soon as I say this, guess what? Phoenix, they pick off Punk. Hero Extreme Godlike, they wanted to get a little bit handsy on this fight, but they just couldn't. As soon as they peek out, Nebula takes them out. White Walkers going for those nades. They are going to shut down Tamilan Esports. That's 1 team out. But White Walkers, they need to go for a quick exit here, because Nebula is slowly but surely surrounding them, making sure that this entry point is not going to be easy. But guess what, Nebula, they found Hero Extreme Godlike. They get the knock on Jonathan. And even Vasista is trapped down as well.
This entire region is actually going to be a landmine for every team because Nebula Esports have their lives marked on top of them. This is an annihilation position for Phoenix Esports, to be honest, because not Phoenix Esports, Phoenix from Nebula Esports, pardon me for that, but look at those nades, look at those line of sights. White Walkers, if they actually want to survive and live to fight another day, they just have to get the heck out of here. On towards other things, 4TR officials, we called this fight quite a while back. Z-God, in fact, the man actually turned the life around for Metal Esports, still surviving on all fours.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, SINEWY, they've heard all these commotions. Now they're weak. It's a great time for them to push here, but they need to beat them when they're weak. But seems like they aren't going to smoke themselves here to try and get into zone themselves because as of yet, 4TR is still busy with the reset here. Pain is life, first point of contact. SINEWY may look to try and pick him off.
Absolutely. Z-God in the backlines, of course, can't really take part in this fight. Pain is live, tasked with holding this ambush all by himself, does have the AK to work with. Now this is problematic for him, as from the back lines, God's Reign come joining in and they get the knockout. Problems for 4TR as they escalate into a third party.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for SINEWY, but they did pick off Pain is live as of yet. So 4TR also in the troubles. But throughout all this commotion here, God's Reign is still trying to get inside the zone. Unfortunately for three of them, they found themselves in a little bit of cover here. They've sent Justin to try and spoil the dreams for these two teams, which gives them a little bit of opportunity here. And now Mox, he gets knocked. SINEWY down to only Wishu left alive, and he needs to play the pickups here. 4TR going to go for the flash, but Wishu! He defends, he gets 2 knocked, but Z-God shuts him down. No comeback for you, no points for you, but he's spoiled the game for 4TR official. Now Z-God, he needs to get the reset. He needs to pick his compadre, and God's Reign, did they get any points out of this is going to be the question.
Now this is what we call daylight robbery, ladies and gentlemen. That was such a lovely position and such a lovely play coming in from Wishu. That 1v2 could have actually been a standout performance for SINEWY Esports, pushing them through, but nah. 4TR officials, especially Z-God in prime position, saves his team yet again, and all the questions that the haters were asking have been answered, it seems like. But still, positions don't seem to change for Nebula Esports as they hold that top of the hill. Now this is problems for Vasista Esports as well as they try to counter them, but that insurmountable height advantage, I think it's so difficult to actually fight against.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, Phoenix is getting close up and personal, gets a very nice nade on Scary Jot. But the guys on top here, Nomi and Phoenix, they have to be a little bit careful here. They've used out so much ammunition to zone off every single team from the south, and it is slowly hurting Vasista Esports. It definitely hurt White Walkers because White Walkers are down towards the last player. But now they need to restock their ammunition. So that means they need to push Vasista, they need to take them out and then get up all those ammos. But by doing so, they are going to give away control because as of yet, the circle is going to force them deeper onto the outskirts of where the creative fuse is. In this case, Arthur, the last man from White Walkers, is still alive in the center of it.
Well, White Walkers, I don't really think they're going to be safe, to be honest. Have a look at that, Arthur. This man does not really care. His finish was just stolen away. Now, this is what we call God's Reign. They are always on their toes. They don't really want to take a head-on fight, but they're still going to qualify. So why not take advantage of somebody else's knocks? But speaking of qualification, Revenant Xspark still not out of trouble, it seems like. TraceGod will be the only man standing as the other two lads fight knockouts back-to-back. From up top, of course, problems coming in from BotArmyEsports as well as Nebula Esports. And look at their position. Revenant Xspark, I don't really think they're going to be making inside the circle.
Well, it's going to be tough as well. They have to push up. Nebula, they have so many angles they need to work with as of yet. And right now, Nebula does not have a lot of ammunition. So that is space for every single direction to push up the mountains to challenge Nebula. And as you can see, the guys up top as well, they're doubling down on the highest point of this mountain as well. Just because one of the players are lacking in terms of ammunition for Nebula. So that is opportunity for Revenant Xspark to sneak under them as well. You can see Nomi and Kratos doubling down, making sure that they do not lose this high ground advantage. But they have to be very, very careful and choose their fights because they do not have ammunition. And even if they get confirmations here, it is almost impossible for them to restock here. As you can see, Kratos down towards, what, 41 bullets and 14 bullets. So that means they have to make every shot count for those points.
You know, brave coming in from Sensei, to be honest, to sacrifice himself and let the other two players move inside of the circle. Have a look at that. There's no way Sensei is coming out. Kratos from that position, of course, knows exactly where his XIGL is, so he's going to easily pick off that finish. Pretty sure about it, but nonetheless, Autobotz Esports, who are at the top of the leaderboard, of course, right now, looking to fight against victorious Sumus as Sam goes down. But this is not Autobotz, this is BotArmyEsports, another team who is battling for qualification. But now it seems like problems are going to be escalating. Toxic goes down. Now that is a good knock coming in from Pratik. He's still looking to fight the rest of the lads. Lobster and Areeb. An uphill battle quite literally for them. And from the distance, it seems like Victorious Summers also wants to chime in. This is chaos in contention. BotArmyEsports getting taken down.
Yeah, but at the same time, Autobots, they are able to defend this as well. Lobster providing some serious cover fire for Areeb. The dynamic duo from Autobotz Esports still hanging on by a thread. But again, what matters most right now is going to be the teams at the bottom looking for the points here. Autobots, they are pretty much done and dusted. They are qualified here. Victorious Summers also pretty much secured here. But for God's Reign, this is a very, very important match for them. They've got 5 finishes. They've made it to top 8, so that's 6 points. But White Walkers is still in the game. So that means as long as White Walkers is still alive, they are getting points and they need to stop them. But meanwhile, Crazy God gets hunted down by BotArmyEsports, and as of yet, BotArmyEsports not looking good. They do have a little bit of position to try and hold down the fort, but Autobotz was able to pick off Fragger.
You know, Revenant Xspark, they for sure are shaking right now because just one player still left alive. 95 points on the overall standings. It's not going to be enough. Have a look at God's Reign though. Quite confident on that southeastern part of the circle. It still seems like they're taking in shots from the distance. Nebula Esports, meanwhile, they've actually gotten Team God's Reign under lockdown. And this is good news for them as well. If they do have ammunition, if they do have those line of sight, I think God's Reign, they're going to be done for.
They're on fumes right now from Nebula Esports. They're down towards the final few clips as well. They've got 9 finishes. They've caused problem for every single one, but they have never gotten a chance to resupply their ammunition by going down just because the high ground is great. And guess what? In this zone, there is a small little pixel of it that still allows them to be on top, but they have to choose their ammunition properly as well. Nomi was able to get a little bit of restock from his teammates here, so 80 bullets is good enough to farm even more finishes here. That is going to be very, very important. And guess what? They get another knock on Victorious Summers. But before that, let's take a look at the replays here between Meadow and 4TR official.
Now this is where we saw Zegor just pop off this man right in the money, in the position where God was actually praying him to be to connect that final bullet on top of Vishu. That was a performance and a half, to be honest, and 4TR officials, they could not really convert the rest of the game, to be honest. 4 points secured from this one, 79 points on the overall standings. Still 20 points shy of qualifying, and I think the last game might just be too much for them. But we're not going to be calling it as of yet. Nebula Esports, the way they've been moving, I think this team can actually cause problems now.
Exactly.
107 points overall.
Exactly, but while the replay was actually happening as well here, Nebula was able to pick off Autobots and also Victorious Summons' members, so they are getting some serious heavy points. But again, like I said, ammunition slowly running out. They're pretty much diverged every resources between all those 4 members now. But the job has been done. They've made themselves in towards the top 5, and right now Autobots has been taken out. So Victorious Summers sneaks in towards the top 5, and you know what? Out of all these 5 teams here, you know who's still alive? White Walkers. Arthur in the middle out of nowhere. He's getting some sort of position points and he's seeing all these commotions being done by Nebula Esports, and God's Reign is feeling it right now. And all Arthur needs to do is absolutely nothing. He doesn't even need to move. And as long as Nebula does all the dirty work for him, White Walker should be able to defend the top 12.
Exactly right. They are just stacking up position points in the middle of nowhere. How on earth is Arthur allowed that? Nebula Esports completely ignored the fact about his presence and they straight up charge against God's Reign. Now this is going to be problematic as Numi as well as Phoenix are on the lower ground already. Arthur will be looking to capitalize as another man of their falls. Delta is already on his knees and Justin has been brought down to such low HP. This need is quite close, but Nebula Esports, look at the amount of damage that they have done. Another Molotov sails through as God's Reign. They almost are breathing their last few breaths, I see.
Oh, they got the full reset as well. Nebula, this is what I'm talking about as well. The only reason why Nebula did not commit is because they are afraid they do not have enough ammunition ammunition, and because of this, Godstrain gets the full reset through. BotArmyEsports was able to pick up a player of Nebula from the side, so that means they are calling the retreat here. And that means Godstrain gets the full reset to try and make an attempt to snatch this chicken dinner away. But they need to find those conversions. They need this chicken dinner. And guess what? Godstrain finds Phoenix. That's a huge knock for Godstrain to potentially make this comeback right now. But the back's against the wall. They have the low ground. All they need to do is just wait for other people to take each other out. And nobody has a four-man army but Godstrain right now.
It's absolutely fine about the numbers advantage, but can they get out of that cover is going to be my question. They're still stuck behind that rock, and as soon as they come out, I think the lines of sight for every player who is surviving will open up. Godstrain, the timing for that push, the timing of that reposition matters so much to them. BotArmyEsports needs to look down. Victorious Sumus needs to look down. If Arthur faces them head on, I think from 3 different angles, Godstrain are going to be done for. But Sam99, he actually finds BotArmyEsports, gets inside the top 4. The last man who is still surviving for Victorious Sumus, 3 positions, 3 finishes already. I think he's doing a fantastic job.
It is a game of solo warriors right now. Godstrain has survived. Victorious Sumus loses, and Nomi was able to clutch things out. We are down towards the final 3 teams. Arthur still surviving. Godstrain goes in for the push. They take him out. It comes down towards a 2 versus 1. Godstrain just might be able to make the comeback. Can they get the chicken? Yes, they can. Delta secures the final finish, and Godstrain is in the running for the top 12 once more. They secure the chicken dinner, but is it enough to sneak in the top 12 here? Is going to be the question.
Oh wow, we did not anticipate this. What a performance coming in from Godstrain, especially in times of distress. We talked about how Destro handles pressure. We talked about how Delta handled pressure. Being stuck under one rock, the way they survived with all 4 players, it's commendable. And Nebula Esports, you know, there are going to be problems in their army as well, because that was a game which was handed to them almost.
Adi was furious in that entire matter, right? Of course, it was supposed to be Nebula Esports' game, but they pretty much handed it over to the players of Godstrain. And yeah, speaking of Godstrain, what a way to make a comeback, right? 19 points on the board, and I think so they've done it.
Well, that is too much to call.
Yeah,
that is too much to call. I'm not even sure if Revenant Xspark actually have done it, because they are they're still sitting at 95 points, and 95 is not safe.
Okay, as of now, the cutoff has pretty much pushed up even higher because of Arthur's positioning to survive all the way there. Initially, it was 90 points at the cutoff. He himself got himself about 4 to 5 points, and I think with the top 3 finish, he should be somewhere in 96. So that means we have a new contender that is going to be safeguarding the top 12 here. And I think it should be Revenant Xspark, if I'm not mistaken here. But with that being said, I think Godstrain has put themselves in a situation where the next game, if they do not perform, they should... I don't know. It's really close.
Look. In my opinion, the moment you cross that 100 points barrier, you've done it. That's what I think. I don't think the cutoff is going to go more than 100 points. I think, personally, the cutoff might just be around 98 to 99 points.
It's so close.
Speaking of Revenant Xspark, who would have thought this is one of those teams that will struggle for qualification in the quarterfinals? Sensei once again choking things up just like he used to in the past, but I hope Revenant Xspark, at least in the last game, they get somewhere around 7 to 8 points, and that's probably going to make the cut.
You know, I think even 5 points are going to be able to do the job, but it's just about how or where Revenant Xspark find themselves in, because this map was completely not theirs. It's not even their fault, to be honest. Stuck in the low ground, you've got BotArmyEsports and Nebula Esports as well up on top. And this is what we called about, right? Teams at the top who actually aim for higher grounds will always come on top in terms of finishes.
And to be honest, even we had a lot of expectations from banners like Wyld Fangs, but even Wyld Fangs messed up with next to none points, and that's going to be replicated so well in the overall standings in the future. Before now, let's head on towards a quick break. We'll be right back after this one.
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BMSD 2025 once again as we approach the final game of the quarterfinals. Things are really taking a toll. Of course, a big welcome to our panelists over here, Necro and Icy Baby, back on the desk. But it seems like now, especially with God's Reign getting their chicken dinner, the overall standings is going to shake up a little bit.
The reason why I'm sighing right now is because there is a lot of teams fighting for the top 12, but by now, we have realized that the cutoff has got so high to a point that is the highest ever in all stages in BMSD.
Yeah.
It was like 84 points for lower brackets, upper brackets were 89 points. Now it's like, what, 94, 98? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I'm not too good when it comes to the calculation. So you know what? For now, let's just move on towards the MVP and find out who that mat's going to be. It's going to be Phoenix from Nebula Esports, getting 8 finishes too. And yeah, speaking of Nebula Esports as well, even this team was in the race for the qualification.
Absolutely, but few good games, especially when it mattered. I think Nebula Esports, they have gotten over the mark, crossing that 100-point barrier as well. Have a look at this. Phoenix and Kratos together, stitched together, a partnership, 12 eliminations shared, and so much damage. Now, this is what you get when you find those high grounds on the map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, the chicken dinner, of course, did go to God's Reign in their favor. 19 points for them. Even Nebula Esports on 19.
I know, right? With how the entire game started off, to be honest, for God's Reign, I'm pretty sure even they were extremely underconfident. But now getting that chicken dinner, it definitely does make him feel extremely good. The latter half is on the board as well, and now you've also got Revenant Xspark just getting 2 points. It was a major mess up from them.
I know for a fact at the start of the day that I said that Revenant Xspark only needs about 5 points per game and they should be fine. But based on this past 3 games that they have played so far, I don't know what it is here, because now the moment of truth is about to show themselves as well. Nebula Esports shoots themselves into the top 3. The top 8 pretty much in the 100 ballpark. But I want to see who's going to be the gatekeeper right now.
I just want to see what the cutoff is right now. That's all I want to see.
Have a look at that. Madkings Esports, 8th position, 16 matches played, 103 points. I think this has to be the barrier. Meta NINZA, 16 matches played, 102 points. Vasista Esports have 1 game in hand, 101. God's Reign, 100. Wyld Walkers, Revenant Xspark, SINEWY Esports. I think everyone below Revenant Xspark are almost done for right now.
Wait a minute. So Revenant Xspark has been kicked down?
Yes.
Okay, this is not looking good for Revenant Xspark. I thought for a second they should have qualified by now.
The crazy part is now even Meta NINZA can be eliminated. They've only got 102 points on the board, and the cutoff is already 99 points. This is insane. It's mind-boggling. Of course, the last page, it does not even matter. No one's going to be moving up from here. But Revenant Xspark, they're on the verge of choking things up once again. But we all saw that catapult from Nebula Esports, directly qualifying and directly heading towards their top 3 in the overall standings. But God's Reign, still their heads on the swivel.
Their heads are going to be high at least before this first game. Another team whose heads are going to be high has to be White Walkers, because what a performance it was as well. I think at the barrier, they started the game with 90 points. Now they have got themselves 99 to work with, which is brilliant. Because Arthur, he was not doing anything. He was just holding his position. And that is exactly the presence of mind that you want, I see.
Exactly, right? He got position points to try and extend the lead as well here. And once upon a time, from this banner, okay, the old White Walkers, I would say the current White Walkers was the old Volcano Esports. They snuck into the semi-finals because of Arjun's exact same play. Solo Warrior, played position, somehow sneaks their way to the semi-finals.
Yeah.
Arthur has helped that right now. Like, Arthur has done what Arjun replicated for BMPS. But have they qualified? Not yet. One more game to go.
Not
One
yet.
more game to go.
All right, one more team that I want to discuss about has to be SINEWY Esports. Yesterday was fantastic. All of a sudden, they find themselves in a position where they need more than 15 points to qualify, or else they're out of the tournament.
A lot of teams need a massive game. SINEWY, Wyld Fangs, they need a chicken dinner as well. For Wyld Fangs, they probably need around 25 points, which sounds quite a bit, to be honest. But for SINEWY, still qualifications on the line. For a lot of those teams right underneath them, qualifications on the line. Revenant Xspark, they need 10 points in the upcoming game.
Absolutely. The heat is definitely there. Quarterfinals coming to a climactic end, ladies and gentlemen. One final map of Erangel in front of your screens now.
The thrill of this final game is something we all can feel, and still the question remains, who are going to be those final few teams to make it directly in the top 12? Revenant Xspark kicked outside of the top 12 off of that previous game, but now you've still got a lot of teams waiting for the opportunity to make the pounce back in the top 12.
The cutoff has officially reached the century point mark as of yet so far. And everybody thought that by the time you get 89 points, you should be safe. But seems like things have shaken up right now. And you can see the pressure is slowly kicking in on every single team to try to make a mark here in BMSD to qualify for the semifinals. And as of yet, Revenant Xspark, they are going to be the team to watch. And seems like White Walkers is going to be coming from Novo, and guess what? Revenant Xspark has an opportunity to gatekeep them, considering that White Walkers is in Novo, and Revenant Xspark do tend to go towards Milta.
Yeah, but the question is, does Revenant Xspark want to play for the survival gameplay, or will we see Revenant Xspark go and hammering down the lobby? I highly doubt Revenant Xspark is going to go the aggressive route.
Right now, I'm a little bit more concerned on whether or not does Revenant Xspark know that they have been kicked off. That's going to be my question here. Like, they need a massive performance to make a bounce back right now.
I'm pretty sure Revenant Xspark is not even looking at the overall standings at this point. They just want to find out at the end of the tournament if they have qualified or not. And imagine, right, IC, a team we all thought that easily can qualify towards the semifinals. Now for them, the qualification's on the line. Who would have thought so?
Jeez, that is so close. And obviously the fans, they're very happy about Hiroshi Godlike's performance. Obviously, they are already currently in top 2. And even then, all they need is just like a one or two finishes, and they should be able to overtake Phoenix. But even then, it doesn't matter anymore. They're pretty much done. We'll see them in semifinals 100%. But
I know, right?
On the screen here, it seems like we do have a little bit of enticement coming in from Marcos Gaming versus Vasista Esports.
And Silo P, the man does not have anything to play with. It's a little bit unfortunate. And Pro, the man's just got a Scorpion to try and defend himself. Things not looking too good for the players of Vasista Esports. And let's be honest, for Vasista Esports, it does seem like they've already made it. They do have a lot of points on the board, 101 points, but still, just to be on the safer side, get 105. And right now, looking at the stands of Vasista Esports, it's not looking too good. Silo P finally gets his hands on a weapon, and now that's going to be helping him defend himself pretty well, while Pro P gets his hands on a shotgun.
And as of yet, 99 points is where the cutoff is going to be. Godstrain is 100. Vasista Esports is 101. So technically, if Vasista Esports, Godstrain, and White Walkers bows out now, and we have a massive game from Revenant Xspark, SINEWY, and maybe Wyld Fangs, they should be kicked out. But even then, I think for Godstrain and Vasista Esports, they are kind of okay-ish for now.
Vasista is now getting pounced, which is not a good thing. Pro, the man's all by himself, but he still fights the strike. That's going to be the first man down, Vasista Esports, a team that's desperate for points. Just need a few more to top it off so they can secure the qualification and not have a lot of pressure on top of themselves. Pro, he wants to get the confirmation. Vasista is desperate for every single point they can grab in the fight. Utilities tossed out from Hector, and even that's not going to find any sort of confirmation. But Pro, he fights the second knock. Vasista Esports on the verge of cleaning out the entirety of Marcos Gaming. Bad OP, the man was right there on top, but even he gets knocked out. Vasista, they might just clean house against Marcos, but even they lost out in Scary John in the fight, and now it's the wrath of Vasista that Stone BGMI needs to face. He does find the first knock, but will he be able to find the remaining two? Pro P, now just playing ring around the rosy with Stone BGMI. He wanted to go for the confirmation, but runs out of bullets in the magazine, and that will be Vasista Esports eliminating Marcos Gaming, not just from this game, but that too from the tournament.
It is done for Marcos Gaming. It is official, ladies and gentlemen. Marcos Gaming will be one of the teams that get eliminated from BMSD. But for Vasista Esports, they claim themselves 4 points to try and secure their spot in the top 12. And as of yet, with this performance in, I would say Vasista Esports has... it's not over, true is over, but the safety cushion is there to push through for the top 12.
105 points in the overall tally. Just imagine. In one last game, how high can the cutoff really be? 101, 102?
Maybe.
Which means for NINZA, they're not even playing this game, and all they can do is just sit back and pray to the gods.
Oh, that's so scary. But I wouldn't say that's impossible as well here, because technically from White Walkers, Revenant Xspark, SINEWY, these are the three teams that is in contention. But for NINZA, in order for NINZA to be kicked out, I would say Wyld Fangs also need to step up in this game.
Without a doubt. And Wyld Fangs, they need a major game.
Yeah, they need a chicken dinner.
25 points. That might just be too much to ask for. Looking at the stance of Wyld Fangs in the overall standing, 79 points on the block. As I mentioned, they need 25 points to be around the safety block, which means Wyld Fangs also need to be a little bit more aggressive.
They need a chicken dinner, that's for sure. Chicken dinner and at least 15 finishes. They should be able to sneak in. Again, that's provided if White Walkers bow out first, and even Revenant Xspark bows out first.
I'm correct. Wyld Fangs actually does need 25 points in one game.
Yeah.
Everyone says if it's Manya, it's doable, but this time, is it really doable? That's my question. A lot of people have got their trust in towards this guy, but this time around, they've just got a Herculean task in front of them. But to be honest, for Nebula Esports, props to them. What a big catapult it's been.
But all things considered here, let's take a look at the replay on how things happen within Vasista Esports as well. But with that confirmation against Marcos Gaming, that pretty much secures the spot in towards the top 12. I would say, you know, they're pretty much done. They will pass through. But for Marcos Gaming, this is one of the most unexpected exits, in my opinion, here, because their debut in the last tournament in BMPS was one of the most amazing debuts here, especially for God's Omen, from a LAN appearance. And now under a different banner, they've just completely bowed out on all stages in BMSD.
That was crazy from Vasista Esports, just waving goodbye to Marcos Gaming. But they know they're done for. But hold on to that thought. Now for Godlike Simp. His vehicle, it just flips out in the open. Not a lot Godlike can do in that scenario, so it's all good in the hood. And luckily enough for Godlike, they've already got a lot of points in the overall standings. Just one bad game, it's not going to make a difference. Middle Esports, at this point in time, they've realized it's better just go home with a massive bang, and that's what they're here for. And Middle Esports, the only saving grace is going to be a 30 bomber, but they've already lost out in 2 players. Now Middle Esports down to just this one last guy, which is going to be All2. And somewhere down the line, we know, we can already hear the bell ringing for Middle Esports. This might just be it for them. All2, the final survivor. Can he be the savior? That's my question. Now against the entirety of Godlike, he's taking those shots, but he still needs to come out on top.
Yeah, they've lost Sim. Jonathan was able to salvage the fight and save Admino's life, but at the same time, he needs to pick him up. All2 versus Jonathan right now. Nades being cooked. All2 going for a hoo-ha push. He wants to find those confirmation. The zone is coming in. Jonathan looking for the nade. He has the high ground. He gets chipped up pretty low. He needs to find those timings, but it seems like Jonathan, he's a little bit afraid. He's not sure on what to do. He's going to play the first aid kit right now. All2 going for the white sweeping, but he misses the shot, and All2 takes him out. Hero Xtreme Godlike gets shut down, and Medal somehow is able to hold on. But with the zone coming in, he's got to choose his teammates now. Who does he pick up? It seems like he is going to pick up Venom first, and I don't think he can pick up aimbot. Or maybe he does have enough time. It's going to be like 1 or 2 seconds of a difference.
It's just stage 2. It's fine. It's not going to be doing a lot of damage, and the moment he sticks that revival as well, so the damage is going to be stopped. So it's all good. But Vasista Esports, they lose out another man, which is not a good thing. 105 points on the board. I personally think they've done it, but just to be around the safety block, maybe it's better to cross that 107 points.
Well, all things considered here, White Walkers, the benchmark, or in this case, the gatekeepers, pulling off one of the most insane runs of a defense in terms of the race here for some points. It was done by Arthur in the previous game. This time the whole team is alive, and they are able to cross from Novo in towards the main island. And the circle actually shifts onto its farm. Revenant Xspark actually not gatekeeping them. It's kind of a surprising factor. They try to go for sensor control down towards prison and mansion, and now forced to re-rotate back to farm.
Revenant Xspark, 0 finishes on the board so far, and to be honest, They're under a lot of pressure. You can just tell by the players, they're locked in. Godin, Sensei, Fierce, Craze, looking at the lineup, this lineup possesses a lot of firepower. When we saw this lineup for the first time in the Showdown, we knew that this team is directly going to be contesting the grand finalists. But now surviving, it's looking a little bit tough for Revenant Xspark in this tournament, and who would have thought?
Yeah, and even for Godstrain as well, they pulled a miracle run in the map with Miramar. And this game, only thing they need to do is about 2 to 3 points and they should be good. But on the finish feed, we do see 4TR official in an engagement with Autobotz as they take out down those members. So technically, 4TR official, if they get the massive game this game and did the chicken dinner, they should be fine. But Arif says, nope, I am going to deny you because this is going to be a revenge match between 4TR and Autobotz from yesterday's Erangel map. Autobotz was the one that third party and cleaned them out. And this time, 4TR, they won those revenge outside the zone. Shots being fired as well. Arif just playing ring around the rosies with Morty, looking to find those confirmations. But now Morty, he's trying to bait this reaction, and he does find it. They successfully get the revenge. They get those points, and 4TR hangs on to try and give chase for the top 12.
INFCON is still locked out, though. Here's the point. And the man's probably going to slowly and steadily just tick away to his death. And yeah, that's it. 4TR now surviving with just a 2-man squad. That's a major blow. 4TR, they still need around 25 points as well. It seems extremely tough. And that too, now with a 2-man squad, it just gets even tougher. Wyld Fangs still alive with 0 finishes on the block. Even Wyld Fangs, they need to start contributing to the chaos. That's the only possible way they can get the 25 bomber.
Feels like a near impossible task here for 4TR official. Can they make history is going to be a separate matter as well, because legends are born out of adversities, and as of yet, they're facing one of the biggest obstacles in this entire tournament here in the quarterfinals for 4TR official, and that is getting themselves the chicken dinner and 10 more points to try and qualify in. But again, can they make history? It all solely depends on the players themselves. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs also looking to make a history themselves here, as they do have 79 points. They are in a run-in with medal.
Wyld Fangs. The next zone's going to be popping up soon. Wyld Fangs is on the other side. White Tiger, Spray God, and unfortunately for Wyld Fangs, the zone actually takes a curveball shift away from them. Problems constantly knocking on the doors for Wyld Fangs, but this also gives an opportunity. Now Wyld Fangs needs to be aggressive. Start taking those fights, start clearing out those teams around the edges, and that's the only possible way you can secure a game. Even for White Walkers around the southern side, White Walkers, they're barely on the edge. They need a few more points as well.
And based on this zone here, Revenant Xspark, Nebula, White Walkers, and Godstrain have a decent amount of position to try and fend off everybody else trying to push inside the zone as well. And on the finish feed, you can see Godstrain already starting to bear their mark. They go in for the hunt and found a ways from victorious Sumus. So that is going to be one more point in the hands of Godstrain to solidify their slots in towards the top 12. The defense is on for the gatekeepers of top 12. And Revenant Xspark, seems like they are in a small run-in with EVOX. Goten knocked off. And EVOX is going to be looking to try and shut them down. Nades comes through. Sensei gets knocked as well. Revenant Xspark, they might be over. Another nade connects on Fierce. Drops him down low. And EVOX, they are going to ruin the dreams for Revenant Xspark to qualify. The defense from Fierce is good, but it's 2 versus 3.
Problems after problems for Revenant Xspark as they start to erupt, and now they're getting blown up. Fierce, this man, he needs to be the savior for the sinking ship of Revenant Xspark. If Fierce manages to get away from this fight, I highly doubt anything can be done. But EVOX, for them the game's already done. They're here to spoil it for the players of Revenant Xspark. Constantly knocking on the doors. Revenant Xspark down 2 players, and now with just 2 men standing. What's gonna happen? Sensei and Godin, how can you choke? Given in this circumstance, you were supposed to be alive, but Fierce, he finds that crucial 2-piece. Once again, Revenant Xspark back in the race and back in the game. This nade, it needs to find the confirmation, and it does.
Fierce, he's done it. He shut them all up. He gets himself 3 points. However, one of the points was stolen away by Nebula, and Nebula has heard all these commotions. Revenant Xspark, they somehow hold on, and they should be good. Meanwhile, victorious Sumus has been eliminated from this game by Tamilan Esports. So that means that is going to be victorious Sumus. We'll see you guys in the semifinals.
But Revenant Xspark, they're still outside of the top 12. That's the thing. They've got 98 points. They just need one more to tie up with White Walkers.
It's so
and
close.
2 more to cross that 100 points. Oh my god, Revenant Xspark, you can already feel the nerves. Revenant Xspark, so many things on the line. Sensei and Golden choked when it meant the most. And Revenant Xspark once again facing the same past.
It's so tough. It's so tough. God's Reign is still in play. And as of yet, White Walkers, they are the gatekeepers. They're still alive. And guess what? They've uncontested from the south side. They've got so much control. But the zone forces them into its Milta. Revenant Xspark, they've got a tall order. They started their journey with Milta. And who would have thought the circle goes back to Milta now? And with that being said, they will not have first dibs inside the zone. Nebula makes their way in. Vasista Esports, White Walkers, they all scrambling for positioning in this urban warfare of Milta.
A massive wave of vehicles just moving towards the city. EVOX got Middle Esports now booking it. And to be honest, for Middle Esports, we know the game's already done. They can't really make it unless they manage to pop off and get a 30-pointer. And that's what they're exactly aiming for. Middle Esports, they're just constantly striking down the lobby. And even 4TR, they've been eliminated from this tournament. Upsets after upsets, big banner out.
The race is over for 4TR. Trace got picked off from Revenant Xspark. This might be it for Revenant Xspark here. Solo Warrior remains from Revenant Xspark, and that's got to be fierce. The clutch maker, he was able to shut down EVOX, but he needs to do more, and that is to get 2 more points to overtake White Walkers. And that is, and I mean, that is if, and only if, White Walkers do not survive this onslaught.
Middle Esports is thirsty for points. They did hear the gunshots from Pierce, and I'm pretty sure Middle Esports, they're scouting for any points they can get, especially loose stragglers. That's going to help Middle Esports quite a bit in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure that one man from Revenant Xspark fears, he's the one everyone's eyeing out for. But as of now, SINEWY Esports, even they kick things off. 87 points on the board, but now they're taking a fight against Middle Esports for SINEWY. All the players, they need to be on the same page. Aimbot, the man softened up a little bit more, but Ninja, he pushes up, but he messes up big time. Aimbot, he's gonna find the second knock too. SINEWY, hopes and dreams being shattered as Aimbot, he's just claiming the elimination points.
Oh my goodness, he's denying them, but SINEWY, they've lost Vishu! But the saving grace of Mox says, you know what, I got your back. But it's not over because the third party comes through for Tamilan Esports.
Oh my
they shut down SINEWY. The journey for SINEWY to the semi-finals ends right here in the BMSD. They are out of the competition.
That's gotta hurt, that's gotta sting. SINEWY, how can this happen to you? But now Nebula, they're here to once again third party Tamilan Esports. Tamilan Esports too far back in the overall standings, nothing to lose. And even for Nebula Esports, they've already qualified, but it's still the fight for the pride. It's Nebula, they show the gates of hell to Tamilan Esports, and even they have been eliminated from this tournament. And even Revenant Xspark, they follow up the same fate. What just happened? How did this happen?
Ladies and gentlemen, Revenant Xspark has been kicked out of the top 12. Who would have thought a surprising exit here in the quarterfinals? White Walkers, they defend, they hold on as the last 12, or in this case, part of the top 12 here. But of course, it's not over until it's truly over, because Medal Esports, they're still in the running. They've got 11 finishes, but they only have 1 player. So that means in order for Medal and Wyld Fangs to qualify, they need to pick up every single player and the chicken dinner. And even then, there's not enough bodies, there's not enough points. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say based on this performance, White Walkers should be the final team that qualify into the semi-finals.
I think I have to agree with you, unless Wyld Fangs, they somehow pull a rabbit out of their hats. I mean, they've got all the 4 players still standing, and if Wyld Fangs ends up getting a lot of elimination points, that can be a whole different scenario, but there's not a lot of teams alive, and Wyld Fangs, they're desperate for the elimination points. What are they doing? They're supposed to be aggressive.
No.
What is Wyld Fangs doing?
Oh no.
Medal
is out.
Yep, Medal's done. Somewhere down the line, we all knew Medal's not going to be able to qualify, so that's not a surprise for me. But I'm still booking it, maybe on the players of Wyld Fangs.
Now, for Wyld Fangs, they need the chicken dinner. That means that's 10 points, and they need 9 bodies. And right now, there is about 13 players still alive. So technically, if they rack up every single player in this remaining lobby, they should be able to sneak in towards the top 10. But, and I mean but, White Walkers needs to be the first team eliminated first.
Oh my god. given the odds, given the stats, I don't think even Wyld Fangs is now going to qualify.
Yeah.
A lot of hopes fading away. And I guess the biggest hope that faded away today has to be Revenant Xspark. The way they dominated the lower brackets, the way they came through in the quarterfinals, the initial days, they were so dominant. But then later on, we once again saw the curse hit them. We once again saw the performance take a massive dip. And we once again saw Sensei choke.
Oh, who would have thought that this was happening to Revenant Xspark here? But again, the final team that still has one final shot to qualify the top 8 here is going to be Wyld Fangs. But they need to take White Walkers out and everybody in this lobby to qualify. But aside from that, even then, position points still favors White Walkers because now they are part of the top 6. So that means placement points is in play for White Walkers and also for God's Reign. And they should be able to defend the top 12. And the cutoff should be somewhere around 103 points.
Oh my god, if that's the case, then NINZA will be kicked out.
They might. But
No,
White
wait.
Walkers was on top 12 anyways.
Wait, no,
Nobody
think...
has overtaken White Walkers.
Yeah, no, I guess the cutoff is pretty much going to be where NINZA will be. If White Walkers gets around 103 points, then the cutoff is going to be 102 points, and NINZA barely qualifies.
Exactly. Meta NINZA should be able to defend. But again, that is only if White Walkers do not, I would say Wyld Fangs do not choke this. They need the chicken. They need every single finish point in order for this to happen. But with Manya getting taken out, seems like the chances are near impossible for White Fangs.
Imagine if those -5 points were not there.
Oh no!
Wyld Fangs, they would have been the one to qualify. It's now going to hit them. All the dits they did in the past now starting to affect the overall standings, and the glimmer of hope and the lifeline fading away from Wyld Fangs. They do end up eliminating the last remaining guy. But we all know somewhere down the line, Wyld Fangs, even they will be unhappy with what just happened to them.
Okay, let's put an imaginary scenario here. If they were not deducted with Wyld Fangs for 5 points right now, they should be at 89 points. But even then, it's still going to be very difficult to qualify here. So I don't think it's going to matter. But right now, again, like I said, the only way Wyld Fangs survives this is White Walkers goes out right now and they take every single body remaining in this game. So that's 12 points in the bag, and they need everything. And now Neo is going to get knocked. Adi is able to shut him down. So that's denial points away once again for Wyld Fangs.
God's Reign. Neo's knocked out, but once again for God's Reign, this does not even matter. They've already qualified. They've already got a lot of points. Maybe a few more to top it off, and that's just going to be perfect ending for God's Reign before they move up towards the semifinals. But as of now, for Nebula Esports, they're going to start to take that fight against God's Reign as Neo gets confirmed. The zone as well just moves out in the open. God's Reign somewhat being favored by the zone itself. And if you look at the final few teams, almost everyone's qualified other than Wyld Fangs. That's the only team that is not qualified.
It is over. The chase might just be over because Wyld Fangs now down towards their last 2 players. 3 players, and there's only 12 bodies left, and they have not racked up any points yet. Seems like they are trying to make an attempt on towards Vasista. Hector taking a lot of damage. Seth makes an attempt to try and farm those points, but Hector, he's dropped down pretty low. He's gonna disengage from this fight. They are gonna make Wyld Fangs work for it as well.
Wyld Fangs, you can just see by the look of their faces, they're so desperate to win this game. Manya is giving insane amount of calls. He's just spamming the comms at this point. And Wyld Fangs, they've got a lot going through their minds, but it's Vasista Esports, his pro, who fights the first knock towards White Tiger. And now when a third party comes in the picture from the side of White Walkers, Wyld Fangs, they do try to apply the brakes on that third party, but White Walkers, they know they've already made it. Yeah, Arthur gets knocked out and confirmed. That's a whole different story, but right now, Wyld Fangs, they need to find the recovery.
Oh my goodness, they need everything. They need the reset, they need the meds as well. Hector's still alive. Nades are coming in from White Walkers to try and third party this. White Walkers still holds on to the top 12. And like you said, Meta NINZA 102 points is where Wyld Fangs needs to overcome right now. Only a chicken will save them. It's now or never. You can see the faces of Wyld Fangs here. The intense moments of Manya. Vasista, they found Hector, they see him by Pixel, the rush comes through, they find the confirmations, and Wyld Fangs, they make it the top 4, but they need the chicken, and Nebula, Kratos is able to get a pick on White Tiger. They're making it difficult here for Wyld Fangs.
The crazy part is, it's just the stage 6, and we've only got 4 teams surviving. And Wyld Fangs, that too, they're crumbling apart slowly and steadily. Soon, we're just gonna have 3.
And even
Nate's
then,
tossed in that house, and Wyld Fangs, yeah, they do get the recovery, but Wyld Fangs, they're like the Grim Reapers on top of the heads of Wyld Fangs soon, just want to claim their lives.
they do not have zone. They do not have vehicles. They need to cross the road. White Walkers has got them locked down. Nebula has got them locked down. Wyld Fangs, can they get out? It seems near impossible as well. The circle barely giving them enough space, but look at this. No vehicles, no cover. White Walkers or Nebula, who do they fight? Where do they go? Smoke's being set up for White Walkers. They are going to try and go in for the push, but the sprays through the smoke. Nebula finds Spray God. They take them all out.
It's done. Spray God's down. The man is down in such an awkward spot that you cannot even go for the recovery anymore. Wyld Fangs down to a 2-man squad, slowly and steadily losing the man number, and Nebula Esports spotting yet another man, finding connections through the smoke, and that's Kratos to find yet another knock. White Tiger's down. Confirmation still not there, but maybe it will be soon. Saf, the man's just playing for the life, and Wyld Fangs, you can feel the life just slipping away from their grips.
It might just be over. As the zone is about to force Seth out in the open, White Walker stands in their way. Nebula also shutting them out. Seth, he's finding himself a buggy, but there's only so much he can do. He got shot by Arjun. Down to his last final first aid kit. It might be it. The nade comes in as well. It connects.
It's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the race has officially been over. The top 12 has been secured, and Wyld Fangs do not qualify.
Yep, the race is over. All the teams in the top 3 in this game, they've qualified. White Walkers, God's Reign, Nebula Esports, they made an insane catapult in the previous game itself. And now for White Walkers, all the points they gain will be like the consolation points. Slowly and steadily hammering down the flanks of God's Reign. Just 1 man remains, and that's going to be Delta. But that too many shots have been taken against the guy, and Nebula Esports as well from the sidelines, constantly taking those shots. God's Reign soon, it seems like the string, it's now getting weakened.
It is over. The game is over. Down towards the final 3 teams. God's Reign made an amazing comeback to qualify for top 12. Well done to God's Reign. And even for White Walkers, a fantastic defense coming in from the team because they have snuck in towards the semi-finals. Welcome to the semi-finals. However, with all things considered here in the final day, in the final match of BMSD, we have to say goodbye to 12 teams.
Yep, and that too, 12 big names. Renowned names that we thought could easily make it to the grand finals. A few names that dominated in the early stages. Now not there in the game and not there in the tournament anymore. A lot of heartbreaks we have witnessed today, and a lot of tears will be shed too. There was a slot for Global Championship on the line, but what a quarterfinals it's been so far. What a final day it's been so far. Filled with a lot of thrill, twists, and turns. But now we've got the final 2 teams standing on the screen. White Walkers, a team that were the Guardian Angels on the 12th spot, and Nebula Esports that barely qualified in that previous game and made a huge catapult.
This is a huge comeback between two amazing teams, Nebula Esports and White Walkers. But all things considered, a fantastic defense from White Walkers as well, because the night is dark and full of terrors. And the White Walkers have risen from the dead, and they are going to be in the semifinals as well.
A lot of teams have managed to barely scrape through. And now the only question you can end up asking yourself is, are these teams ready? The teams that have especially just barely made it on the inch. There's definitely going to be a lot of those questions before the semifinals that they want to find out. Are they qualified enough? Are they good enough to actually dominate the semifinals? But as of now, for White Walkers and Nebula Esports, it's just a waiting game. Both the teams waiting for the zone to close off, and soon the final zone is also going to approach, which means both these teams will be forced outside of their comfort zones.
Well, speaking of comfort zones as well, a massive, important fight here. Seems like White Walkers and Nebula, they know what's up. It is all training for them right now in preparation for the semifinals. And for those of you tuning in, do reminder, we are finally officially going to be taking a break tomorrow onwards for 4 days before we resume and continue on for the semifinals as well. But of course, after today, we also have the group draws. But for now, shots through, Kratos finds the knock.
That's going to be the first man down. Nebula Esports, they just want to have a positive momentum before heading towards the semifinals and heading towards this massive break that's going to be there. White Walker's Vegito, the only man standing, but now he needs to be the one to step up for the boys. But I highly doubt. Utilities tossed right against Vegito, and now even the vehicle is up close and personal. Nebula, they can feel it coursing through the veins. This is supposed to be their game, and they do claim the final chicken dinner. But what a day it's been so far, filled with so many twists and turns. It's been a thriller day, and for a lot of the teams, it's been an absolute living nightmare.
It is truly a nightmare indeed, but Nebula Esports making one of the most impressive runs thus far in 2 back-to-back high finish games. And now Nebula, they're hoping to dethrone the #1 spot, which I think was held by Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and also Phoenix. But with this 2 games of a performance, Nebula Esports might be a top 3 contender right now.
Absolutely.
Maybe #1.
You know, you look at the players and you know whether they have made it or not. But, well, ladies and gentlemen, what a final game it was. Of course, I'm going to come back to you guys, Necro and IC. Of course, with so many teams falling, there are some big names who we think are falling short. I want to know from you, Necro, who do you think is falling short right now according to your expectations?
Without a doubt, it's going to be Revenant Xspark, just barely on the edge, shy a few points. I'm pretty sure Revenant Xspark, when they have a look at the overall standings, they're going to be mad.
It's going to sting. I see, again, I want to come back to you with a different one, of course. God's Reign and White Walkers at the end kind of stitched up together a partnership or a performance which is absolutely interesting. What do you have to say about that steady climb in the last 2 games?
Dude, well done to White Walkers, man. Like, you have to give credits towards Arthur because White Walkers, even back in the past as well in BMPS, they are repeating their history once more. When it matters the most, they somehow pull one of the biggest comebacks out of nowhere. What a defense coming from them as well to hold on to the top 12. So I would say they did really well.
Speaking of comebacks, we cannot forget Blitz Esports too.
Oh yeah.
Today they pretty much blitzed through the entirety of the overall standings and made a last moment dash towards the top 12. And Blitz as well, they've qualified. But Salty imagines SINEWY, that we never even dreamt of will be eliminated, has been eliminated. Revenant Xspark dominated the lower brackets, dominated at the start of the quarterfinals, and now they've been eliminated. Sensei once again choking.
All right. Before we actually come down to the fact of who's qualifying, who's not, I want to figure out where do you guys think the cutoff is going to lie, because this has been one of those stages inside the competition where the cutoff has gone up massively. I think it's beyond 100 points. 102 points. 102 points. If that is the cutoff, then it definitely seems like Revenant Xspark, I think they kind of ended the journey around the 98-point mark.
Yeah.
We'll still have to refer to the overall standings when it comes by.
It's easy.
It's so weird to see how Revenant Xspark could not qualify because based on the previous lower brackets and upper brackets, the cutoff was the highest cutoff was 89 points.
Yeah,
we all thought Revenant Xspark was, we are true. But again, for today, for them to secure a spot, they needed just 5 points per game. And unfortunately, for this past 4 games in today that they have played, they couldn't do that. Every single game seems to be a struggle for Revenant Xspark. They got like 1-2 points, 1-2 points, 1-2 points. And even then, just not enough.
You know, even in the end, I think that fight against, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was against BotArmy. I might be wrong.
It was EVOX.
It was EVOX, right? They did manage to escape through that fight, scrape through the fight, but Trace, God, and Fierce, I don't know what happened all of a sudden. We were expecting these duo to actually survive till the very end, but that did not happen as well.
Fierce ended up clutching that fight. He ended up eliminating all the 3 players just on the back of the utilities. After that, Revenant Xspark, for some reason, they were not playing grouped up. There was a major separation. First, we saw one of the players get picked off, and later on, even Fierce followed up that same fray. And to be honest, I had a lot of expectations from this banner. I thought this Revenant Xspark, they're untouchable, they're unbeatable, but now look at them.
It's really unfortunate for Revenant Xspark because they started this final game in Milta, and for the circle to shift back into its Milta after giving all the control here, especially giving control to White Walkers, giving control to Nebula, giving control to everybody else but themselves, and it's just really, really unfortunate as well because the ones that were gatekeeping them in top 12 was actually White Walkers, and they came in from Novo, but instead of focusing on them, they just let them through.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's very unfortunate, but ladies and gentlemen, it's go call. It's time for decider. Let's find out which are the teams who are qualifying the overall standings. Have a look at that. God's Reign, White Walkers making it through. Even Vasista Esports, as a matter of fact, those green dots against their name just signify that tonight has been called theirs, and they're the ones who are marching into the semi-finals. What a performance, lads.
Crazy stuff. I mean, the top 8 is something that somewhere down line we all saw coming through, and somewhere down line we expected these teams to qualify. For White Walkers and God's Reign, that massive catapult in the final few moments was insane. But here we go. Now it's time for the moment of truth. And yes, as I mentioned, the cutoff was 102 points. NINZA, Madkings right next to each other, but Revenant Xspark, SINEWY, Wyld Fangs, 4TR eliminated from this tournament.
They are out. It's so unfortunate to see Revenant Xspark not hold on towards the top 12 here, and for them to be kicked out on 98 points here. And again, based on previous historical data, passing 89 points is where you need to be in order to qualify based on upper brackets. But who would have thought that points has been shot up to 102 points?
You know, massive ups to Meta NINZA over there. I think nobody expected this team to actually make a bounce back, especially looking at their performance in the upper brackets. Along with them, Blitz Esports has to be given a lot of credit. I think the way they play under pressure, it's scintillating. But ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed according to the rule sets, all these teams in the final page of the overall standings have been eliminated from the competition. The top 12 move through to the semi-finals, and the bottom 12, well, they're going to be booking their flight tickets back home.
Soon we're going to have the semi-finalists pretty much list on the screen as well. But to be honest, this is a major heartbreak, a major surprise for all of us. And yeah, you know what? Let's have a look at the qualified teams for the semifinals. Of course, we've got the top 12 over here from the quarterfinals. Nebula Esports, Phoenix, Godlike, Autobotz Esports, Mysterious4, Vasista Esports, God's Reign, White Walkers, Victorious Sumus. Then you've also got Blitz, Madkings, and NINZA.
Well, who would have thought? A team who was battling with problems. Phoenix Esports, have a look at how Autobotz came through. Mysterious4 have been very consistent throughout. Vasista Esports, you've got to give this to these lads. Hector's never give up attitude. And so for Destro, I see what a statement coming in from him.
You know, who would have thought the lower brackets would be this competitive as well? Because Phoenix and Autobotz came all the way from the lower brackets, and now they are here in the semifinals. And also joining the 12 that has pretty much qualified from the upper brackets here, we have OG, True Rippers, Soul, Genesis, First Curiosity, Los Hermanos, K9, Cincinnati Kids, 8-Bit, FS Esports, AX, and also Likita Esports waiting for them because they have been watching and they have been learning. And this is going to be a very, very interesting semifinals for sure.
It certainly will be. I mean, there are so many outliers. Of course, all the teams who actually made their way from the upper brackets will actually pose a lot of threat. But they've had a lot of break. They've been studying the quarterfinals. I'm pretty sure it seems like teams in the semifinals were actually waiting. I don't think they will have a lobby to scoff at. They will have to be threatened.
Guys, I'm not going to lie. Today's day straight up feels like a day from a movie.
Yeah.
So much thrill, so much action. At the same time, the final twist in the moments, it was insane. But guys, you know, one crazy part that I just want to bring out here, it's a little bit funny. I had a talk with the players of NINZA before the day even started, and I mentioned this. The moment you cross that 100 points marker, just start playing aggressive. And that's what NINZA did. They followed my advice, and they were almost on the verge of being eliminated. Imagine if they would have been eliminated.
They crossed the 100-point mark. They played aggressive. They got themselves 2 points after that. That is just it. But 102 points, enough for qualification. That is brilliant. Even Madkings Esports, as a matter of fact, I think that team went through a -5 penalty, but still going it through. I think it has to be given testament to how Clutch God and Shadow has been leading the team.
That's the roster that I believe had so much potential just because they were the old Genesis. Because if you think about old Genesis, Genesis qualified in 2 LAN events this year in general, from BGIS and also BMPS twice now. So I wouldn't say they couldn't do it as well, because if you think about it, Shadow OG, who's currently in Madkings right now, qualified to BGIS as a sub, then proceeded to qualify himself in BMPS. So I would say it's going to be a very interesting fight here for Madkings.
Well, we'll find out what happens, of course, inside of the semi-finals. But there is one missing link, by the way. We are heading on to the semi-finals, of course, as you guys did talk about, in 4 days' time. But we'll still have to figure out which of the groups the teams are going to be playing in from. And ladies and gentlemen, it seems like a little news for all of you guys, because right after the stream ends, all the teams who have been qualified to the semi-finals will be placed in a draw once again. And of course, we're going to find out who, or rather which team, moves in which group. And for that, I think Karan Pathak, the Associate Director of Esports in Revenant Esports, will be joining Anki as well as Maisie, so we'll find out which group they're going to be going. But quarterfinals have ended, boys. Any final words? What are you thinking?
To be honest, this feels like straight out of a movie. I still can't believe it.
Sayonara to the teams that is going home tonight.
Well, that is, of course, a sad ending. But of course, bittersweet, ladies and gentlemen. That was lovely. But this is Salty signing out. And of course, you guys take care. See you in the semi-finals.
Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no force color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no force color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no force color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no force color, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force color got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force color got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, force color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, force color got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force color got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got another head. No force color got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got another head. No force color got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got another head. No force color got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got another head. No force color got pink skin. Roll out. jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the Esther. Key up being left feet, nobody Wester. Send a big long west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the Esther. Key up being left feet,